1000. A lot of the bikes out there are based on 45s. There are just so many of them after the war, all got taken up by the ex-soldiers and customised and bothered, and you know.
I was talking to a rider earlier on who he bought his not that long ago in the 2000s, but he said it had only been sold from the military in the late 50s. It got sold, I think, and he said they were about 60 quid then in those days.
Yeah. They used them in the Korean War as well. The WLAs finished in 53, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, I think it was 53.
Because
sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I mean, the Harley-Davidson was celebrating 120 years off. I mean, that's part of what all this parade is about. We're also celebrating 100 years of BMW, 125 years of Norton, 130 years of Royal Enfield. There's lots of opportunities to have a few celebrations this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's what brings it all together, is the different cultures as such, because all these bikes you see now is that there's a lot of fashion orientated around, whether it's a Norton, whether it's an MV, or, you know, all the different brands, Harley-Davidson, and you can see the outfits that each rider desires. They pick their bike, and then they almost design what they want to wear around that. But yeah, what a spectacle to be sitting on the grid.
Yeah, those jumpers, they're the original racing jumpers, all wool Harley-Davidson and Indian racing jumpers. That's what they were.
That's a crazy thought to think that they put a woolly jumper on to do what we know, wear a full set of leathers for.
It's lovely to see the Duke of Richmond there, just giving a bit of a wave to all of these riders as they head off down to do a lap and then another one. There's sort of an out lap and then another lap round, and then they'll bring them back in. What a view. Look at enjoying this view. We are seeing riders taking part in this massive parade at Goodwood. Many bikes that were from the military period in the war, and of course motorbikes in World War II were a big deal. Now this is a Royal Enfield, this thing that we're looking at right now, this four-wheel. That goes back even further. That goes back to 1900, and it was before it was just around the time that motorbikes were just being created. This was a quadricycle, a bicycle that was sort of modified basically by adding a wraparound four-wheel frame, and they had a de Dion engine. There's a little de Dion engine in the back of it. As it goes past our camera, you might see that little de Dion engine. De Dion, of course, was a part of very early cars, and so they created this as Royal Enfield, and Royal Enfield went on to become a major motorbike manufacturer later on.
Yeah, I'm sat watching this in absolute amazement. It looks like it's like a posh version of a chariot. There's a seat in the front of it, so obviously I think the person that was getting taken from A to B got to sit in the front in the best view, and the rider took them there. So yeah, what an amazing spectacle. So there was obviously quite a few of this is not like a one-off built thing. This was like a model or a machine that was made at the time.
Yeah, fantastic to see. So there's a typical Harley-Davidson at the sort of thing you're used to rebuilding. What's it like when you're restoring these bikes? Is it a lot? Can you get the parts you need? Do you have to recreate a lot of the parts? How does it work?
No, you can pretty much get anything reproduction now. I won't say the best quality parts you can get, but pretty much you can get everything from America, or big following in Europe, Holland, Belgium.
Interesting. I noticed also we've got a few sidecar bikes out there. Harley-Davidson didn't do many sidecar ones, did they?
During the war they did, yeah,
okay.
A fair few. The Survey cars, there's quite an interesting story. They, on the front forks, they had a tow bar.
Okay.
Called a Survey car. If your car broke down, the service engineer rode that vehicle to your vehicle, mended your car, clipped his three-wheeler to your rear bumper, and then drove your car back to your house.
Clever stuff.
And then drove back to his service station.
Fantastic. I did notice actually one of the bikes out in the parade, and of course if you are here at Goodwood there's a good chance to walk around and go and look at these bikes a lot more closely. If you're watching with us online, I hope you're getting some great views now. I did see a sidecar war bike, and the guy has actually got I don't know if it's a real rifle in it, but he's got a gun in it, and of course that's how they would have, some of them were produced. So some of them were literally for transporting people around, transporting messages around, but some were there for military reasons.
Nearly all of them had the scabbard.
Yeah, there you are. On the left, you can see the gun. Yeah, you can see the rifle in it.
Yeah, that's a WLA. You can tell the difference by toolbox positions and stuff. But yeah, they all came with the scabbard.
Yeah, so that you see that on. Yeah, you can see that on a few of the bikes actually as they're going past, which is fun to see. You've got a couple of three-wheeler bikes out there as well. I noticed there was a Harley-Davidson three-wheeler down there in the paddock, and it's up for sale.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
He's got a sign on it. If you want it, you have to go down to the paddock, and there is a phone number you can put up. He's even admitted how much it's up for. It's up for 30,000. It's not that one.
That's a Norton, what's called a Big 4. Had it driven a rear wheel on the side pole, the lead up here, locked it in and out on the dog clutch, but no differential. So
will that have been for traction then?
Yeah, going sand dunes and in mud. The trouble was, they see the dry shaft going through.
Yeah,
that is on a hand dog, no differential. So when it's locked in, you can't turn left or right. It just goes in a straight line.
Fantastic.
That's quite a rare
exactly
bike now.
What you need to get round corner.
Yeah.
After the war, they just torched them off because they were so dangerous.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So it's quite hard getting the parts for those. I've done a few of those.
Isn't it lovely seeing people dressed in all the correct gear as well, as it would have been when the RAF would have run these bikes. And of course, whilst the Harley-Davidson was a huge part of the US military, and the US military were in the United Kingdom in a big way, BSA provided most of the military bikes for the British Army, didn't they?
Yeah, BSA M20 generally, and the M22 I think was the bigger CC, a 500 and a 622 I think, well, there might have been Nortons, but yeah, lots and lots of M20s.
Yeah, and in a way for BSA it was a sort of a time that helped lift them even further as a manufacturer, didn't it? Because they were the biggest manufacturer sort of post-war in the UK.
Is it quite common now for people when they talk about American brands in the UK to still use inches in terms, so they don't, like we would say it's a 750cc, it's 1000cc, but do English people speak in American way?
Generally, yeah. It's just I think they want to try and uphold the whole image, if you know what I mean. Yeah, generally.
There we are, it's still going. Look, they did say to me they might only do one lap with it, whilst everybody else is doing 2 laps, which is fully understandable.
I might see if I can get in it for a live feed tomorrow, so we could do the commentary while sitting in the front of this. What's the proper name for it?
It's the Royal Enfield Quadricycle, apparently. Anyway, behind them, we've got the BSA Bantams that I mentioned yesterday, and it's lovely to see them again. So those red bikes that you're looking at in the background there, 3 of them, those are riders who worked for the post office when they were 16 years old as apprentices for post office, and their job was to deliver telegrams in this part of the world. All 3 of them are from this part of the world near Chichester. They're in Chichester, and they were delivering telegrams in a radius of about 35 miles when they were just come out of school, and they loved it. I was talking to one of the riders yesterday. He said this is like taking him back to being 16 years old again, and how much fun it was going through all the weather throughout the year, of course, that you would be riding and delivering telegrams, and that was how people had to communicate big messages. Nowadays all we do is grab our phones and send a message. In those days it was different. The Royal Enfield has pulled off, I think because he knows he can't get another lap in the same time as everyone else. It's still running all right. But yeah, this trio is lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely fascinating. Like we just joke now about using our phone, and in 60 years time no one's going to be going to do a parade holding their mobile phone and talking about what they used to do with it, whereas these guys have these memories, and to be fit to come back and probably ride the same bike and with their friends from that time.
Yeah, they're a great bunch, and these are actually much more humble bikes. I think they're only 125cc, so compared to your Harley Davidsons, Ash, with their big engines, these are slightly more humble.
Yeah, very much so. They raced them in the 60s at Bantam Racing Club. Yeah, got 2 strokes.
Yeah, it's great, and it's lovely to see them all riding around once again and having some fun out there. So give them a wave, everybody, if you're here at Goodwood this morning enjoying the sun rising. This is not a race, of course, this is just a parade, and it's lovely to see them all taking it steady. There's nobody being silly out there, they're just enjoying this lovely opportunity to ride their bikes, get them running. I noticed when I came in quite early, there was one lad who was firing up his bike, getting the rear wheel turning nice and early in the day, just to make sure it was going to run without any problems. And of course, what we're also looking forward to, Lee, in a little while, and in fact it's going to be one of the earlier races today, is the Barry Sheen Memorial. We're going to see some slightly different bikes in that, but bikes here at Goodwood is still a key part of the revival.
Yeah, obviously that's what quite a lot of people are here to see, and there's still a large variation of motorcycles with the MVs and the Nortons and such like, but I think there was a bit of a shame yesterday we didn't really get to see the MV, but I think the guys have done a really good job working working overnight to get that fixed. So it looks like we're going to get to see that today.
Yeah, the MV Augusta, I saw the guys as well, and they, as you say, they went up to Birmingham yesterday from Goodwood back to Birmingham. They took the cylinder head off, and they found the cylinder head gasket had failed. They've refitted a new cylinder head gasket. They got back at 11:30 last night, and they're getting it ready to go racing today. So that's part of the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy that we'll be seeing later on. There's this parade just continues on to its second and final lap now, as they. Oh, I think that's the Harley that's up for sale, by the way. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it?
That's the one. Yeah, definitely. I saw it this morning. Yeah,
yeah, it had a big for sale sign on it. It's rather fun, isn't it? So if you're here at Goodwood and that appeals to you, then you better head your way down to the paddock area where they are all parked up.
I think if this sells now, surely you're in for a little
that's
commission.
true. Yeah, it should be up for a commission. No, it just made me laugh really that he had the sign up on it, and I think they actually the one behind him was also up. So maybe he's changing his collection. I don't know the guy, but maybe there's a change going on. And look at that! Isn't that wonderful to see the old style police uniform of that many motorbike riders would have been very aware of many years ago.
These signal sleeves that he's got on his arms, are these what they've put for, like, is he a traffic policeman?
Yes,
and that's
what
he's
right.
designed for.
Make it more visible, make it more clear. It was a clever idea, wasn't it? Yeah.
It's beautiful also to see all the old outfits, like you said there, the RAF outfit, and how people had time in the middle of war to put on an absolute beautiful, almost three-piece suit, and everything in that period of time looked so elegant to the way we dress nowadays, I believe.
Yeah, no, it's stunning looking at all these, as you say, all the outfits. And with a warm day as well, some of these riders are going to be getting jolly hot, Ash, aren't they?
Too hot, I would imagine. Yeah, very much so. Because they don't run cool, Harley Davidsons. They run quite hot. Yeah.
Did you get any requests yesterday? I mean, a lot of these bikes are old and maybe don't get run a lot. Did you get any calls yesterday saying, I've got a problem with mine?
No, there was a few over there this morning. I think if I'd have bought my toolkit, I could have made a few quid. But
I bet. I was wondering that. Yeah. You could have done a nice wander down there. And, yeah. Did most of them get up running?
Yeah. They're generally they're a very, very basic engine. It's just niggly little things on them, points, condensers. Because you've got your left handlebars, your ignition, advance and retard on a Harley, so you can move your ignition timing as well.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So, they're just a quirky thing. Once you've got them running, they're fine. Yeah.
Is the starting style a kickstart
yes,
on the Harley?
Yeah.
It is.
Full choke, full fuel, full throttle, 3 kicks, throttle off, 2 clicks down on the choke, kick the kickstart, and it will go.
That's a really great system, isn't it? But you have to know that. Absolutely.
Whilst under fire.
Yeah.
While someone's shooting. I believe I can go and start up. Well, is there a lot of compression though? Because I'm not the biggest.
No, just 5 to 1. 5 to 1 standard, 6 to 1 on the higher heads. Yeah.
And of course, the quality of the fuel that they were running on in those days, and post-war as well, the quality of the fuel was very, very poor.
Yeah, about 70 octane. Yeah, really bad stuff. Yeah.
So you couldn't run high compression.
No, they did. They had racing fuels. I mean, they raced those. The WLDRs, they were racers. They're quite pokey for their day. Yeah, but that was obviously special fuels.
Yeah, different fuels in those days, and access to fuel was obviously during the war, post-war, was actually very, very difficult. So.
I can imagine. Yeah.
So reliability was not always easy, and they had to create engines that would be reliable for as long as possible.
Yeah.
So lovely to see that parade and the bikes. Sort of making their way back in, but if you want to go and have a look at them, they are parked around in various different areas actually around the paddock, but there is one key area where they are, most of them, lined up. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights of the motorcycle parade, and part of the highlights, I have to say, are the smiles on everybody's faces, including the Duke of Richmond and many of the riders who are out there. They're having such a lovely time, aren't they?
Yeah, how could they not in this weather, getting the chance to ride your bike that you've ever restored or bought to ride around a beautiful sunny morning around Goodwood Revival?
Yeah, it's been a perfect day for it. I mean, you can imagine weather conditions. They must have been a little bit anxious. Maybe not this week because the forecast has been so good. That's some great kit. But of course, a month or two ago, they'd have been thinking, oh my goodness, is it going to be raining when I'm out there? What's going to happen? Is the bike going to run okay? Actually, it's perfect. Absolutely ideal conditions. They're going out early and some different styles of riding.
How is this possible has he got like a throttle that holds on?
All Harleys, there's no spring throttle on it. You just hold it open and that's it. No throttle on returns, no.
So you learn to shut it off yourself by hand.
Yeah.
There you are, you see, always these differences, and all part and parcel of the motorcycle parade here at Goodwood.
So here we are, another chapter in the car's illustrious life at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th members meeting, where we're participating in the 75th anniversary celebrations for Porsche and the 60th anniversary of the 911. I must admit, I've driven a lot of RSRs in my time. I've never driven anything quite like this because of its originality. It feels like it's still got its Le Mans gearing in it, and the engine is an absolute delight. In most 911s, you've got time to think. In this car, you look down and it's already turning 8,000 RPM. It's quite amazing.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
What a glorious way to kick off the morning here at Goodwood Revival with 200 motorcycles taking it to the track. Good morning, Rosie's joining us. Rosie, you were out and about yesterday. Tell us what is in store away from the racetrack. Revive and thrive. What's going on?
It's been amazing. I was honestly so surprised yesterday at just how much goes on around the racetrack as well. Lots of Revive and Thrive talking about sustainability, a lot of that yesterday. But today we are going to head over the other side as well. We're going to go to the drive-through cinema, which I did go and have a look at last night. And it's great fun. They've got some old cars. They were playing Grease yesterday. So we're going to head over there again today. And they've got a big fairground too. So I'm going to have fun today. I think I'm my inner child.
Are we going to see any more dance moves from you? Because you were pretty spectacular dancing yesterday. We want to see more of that, please.
Well, I have heard they're doing a bit of rock and roll today, so I think I want to be spun around and lifted up and down. So, yeah, that's my plan today.
Work, to be fair.
It's not, you can't really call this work, can you? I was eating popcorn in a car yesterday, dancing around, and they're also playing volleyball today too, so I thought I'd join in with that.
The other side of the, it's a whole new world over there. It almost feels as big as this side of the road. It's incredible.
It is amazing, just the sheer volume of stuff that they have here, and everything is great fun. The amount of shops that they have as well, the whole, you know, we all know that on the racetrack there's a lot going on, but off it, I think we need sort of 10 days to go through it, really.
As we were leaving last night, it was the first thing I did. I texted all my friends being like, you've all got to come next year. It's just so much fun. There is so much to do here. It doesn't matter whether you love cars and racing. There is just still something for everyone here. But speaking of racing, that is obviously what we are most excited about. There's plenty of action on track to get excited about today. David, give us your highlights. What can we get most excited about?
Well, we'll have our first race on two wheels, the Barry Sheen Memorial, which will be fantastic. But for me, I think I'm looking forward to the St Mary's Trophies today, part one. And you've just got that incredible caliber of drivers. Yeah. Rob Huff, who's just makes you smile when you watch him in that Mark 1 Jaguar. He's on pole position. But right behind him, you've got Romain Dumas in that Ford Thunderbird. Unbelievable, monstrous American V8. And then, quite funny, behind him, Jimmy Johnson, a little bit further, is used to NASCAR's big thunderous V8. He's in a little A40, so he's come back for more after his first visit to Goodwood last year. So really looking forward to that race.
I love it as well, the sort of the calibre of drivers. You know, we've got Le Mans winners, British touring car champions. They are Formula One drivers. They're the best of the best. But they're also a complete mix of generations. You've got the young mixed in with the more gentleman drivers. And
very polite.
Yeah, exactly, I think. Did I get away with that? But that's what I just love to see. And yet it's still so competitive. You know, yesterday we were talking about times within lap times, 100th. In fact, even I think it was 1,000th of a second between lap times. So it really is right on the edge when it comes to the competition here. But speaking of the racing, let's take a look at what these drivers have really got to tackle with the track here at Goodwood, because it is truly epic. And here's a track guide with Karun Chanduk.
Let's take a look at the Goodwood circuit, largely unchanged since its heyday back in the 1960s. 2.36 miles of an unforgiving circuit. The grass banks are close, the grass verges are even closer. Heading off the start, you head first towards Madgwick, an off-camber tricky right-hander with a bump at the apex. It is so important to get the line right and get a good exit as you charge up towards Fordwater. A daunting right-hander, again off-camber, slightly dropping downhill at the exit as well. It is incredibly high speed. Up towards St. Mary's, first goes right, then go left. Don't be too greedy with a curb on the left-hand side, and that'll put you offline. The track drops slightly downhill and then back up again towards a double right-hander of Lavin. Getting a good exit and traction out of here is hugely important, because that leads you onto the fastest part of the track, through the little kink, heading towards Woodcote. A long right-hander with the apex seems to take an age to get to. The back of the car always edgy, and then you get hard on the brakes for the chicane. We've seen many an incident there with drivers getting just a bit too greedy with the curbs and the walls on the inside line. Get all of this right and you will be the winner across the line.
I mean, what an epic track. In fact, I mean, David, you've had a lot of experience racing around the Goodwood circuit. In all varieties of cars, what's it really like? What's the hardest, most challenging part?
Well, we're all smiling and we're all having fun here and everyone's laughing in the assembly area, but Goodwood circuit is a serious motor circuit. It's, you know, it's not the fastest, probably the second fastest circuit in the country. A lot of flat-out corners. It's really high speed, really challenging. It's just an absolutely fantastic track, and I think that gets lost sometimes when you look at all this fun surroundings. That the guys out there, and that's why you do know the caliber of these drivers is absolutely fantastic, because what they're taking on and the conditions changing. And even yesterday we had what seems like perfect conditions with this sunshine, but the track was really greasy and a real challenge for some of these guys who sometimes just got in the car for the very first time.
Yeah, and let's not forget, these guys, they're not here doing parade laps. They are driving flat out and furious, and with really quite old classic machinery. It's not like you're stepping into a modern race car today. Rosie, you've had experience as well driving around.
I've had great fun experience driving around, because I was given the opportunity to do a track day here with all sort of the newest cars, so very much the opposite. Push button, automatic, let's just go as fast as we can, with an instructor next to me telling me exactly how to do it. But we went really fast. I think I hit 178 miles an hour at one point.
Yes,
so
you did.
It's really good fun. So I know what you mean by it's fast. Obviously, I'm not an expert in tracks at all. I just had a really good time, but I cannot even imagine how tricky this is to drive in an old-fashioned car as well. Like you said, sometimes they've never driven the car and they're straight in and going flat out. It's extraordinary.
It really is. These guys and girls are proper heroes. Well, we are moments away before racing gets underway, which means we should head down to Ed in the assembly area. Who are you with, Ed?
But if I was to look at the timesheets, I'd say you were comfortably on pole, but looking at the people behind you, you're going to have your work cut out.
Yeah, so I think yesterday in practice there was a lot of traffic around. A chunk of getting on pole, apart from clearly outstanding driving talent, was a fairly healthy overlay of luck. I managed to get a couple of clear laps in through just being sensible about track position. But look, the car's going really well. This is my third year at the Revival. We're sort of gradually getting quicker every year as I'm getting used to the car. It is quite a hairy beast and has a bit of a reputation for biting back sometimes, so you've got to be alert at all times with it. But yeah, good practice time yesterday, very pleased with it. Car ran really well, and I think I was a bit of luck as well.
I mean, it's already hot here. It's just gone 9 o'clock. The third place car, Mark Gillies' car, has got half of his radiator still taped up. Do these cars not get quite hot?
Well, they do tend to run relatively cool, and the reason is they run on methanol, and you throw a hell of a lot of fuel through it. So this car, for example, on full, in a race, we run about 2.5 mpg, 2 miles per gallon. The fuel pipes are literally that size. So the goal is you try and get as much fuel in. It keeps it cool, stops pre-detonation, but it then means actually even on a hot day, you'll find some of the ERAs have the radiators blanked off. Not on this one. It actually runs quite sensibly warm with a sensible radiator, but yeah, it's mostly because of the amount. It's not quite like a drag car, but it's a bit that sort of thesis that you just throw a lot of fuel through, it burns it, and it keeps it cool, and it sort of keeps these running well, which is actually in some ways why they're more reliable now probably than they were in period. In longer races, the goal was then to do fewer pit stops because the race was much longer, so they tried to lean the mixture down as much as they could, but the problem is often then hold a piston because the ignition system, the carburation, it's not like a modern system. You know, you get it slightly wrong and it goes badly wrong.
Well, enjoy today. You're in the perfect place. I
shall try to, and yeah, it's a good car, and I don't know whether you've had a look inside it to see the supercharger position. I don't know whether people want to see that, but it's quite an unusual supercharger position in the cockpit, this car. You may want to have a look at, people.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get that on the podium. Best of luck.
OK, thank you.
Rob, first race of the day. Are we going to see a repeat of the 1950 Goodwood Trophy, or are you a bit worried? Because you had a few problems yesterday.
Well, hopefully, yes. And it'd be nice. A lot of effort gone in, as you can probably imagine. Just had a little rumble, which I couldn't really, thought it was in the transmission, can't really find that. Probably a bit overcautious, but at the same time, that's not a bad thing. So, yeah, it feels great, and yeah, if we have any doubts, I'll unfortunately have to pull in. The owners are all proper people, so they know what it's all about, and we can always come back again.
And you're revving this to 11,000 now rather than 9 like last year.
Yeah, last year we had a bit of a supercharger issue and it wouldn't pull, and I think you can probably hear now it sounds totally different again. And yeah, it's just, there's a big book about it, and it's, you know, because it's done exactly the same as what it was in the period. We have exactly the same problems, and it, you know, you've got a big supercharger on a small capacity engine with methanol, and you just have to have something slightly out, and it goes off a couple of pots and it just won't sink. But yesterday, the more we run it, the more, you know, we're learning about it. You know, we're learning about it, and that's part of the parcel of it.
You're learning about it, we're loving it, so thank you and good luck.
Cheers, Ed, thank you.
Great to hear from some of the competitors that are about to take to the track for our first race of the day. Good morning, it's race 2 of the meeting, the Goodwood Trophy. It's the Grand Prix cars from 1930 to 1951. I'm Alex Shakes, and looking forward to this one. Alongside me is Bruce Jones. Morning, Bruce.
Morning, Alex. Absolutely looking forward to this one. And we just heard from the two drivers starting on the front row, Ben Fittler on pole in his ERA and Rob Hall in that V16 BRM. It never really worked in period, but by golly, yesterday, revving to 11,000 revs, we finally started to hear the sound that so many people in the early 50s wanted to hear. Oh dear, already we have a faller. Brad Baker's ERA, the ex-Whitehead brothers car, has put off. How disappointing is that for the driver there? Such bad luck for Brad Baker. So we do have plenty more ERAs in the race, but for everybody who wants to race at Goodwood, to have your gun spiked just as you've left the collection area, really, really upsetting.
Yeah, he was due to start in 15th place down there on row 6, but that is a real disappointment for him. As you say, though, plenty of ERAs for us to enjoy out on the circuit at the moment. It'll be a 20-minute single driver race for these cars from 1930 to 1951. Really enjoyable session yesterday, as we've got some interesting names in the field as well. Vijay Mallya is at the back of the grid for this one. He is in 26th position.
Yeah, he's driving the Sunbeam V12's Tiger, so 4 cylinders fewer than the BRM that's just coming round to form up on the front row of the grid. Makes a much lower engine note, but right now we've heard these cars largely running on methanol. Of course, that gave extra power and these cars were created before the war and were still racing after the war when the Goodwood Circuit opened in 1948, and so that is the tie-in with this. But any time I get a chance to see an ERA being driven, I take it, because the drivers look so dynamic. You can see all arms and elbows, you can see the continual, even in the straight line, adjustment of the steering wheel. One of the cars being driven around by someone without a helmet, but that is not a car that's taking part in the race. Fear not.
To the head of the field it goes. You can see wonderful addition there. You've got the BRM in the background. That has been a real favourite for many. Driven here in 1953 by the great Juan Manuel Fangio. And it's Ben Fiedler who's in pole position for this one in the ERA D-Type, the R4D, and he was fantastically animated behind the wheel.
And just in behind him in that sort of moss green metallic is another ERA, different shape you say. This was a car that was going to really leap forward, but then the Second World War came around, and Duncan Ricketts drives the E-Type ERA. It's a case of what might have been, and so many of the ideas that didn't come to fruition on that were very quickly adopted after the war on other cars. So again, timing is everything in life and motorsport as well.
So just forming up now. Plenty for the photographers to get a look at there on the grid.
Well, this is the driver we're looking at there in that pale green ERA, and that is Mark Gillies, who's had considerable success. He's driving Richard Skipworth's R3A, one of the earlier ERAs, and again, it's a chance to see these drivers. Really, you can just see what they're up to. Michael Birch, you look at the helmet, that's surely Rubens Barrichello, but he's Michael Birchicello, and such a favourite on the historic circuit. It made you look twice, didn't it, Alex?
It's a Rubens helmet with Michael all over it. Those of us of a certain age, very confusing image. Yeah. It's a glorious day, the warmest day of the year, so make sure you put on the sunscreen and keep yourself hydrated out there. We have some brilliant racing to bring you throughout the whole course of the day as we look through the heat haze. Already the heat haze. We've got the Goodwood Trophy, and then later on it's plenty to enjoy as well. Tributes as well, and the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy following this one. There is the BRM on the front row.
Middle of the front row on the right-hand side of the screen, the light green car, the pale green car of Mark Gillies. On the left-hand side, just out of shot, is Ben Fiedler, who really drove beautifully on pole by 0.8 of a second in R4D, one of the most famous ERAs, and certainly that's a car that Raymond Mays, who obviously huge involvement with BRM after the war, drove to great success on the British hill climb scene.
So Fiedler, then Hall, then Gillies at the front of the field. There you are, a quick glance at your front row. And then further back, that's Duncan Ricketts in the ERA E-Type, the GP1 that we got a glance of.
Fair bit of shuffling around on the grid as the driver's being put into formation. As you said, Alex, a 20-minute race is going to go by in a blink of an eye, and these cars are just so dynamic and a joy to watch. But of course, we've seen them in official practice, which has formed the grid for this race. But once they get racing, a lot of these cars are not actually terribly big, so there's plenty of space for them to go side by side, maybe even 3 abreast through Madgwick, which is the first corner, 2 apexes, and then on down to Fordwater. This, of course, is a very fast circuit with a lot of flow, and if you get it right, oh, what a reward.
Yeah, especially on a day like this. Great to see so many of you have already made it through the gates for the start of the racing action today. And we are just clearing the grid. The whistle sounding down there outside our commentary box position. Final checks being completed. Photographers being shooed from the order. Those who had the luxury of an umbrella for shade now have to deal with the beating sun here at Goodwood, and we are ready in a few moments' time. I think we formed the grid up and we're ready to go racing.
Yeah, well, it's a real treat to have this weather, to have an umbrella that is actually acting as a parasol. Yes. And even at this early stage in the morning, and the spectators have been, as soon as the gates were open, people coming to their favourite vantage points. They will work around the course through the course of the day. But for these drivers now, good to see Ben Fiedler's car has just been fired up, supercharged, and very small engines by and large, but you know, with those supercharged, a huge amount of power issuing forth. Just a 2-litre engine in Ben Fiedler's car, and some of the smaller engine ERAs, 1500cc ones, have done, you know, great jobs, but here it's about finesse as much as grunt around this circuit to get that wonderful flow that's required for a quick lap.
So 20 minutes ahead of us then. Wonderful roar from the grid as the cars have been fired up. Looks like a pushback there for the number 5 entry of Allens Dowling. And the ERA B-type from 1936.
Well, one of the cars, actually, it's a 3x2 grid, and one of the cars that should be on the third row, I noticed the black one lying second on the left of the screen. It's come forward a little way. Doesn't matter. This is a formation lap, and then we'll come round and do it properly. Will everyone get away? No. One of the Largo Talbots at the back has had a problem getting away. I think that's Luke Brandt, it's car 26. Yes, it is. So hopefully that can get fired up. We've already had one car pull out of the race. That was Brad Baker. And let's hope, oh, come on, one master. It's a hot enough day anyhow. Let's have a couple more trying to get that Largo Talbot off the line.
So a reconnaissance lap then, the formation lap for this 20-minute race. And there in your picture is, that's fantastic helmet design with the goggles for the full face effect there. Very reminiscent of what Valtteri Bottas had for the Italian Grand Prix last weekend as he paid tribute to Alfa Romeo Formula One champions Farina and Fangio. And we are just warming up. We've got the plenty to enjoy. We've got Alfa Romeo in the field as well.
Well, it's right in the middle of the shot. You mentioned Farina and those first 2 World Championships, and Farina Giuseppe just went fourth ahead of an amazing array of fields when the first World Championship in 1950. Alfetta 158 was the car to have, and the following year it was the 159. Alfa Romeo then withdrew, but that's the story of motor racing in so many ways, Alex. Marks come and go, but let's run down the grid.
So it's Mark Gillies at the head of the field in the ERA, then it's the BRM of Rob Hall, and then the ERA D-type of Ben Fidler. Then it's Ian Baxter in the outer. The ERA of David Morris is next, and then it's Duncan Reckitt, Nicholas Topless, and then Michael Gaines. They're all in ERAs as well on the third row. Michael Birch finds himself in the Maserati, and he is in 10th place. Allens Dowling is the driver, also in an ERA B-type. The Maserati it finds itself of Patrick Blakely Edwards is there, then it's Urs Muller, and then we've got the ERA Brad Baker. We've already seen withdraw, didn't make it to the dummy grid, and then the Alfetta, the really beautiful Alfetta, 14th in the order here, and then it's the Talbot Largo of Hickert, who finds themselves in 16th, and then 17th, we've got an Alfa Romeo, another Alfa Romeo in 18th position, then the Parnell of Roland Wetstein in 19th, 20th position is the Maserati, Retta Meyer is behind the wheel of that one. Then it's the Talbot Largo next to the MG, next to the Delage. Really enjoyable, exotic row there at the back. Then we've got the Maserati next to the Bugatti Type 59, driven by Tim Dutton. And then it is Vijay Mallya and Julian Wilson completing the field.
And just to let you know, car 26, the Largo Talbot that did not get away, will be starting from the pit lane. Oh, Duncan Ricketts is out in the E-Type. Oh dear, out, not in a good way, not out in the race, but out of the race. So much disappointment. You know what? Temperature already rising could be a factor in some of this. So that's such a disappointing car to lose from this field. It was where ERA could and should have gone. The wall got in the way. But for Duncan Ricketts, who's run that car and had some fantastic races here at Goodwood, that will be a huge disappointment.
Yeah, it is early in the day, but the temperature is going to be having an effect. So we've already, I'm just checking out of the window, the car was pushed from the grid, so we're 3 down, 1 in the pit lane and 2 parked up by the side of the road.
Yeah, so let's hope that that second Largo Talbot can get away from pit lane. It'll be after everyone else has departed. No, in fact, it's down on the track now, so they've moved it back out onto the track.
So it's at the end of the pit lane there. Forming up. Well, the context at the front going to be a really interesting one between Ben Fidler, Rob Hall and Mark Gillies.
You've also got Julian Majoub in the pit lane as well. You can see the dark red Alfa Romeo there as well. But our front row runners all set to depart from that front row. Those 2 ERAs with the BRM in the middle and bringing up the rear. The back row just forming up now. Vijay Mallya in the Sunbeam V12 Tiger. And Julian Wilson, who should advance in that ERA R7B from the back because he didn't set a lap in qualifying. So that should be making progress.
Nearly into formation then for the first race of the day. It is Ben Fidler in the ERA D-Type. Then it's Rob Hall in the BRM Type 50. Also completing the front row, Mark Gillies in the ERA A-Type. The light green car, car number 3. Green flag at the back. Signal given to the drivers. And the flag falls at Goodwood. We go racing on the Saturday. One car left on the line there. Hands up to the rest of the drivers. The majority of the field, all but one, made it off the line as we go racing into Madrid Corner.
Well, that was neat and tidy. I think that might have been David Morris who didn't get going initially. But anyhow, going quite nicely through the pack. But the BRM got into the lead. It's nose in front, but now Ben Fiddler, alongside is the silver car making the moves. The ERA pushing on very, very hard indeed. And David Morris is always right in the mix. That's David chasing down. It looks like he might get his nose in front by Ford Water, but by the time they got the power from that mighty V16 in the BRM had really come to play. Now diving into St Mary's, this wonderful flow of cars. Mark Gillies in the background getting a little bit taily in the first part of St Mary's.
Yeah, great start there. And up for the lead then for the BMW, for the BRM I should say, in the lead there, and then a good launch off the line for David Morris to get himself up to second place. Mark Gillies hanging on in third, not the getaway that our pole sitter wanted in the ERA D-type.
Yeah, quite a few cars you saw made really good starts, and then the next second or third gear change just didn't quite work. The Alta was going very well to start with off the line for Ian Baxter. He's fallen back a position or two, but the first three starting to make their break, and David Morris has plenty of intent, but the BRM again at the end of a straight, that's where the power really just seems to produce. But that's also not to take away from Rob Hall being able to brake as late as he possibly dares. He knows how to drive that car very well indeed, albeit a car that's not been around too long. This is a continuation of the BRM V16, and for now it's leading the race, but he said before the race, I'm on tenterhooks.
I'm not surprised. Extraordinary sound. The V16 coming past our commentary position to start lap 2 of the race. The BRM is ahead. A great gain of 2 places for David Morris in the ERA B-type. And then you've got giving chase there. Car number 3 trying to turn it into second place. Good launch out of Madrid Corner, trying to take the move to the inside. In the other ERA, the light green one now, trying to look for the move.
Watch and enjoy. You can see precisely what these two drivers are doing. But that extra momentum out of the second part of Madrid propels Mark Gillies up past David Morris into second place. But you know what? That was drivers who know each other very well. They can relax next to each other, trust each other. And right now, Mark Gillies, we saw him getting very skitterish in St Mary's on the first lap, is now really getting the flow that's so important. Into 11th corner, looking in those tiny side mirrors there. Our race leader in the BRM, Rob Hall, he's looking one side for around the outside, the other side, taking the sort of wide line there is Mark Gillies. And look at the progress through the kink now. It's got to last the whole way. Coming into the kink. So wait for it, but wait for the power of the BRM to really come through.
Gillies takes the lead, and then we've got the end of the straight, and then the BRM will fight back, and the BRM goes back ahead. Super stuff. Great contrast between the two cars. BRM going past ERA.
Wow. We said this was going to be a race that's really, really dynamic. If this can carry on for the next, let's say 17 minutes, we've got 16 and a half minutes remaining on the clock, that would be absolutely fantastic. But do not discount David Morris in the background. But that sound of the BRM, absolutely the best noise of the entire weekend. And for BRM fans, the longer it goes, could it take a win? That was always the question they asked in period. It was very, very fragile at times. Good to see the Alta making progress there in the background. The green car coming through. Very nicely, Michael Gans in the mix as well. Still seeing what's going to happen to Ben Fiddler. He started on position. He's the back car in that position, in that group, as Gillies goes in front again, a carbon copy.
So taking the lead at this point as we make our way through the right-hander. The BRM will know that it's got superior power, but through the twisty bits, it is terrific to see how Gillies has been driving all weekend long. And as he rises on the exit of St Mary's, he's got the lead. And all of the power from the BRM in your picture at the moment, driven by Rob Hall. It's going to have to be deployed in a few moments' time.
You can really see how the first two cars, the ERA and the BRM, have to be driven in different styles. And Mark Gillies, if you're new to historic racing, there's nothing wrong with his car. That's the way to get it going super fast, because he's keeping it really light on its tyres and just constantly adjusting. We saw this one starting from the pit lane. Unfortunately, Julien Majou's Alfa is not going a great deal further. 308C smoking away, and Julian's driven that car for years, so he's wise and aware of when things are going wrong. But nothing at the moment is going wrong for Mark Gillies. So car owner Richard Skipworth will be delighted. We're delighted because it's a classic scrap. We just need the BRM to come a little bit further forward. A couple of years ago when we saw it on track, it did 9,000 reds. It's now 11,000 reds, and he's going to have to use all of them to catch Gillies.
Looking further back, and we've got Michael Gans. car that is ahead of our pole sitter, who didn't get the launch off the line that he was looking for, looking to re-establish himself, looking to find himself back into a rhythm.
Indeed, so he's fighting with Michael Gantz. That's the battle for 5th place, up into 4th place after a poor start. Initial great start for me and Baxter in the outer. He's up to 4th place. Will be running sort of on his own, but those first 3, it was close. It's now starting to open up, and what we're seeing is the silver ERA of David Morris falling back towards the outer. Then come 5th and 6th. That battle between Gantz and Fiddler. Nick Topless not too far back behind them, but it might be a short race, 20 minutes, but these cars can be temperamental, particularly in temperature. We have temperature here today.
Yeah, we certainly do. If you've just wandered in, big moment there for Fiddler, who gathers it all together and trying to turn 6th place into 5th, having lost a couple of positions on the start line, and off goes car number 1, the Alfa Romeo from 1938.
Yeah, well, that's Julien Majouv showing his maturity and knowledge as well. We saw him coming smoking slowly, but he's found a place that's safe to park the car. These cars are worth so much money. And the way you have to drive these cars is so different. It's steering on the throttle as much as the steering wheel, and that's why they're constantly adjusting the steering wheel. Just a little twitch here, a little twitch there. One of the most famous cars in the field, Paddy's Dowling is driving it. We're looking at it now, car number 5. It's Remus. It's the ex-Prince Bearer car that was driven all around Europe the days before the World Championship. And, bought for him by his cousin, Prince Chula. And it's a car that took victory in the Goodwood Trophy in the first revival with Ludovic Lindsay driving that. And... Valentine Lindsay driving it. Now let's see who ran wide and how. Well, completely running out of road. It's race leader just going through, and that's Madrick. It's a corner that's super, super tricky. Now, that's not the sort of place you expect to see a driver of Rob Hall's calibre going off. One does wonder.
We'd got the gap down to half a second. He'd had a really good lap trying to get the gap down for the lead of the race, but just deep there. And now, as you can see, a luxury advantage for Gillies out front.
Well, now the fight back starts the BRM, but that's a really unusual moment. But I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Alex. He just did his fastest lap of the race. Maybe it was just a tad ambitious going into the first part of Madrid, but he's gathered it all up. But now, there is our race leader, Mark Gillies, pulling very far clear. He was half a second clear at the start of the lap. Now he's got to look in his mirrors to find the BRM, and it's now managed to get very quickly back into 2nd place. Puff of smoke there as he changed up, constantly just chasing after our race leader. But let's see if Rob Hall can compose himself. You know what? He's flicked a switch. He's gone on to maximum attack there. You can see the tail coming out when they went into Woodcote. I was just talking before about how a different driving style, this sort of heavier car than the ERA. Oh, now suddenly race leader Mark Gillies has a problem. Hey, who's next?
And it's going to be a change for the lead across the line. You have to drive every single metre of every single lap around here and back into the lead. One mistake at turn 1 before for Hall, a mistake at the end of the lap for Gillies, and a change of lead.
Okay, I'm just starting to wonder if someone's dropped a bit of oil coming out of the chicane. That's not a very Mark Gillies-like mistake, but anyhow, he managed to gather it up without bouncing it across the grass into the wall. So it's ERA versus BRM, with the BRM back in front when Rob Hall least expected it. He probably thought you can't give Mark Gillies a 3-second lead, which effectively is what he did, but he fought back quickly up to 2nd place. Got a surprise gift going down the start-finish straight. The Alto's closing in. That's good to see. Car 61, Ian Baxter as well in 4th place. So let's take a look at what happened on this lap. Oh, this is the exit of the chicane. Quite simply, too much traffic exactly where Mark Gillies wanted to put that ERA. We had the yellow and red warning flag, slippery surface.
And he's back ahead. Let's check in on this camera angle. It is a great tussle. And Gillies has fought his way back through once again.
Right, you can often say with cars of this vintage, pre-war cars and cars immediately after the Second World War, they're leaking fluid, but it does appear to be now. Let's take a look where it went wrong. Oh, gosh, good grief, that's St Mary's. And you can see the crops. Well, he saw the crops.
Little bit of lawn mowing going on with a beautiful car. The lead changing over and over and over again, and that's how Gillies got on by.
Chop and change, and all along, David Morris in 3rd place. I said he's playing a waiting game, waiting and watching, and he's watching a phenomenal man. Now, take a look at this. This was when Mark Gillies was leading. The BRM accelerating past down towards the first corner. David Morris is in there in the silver ERA, and the outer right with him as well. This is the moment Rob Hall takes it to the edge. constantly adjusting the steering wheel. Mark Gillies, they both made mistakes. You almost never get to say that with these drivers.
So experienced behind the wheel, but this is a fantastic start to the day's racing out here. So Paul finds himself out front, picking his way through the traffic, and we've got a 4-car battle out front. The amount of... it's not easy to manoeuvre these cars around this famous old circuit, but we've seen plenty of hair-raising moments to start things today, but it's advantage BRM as we make our way out of St Mary's.
Now, the big point after about 2 laps, the first 3 had got clear, the gaps were increasing, but these cars, they have to be nursed to an extent. They're all running and they're quite temperamental on the methanol, and these drivers have experience of how to nurse them around, but I didn't expect the field to close up like this. You never want to see the drivers having little errors, but it shows they're pushing right to the edge of where the cars can possibly go. BRM against ERA, the period... People, when this circle opened in 1948, would have welcomed this battle. Traffic could be an issue for this quartet as they scorch clear. I don't quite sense that David Morris in the second of the ERAs, the silver cars, quite got the pace. He hasn't made an error, though. That's why he's still in the mix.
Yeah, he's taking a very measured approach. Gillies, then Hall, then Morris, then Baxter. The drivers in your picture, and you can see that Gillies is far more circumspect coming into the chicane, through Woodcote and into the chicane. The BRM makes time. Obviously on the straights, the BRM has that advantage as well. And now, all over the back, trying to make the progression. The outer, beautiful outer, driven by Ian Baxter, the 61 IS version from 1937, in the mix now, battling for 3rd place, maybe looking for a move. There's no move at the moment. Gillies holds the lead. Hall is trying to put the pressure on, and you could throw a blanket over them as they head into the turn.
But all along, the driver's looking up ahead, and now David Morris trying to take a tilt up the inside, has to back off as they go into St Mary's. But the BRM, I sense, is slightly falling back, and I think the fastest of that trio, oh dear, the MG Bellevue Special has gone around, but the good news is it's battling the race with that incredible bit of early aerodynamic styling, with that long pointed tail, goes down to like a bee sting at the back. But now, have we had any further change? No, we haven't. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, still BRM, ERA, outer. But I think if the outer can get through, and now David Morris is going through, and I fear there's been a problem there for Rob Hall. He's nursing something of that BRM. That's a statement that could have been said in period as well.
Just the BRM champ delivered there, Bruce. Great battle now. So up goes Morris to 2nd place. The outer of Baxter is now on the podium as it stands. Clearly an issue for the BRM. You know that if it's losing positions on the straight, all is not well. And real disappointment for Hall, who has provided us with some super entertainment all the way through the race as the lapped car points the direction for these two, who have been separated by hardly any space at all, and it remains the case heading into Madgwick Corner.
Yeah, just taking a look at their pace, there's clearly oil down, probably from the very car, the BRM, that's pulled into the pits, because their best laps are about 6 seconds faster than the lap times they're doing now. And of course, we've seen the drivers, these cars do feel as though they're on tiptoes. Now, at the moment it's ERA 1 and 2, but the outer, number 61 of Ian Baxter, certainly fancies splitting them up, and now he's diving down the inside. Looks though move has been made. Good move.
Great move. Great race so far for the outer of Ian Baxter, who takes 2nd position. And immediately Morris tries to fight back there in the number 9 car as we climb the hill.
Now, what I noticed going through St Mary's, the very unusual line, a very tight line on the exit there from Ian Baxter. He's trying to work out where the oil is, or more to the point, where the oil is not. That's why he adapted his line there, or maybe just stood wide on the oil, as it happens. But again, you can see them constantly chasing. Look, sideways. Hey, historic racing. It's the real McCoy.
It really is. And as they make their way back to home, we've had 8 laps on the board, 5 to go. It's Gillies out front, and then Baxter now in 2nd.
You know, in so many ways, when you get the joy of racing at Goodwood, of course you want to finish in the top 3. You want to go and meet Ed Foster for an interview afterwards, but it's about enjoying these cars that is on a circuit that is just brilliant for historic racing. You know, on a sunny Saturday morning when you can probably have a long cooling drink after this race. What a great place to go racing. You're quite new, Alex, to historic racing, but it's proper racing. A certain driver, well, let's name it, Sterling Moss, was told when he did an event a long time ago, historic racing in the States, you only overtake on the straightaways. And he went, well, that's not racing.
That's a great quote.
Now, a fabulous car to see in the background with the white flashes around it's known as the Alfetta, the 158, the car that dominated the first year of the World Championship. And that's just going past Marcus Nesius in the silver Maserati 6CM. So there's quite a lot of performance differences between these cars, but the respect and the signalling, they don't want to damage their cars, they want to keep things safe. And again, that is something that's really drummed into all these drivers, because a lot of this machinery really prices a Delage in that mix as well, running in that typical French racing blue when cars did run by and large in their national colours.
We've got the Alfa Romeo leading the Maserati, leading the Delage. This further back, this is in the battle for 8th place. You can see them continuing on there. Grenfell behind the wheel of the Alfetta.
Well, he's done well. He started 14th, and I know we've had a couple of cars having retirements, but he's managed to get up to 8th place, so good progress for him. Mark Gillies in the race leading number 3, the bright green, or pale green, very early ERA, 1964, one of the A-type cars. Ex-Raymond May's car, and Mark has huge amount of experience racing this car, and you can see he's just being a little bit cautious through the traffic, but he's sitting on a lead last time around, best part of 3 seconds, or 2.7 seconds. This time I sense possibly a little bit more, but it's who's going to be across the line? Is it going to be Baxter in second place? Yes, the green Baxter Alta just behind that black ERA, and the car in third place is the silver ERA just behind David Morris, who's half a second down. There they go. Wonderful rear view shot through. Oh, now sudden adjustment of line there for the Alta in second place. I think he was being a little bit cautious. Certainly had to come off the power when he wanted to be sliding through the corner. Talking sliding, there's Peter Greenfield showing us the sponsors' logos on the side of the car. Don't worry, not sponsors here. Oh, nice rooster tail there.
Gets back onto the circuit, and that was a few moments ago. I don't think the Maserati was too impressed with the way that he rejoined. There was a shake of the head. These very, very expensive old machines. As we go back to our race leader, it's a little bit close for comfort.
Well, it was going into Lavant. Mark Gillies was going towards the outside, and suddenly the Ligo Talbot of Volker Hickert went towards him as well. So there you are, sitting on a lead of just under 3 seconds. You don't want to throw it away. Thank you very much, I think, was the message from Mark Gillies there. But anyhow, they sorted all of that.
Wasn't it?
Yes, adieu. So off goes Mark Gillies, 2.8 seconds clear, and the first part of his lap hasn't been so good for Baxter in second place, but we saw that moment at Madgwick where Baxter in the Alta, the number 61, the dark green car, had to come off where he wanted to be carrying momentum as he went past back markers. I thought he was going to lose second place, but David Morris couldn't quite capitalise, and the clock keeps counting down. Just over 2 minutes remain, so it'll be one further lap and an extra one after that. 2 more laps to go for Mark Gillies. Lapping at the moment about 1 minute 39. Start of the race, the first flight lap, he did 1 minute 32.8, but definitely oil is down on the racing circuit.
Mark Gillies continuing to take his ERA from 1931 to, he will hope, the Goodwood Trophy and the success that comes with it as well. We've seen plenty of great driving from Baxter in second place in the green Alta. Going through your picture now, car 61.
They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but it did on consecutive laps for Ian Baxter there in the Alta. He found 2 cars, both times going into Madgwick, and again had to go, do I go between them, around the outside, up the inside? It's a little bit of guesswork, but each time David Morris in the number 9 ERA, the silver one, we can see the rear shot there going to St Mary's, also had to play the guessing game, but it's been fairly even Stevens between them, but neither has found an advantage, and neither has been able to close on our race leader. Yeah, a third of a second was gained by Baxter on Gillies, but Gillies will be looking in those small mirrors on the side and just noticing he's got enough. But it's a question of where the traffic is going to be sitting across his nose on that green ERA, car number 3, the R3A. But Mark Gillies, I think, has got enough in hand to keep this one under control.
Inside a minute to go. Mark Gillies is making his way to Woodcote Corner now. And gone down the Levant straight through the kink. And then he's making his way through the chicane for his final tour of the circuit. There we are. There's the lime green ERA. There's the Alta. And then coming through David Morris, who started 4th on the grid, also in an ERA, the silver one, that will take 3rd place if you complete the final 2.3 miles.
So you really feel for Rob Hall, who was right in the mix, in the lead, out of the lead, but nursing that BRM all the time, the V16. A shame to lose the noise, because it's the most astonishing sound. But Mark Gillies eventually worked his way clear, but it really did seesaw between them for several laps, and fabulous, fabulous racing. But these drivers, they will have earned their rest. You can see, even on the straights, they hardly can keep in a straight line, because trying to get the power down, the supercharge kicking in, and Mark Gillies in the super slow-mo, large steering wheel. Just a little adjustment. Even I liked his little right index finger tapping the steering wheel there. He's relaxed.
As relaxed as you can be behind the wheel of an ERA. And excellent to see he's driving today in a car from 1931. Car number 3. Still having to work hard to confirm the victory. Started this lap with a 3.4 second advantage. And on a glorious day at Goodwood, he's having some fun with it now as he acknowledges the car out of his path. He's very nearly home for the checkered flag.
Through the lap and kick, what I love there, the foot was still planted, and to position the car just as the moving of the steering wheel, kicking the tail out a little bit, but the foot planted, so down the lap and straight. So Woodcote for the final time. Mark has had many a win here. And for people seeing these cars racing for the first time, to see how much sideways is involved. Sideways in many racing cars means you've just wrecked your lap, but here it just has doubled the fun for people watching. But look how much closer Ian Baxter has got. Suddenly, if there's a missed gear change, we'll have a change for the lead, and Ian Baxter fancies it.
Over the line, side by side, the two cars, it's going to be incredibly close. It's Baxter on the line by 1/10 of a second. What just happened? The outer steals it on the line, and Baxter wins the Goodwood Trophy.
Well, I've had to throw my script in the bin. It was comfortable win there for Mark Gillies. 3.5 seconds clear at the start of the final lap. A little bit of traffic. We didn't see in shot. There was a slight blocking going out of the second lap. There's a loss of momentum there. But talk about never say die. Ian Baxter, my hat, even on a warm day, well and truly doffed to you. What a fantastic run for the Alta. But really, some fabulous racing. And we're both in shock in the commentary box.
One of the closest finishes you will see, and it's in the opening race of the day. 13 laps and the checkered flag, and he's still pushing on because I'm not even sure he knows he's won the race. But Ian, it's good news. You've taken your number 61 outer, the distinctive outer, and he's still pushing on. Someone wave him down and tell him he's the winner.
Yes, his script is saying take it just as you go on to the start of the final lap, but no, you did it at the end of the final lap. So victory for, well, I think we can call him the press on Ian Baxter. For George Abacus's old car, the Alta from the 61 IS from 1937. So historic racing well and truly alive here at Goodwood Revival, and I think the message really does need to get through, having so much fun. But anyhow, victory by the smallest of margins. You know what? I think his head was down so much he didn't see the checkered flag because, he was trying to be as streamlined in the cockpit as possible, in the cockpit as he possibly could. You've got to stop for the winner's interview.
Over the line he goes once again, and he's taken it twice now.
Yeah, well, he was just so desperate when... Was there a mistake from Mark Gillies? Had he just not noticed? We hadn't noticed. The camera was focused truly on Mark Gillies' ERA, and in the background, suddenly, the first time we saw it was, let's say, accelerated out of the chicane, not into the chicane, accelerated out of the chicane, and head down, hunkered down in the car, just got his nose in front by what? The last 2 grid markings before they got to the finish line. So victory there for Ian Baxter. What an astonishing race. And here is that final sprint out of the final corner of the race. Gillies on the left in the light green ARA. You could see there was better punch for the Alta. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. And Mark Gillies go, where did you come from?
And that is what it looks like across the line. That is 1/10 of a second between Baxter and Gillies. It was the BRM versus the ERA earlier on, but it was the late move from the Alta. And what a terrific way to start the day. Applause all round. That was the moment. And 1/10 of a second between the two of them.
You know what Ian Baxter did on that lap? He ignored all the previous signals for the previous handful of laps that was oil down. He suddenly picked up his pace by about 3 seconds, and Mark Gillies had done lap after lap at 1:39, 1:40, and then that lap of 1:36 was just enough for Baxter by the skin of his teeth. What a way to kick off the Saturday here with the Goodwood Trophy. And do congratulate the drivers. We know you do, and they really appreciate your support as they come round. That's got the adrenaline going. I don't need any more coffee for at least 10 minutes.
Wow. We're used to starting a Saturday with an entertaining race, but that was something else. A thrilling start to proceedings. There is the 1938 Alfa Romeo, the 308C there. Julian Majoub parked up watching on.
Well, it's a shame we lost Julian, because that's a car. He didn't qualify particularly well, but he would always be in the mix in a fight somewhere. So that Julian has driven many cars here. But for Ian Baxter, this will be a morning he'll write in future years with an asterisk in his diary. A day something very, very good happened.
Right, it's not often that you win a race by a tenth of a second. It's not often that you do so by taking the lead in the final foot of the race. Magnificent stuff. And entertainment all the way from the first corner to the last meters. Brilliant driving, and a day to savour.
Can't wait for the interview. How he suddenly decided to go 3 seconds faster than the lap before. Everyone else was being cautious. Clearly the circuit was slippery, but enjoyed it so much he gave himself a bonus lap and a pat on the back. But now the drivers of those top 3 finishing cars should be down on the start-finish line, ready for the interviews. Not quite yet, but for Ian Baxter, who's of course at the back of the queue coming in. No, don't flag him away. He's the race winner. He's got to go down to the grid, keep it rolling there. See the top 3 cars come to stop on the finish line. The others go back into Parc Fermé just before they return into the paddock itself. But for Ian Baxter, for Mark Gillies, who had an exciting race, hugely exciting race in those early laps with Rob Hall and the BRM till the V16, said we don't have enough left. David Morris on the left of your shot in the silver ERA. Mark Gillies just walking across to shake his hand. They've all had fun out there. Perfect racing conditions. Quite hot for some of the cars, but the hottest of hot, I think you have to say, is Ian Baxter and that magnificent Alfa.
Ian Baxter parked up in about the only section of the race track that he led, right before the checkered flag, and on the line it was a tenth of a second. What a fantastic start to the day. Baxter, Gillies and Morris are top 3, the Alta ahead of the 2 ERAs, and handshakes all round after quite the display of driving to enjoy. And I'm looking forward to hearing from the drivers down there. We can do that right now. Ed Foster's going to speak to our winner.
Ian, I don't know where to start with that. I don't think you even knew you got the checkered flag on the first lap.
No, I'm afraid I was too busy concentrating. If you don't hold on to it, it's apt to get away from you.
You found an enormous amount of time in that last lap.
Yeah, I knew that once Mark was in sight, this thing's power to weight is something else, and it'll outdrag most things. So if I can get up behind anybody in the chicane, I can usually. So yeah, die hard.
An extraordinary race to start the day. Well done.
Thank you.
It's probably a bit early to call race of the weekend, but Mark, what happened? What happened?
I think I was just a bit too conservative on the last lap. You know, there was so much oil down. So through St Mary's, I came up across the silver 4CL Mazda, and I was like, shall I dive bomb him? But if I dive bombed him, got on the oil, I was going to hit him. And then, you know, I'm just slight whinge about back markers. You know, they should put bigger mirrors on at some point, because he should have let me over until the van, and by the time I got past him, I didn't really realise Ian was quite so close. A bit conservative into Woodcote, and he's a hill climber, he's got great traction, and he's got a lot of power, and good luck. I mean, anybody who finished in the top 6 in that race was driving awesome race, because it was kind of evil. It was so slippery. But yeah, car's magic. James and Phil do a great job looking after it. Thanks again to Dick for letting me exercise it. And I think, you know, nice thing today, front row, R4D Raymond May's car, BRM Raymond May's brainchild, and this car, which was his first car up Shelsley in under 40 seconds. So it's a good front row, but yeah, great race.
It was fantastic to watch. Well done.
Thank you. Yep.
Let's see if we can find David. Oh, here we are. David, you must have been sort of wondering what on earth was going on in that opening half of the race.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting, and I just sort of could watch the guys in front of me. They kept swapping places, and I thought, well, we'll just see what happens and keep the car going anyway.
It was a fantastic drive. I wonder why you should all try touring cars. I think you'd be great at it.
Maybe. I'm not sure about that. We'll see.
Fantastic drive. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to Ed Foster and the top 3 for their driving talent out there, and quite the finish.
It really was, and I think Mark Gillies made a very, very good point there. If your option is clatter into, well, let's take a look at the final standings. There it is, victory by a tenth of a second by Ian Baxter. Effectively, he got his nose in front in a car length before the end of the race, ahead of Mark Gillies, who said was a little conservative, a little bit blocked, but drove such a great race, had that brilliant battle in the early laps with the BRM of Rob Hall. David Morris, great race to third place, so ERA's in second, third and fourth. Ben Fiddler, our pole man, didn't make it the best of starts, but brought it through. And in fifth as well, Michael Gantz, a really good race. Nick Topless in another one in sixth place. So ERA's all the way, but not the top spot this time around. Maserati's best place runner, Pat Blakeney Edwards, in seventh place overall. Peter Greenfield had a spin in the Alfetta, the 158, still finished in eighth. Urs Muller and Volkan Hickert bringing up the rear of the top 10, but really slippery conditions, as Mark Gillies pointed out.
Yeah, there is an enormous amount of concrete dust, of cement dust being placed at the final chicane, and we could see on the timing page that there was a lot of oil down. If you're in view of the final chicane, you can see how much was laid down there. Let's review a quite wonderful start to our races on this Revival Saturday.
Period cars, period cameras and a contemporary heat haze down on the grid. Fabulous grid of cars, ERAs to the fore, but with that BRA V16 about to make the best noise, blasting away from the middle of the front row. Brilliant start from the second row from the Alta, then it went backwards a little bit, and the early charge was Rob Hall at the front with David Morris as the best of the ERAs, but Mark Gillies in the bright green car in behind, deciding he wanted to be part of the mix. That's car number 3, and soon he was challenging Rob Hall and went into the lead of the race, but he didn't keep it for long. Both of them had moments out on the circuit, and as we heard later, there was an awful lot of oil down there, making every lap a voyage of adventure.
Well, that was the battle that we had all the way through. Then it turned into Mistake Town. I mean, these are hard cars to keep on the road, harder still when it's warm, harder still when there's oil down.
But what it goes to show is these drivers are driving these cars as hard as they possibly can, but with an ear out and the feel of their fingers to see, as Rob Hall has another moment going wide, going farming coming out of St Mary's, but the battle, every time it opened out, it closed in again. So the BRM, Rob Hall still in the lead, still in second place, Mark Gillies, bright green, number 3 ERA, and in the background of the shot, David Morris in the second of those ERAs. But they were being caught all along by the Alta, the dark green Alta. Ian Baxter wanted to get in on the mix. He's in the background of the shot, still the top 4 very close together.
Here is the man who would go on to win, very confident about pushing on that last lap. It was also excellent driving from David Morris, who came home in third. But we were giving it the victory lap moments, and it was all looking rather good across the line for Gillies. And then here comes the Alta, and Ian Baxter wins it on the line. What a spectacular finish to our opening race of the week, of the day, I should say. Fantastic stuff. And here was the moment that the laurel was presented to our spectacular winner. So as they make their way back, and that's a fine way to celebrate. Cars from the 30s and the cigar in mouth for the man who was pipped on the line. What a race.
So here we are, another chapter in the car's illustrious life at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th members meeting, where we're participating in the 75th anniversary celebrations for Porsche and the 60th anniversary of the 911. I must admit, I've driven a lot of RSRs in my time. I've never driven anything quite like this because of its originality. It feels like it's still got its Le Mans gearing in it, and the engine is an absolute delight. In most 911s, you've got time to think. In this car, you look down and it's already turning 8,000 RPM. It's quite amazing.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Well, it's a brilliant day here. The sun is shining and we've already got some very happy punters. It's great to have you all here. This is a beautiful outfit. Tell us where it's from.
So I actually got this maybe almost 10 years ago for my year 13 fall. So I've had it ever since then, and I haven't had much opportunity to wear it because of all the netting and stuff. So it's nice to be able to bring it out again.
It's amazing. This is what we're talking about. Revive and thrive, rewear everything. This is also a very smart outfit. Who put this together? Did she help you with this?
She helped, they helped.
I know a little bit.
This is grandfather, mostly from my grandfathers.
Yeah. That's fantastic. And the cravat as well. That is amazing. Now,
the races here, but not this year. He used to race on the motorbikes.
No way.
For 20 years, but the last 2 years he's not been here, but he's on holiday.
That's quite right. It sounds like he needs one after 20 years of doing it. So you two have been here before then?
Yes, yeah, we've been quite a few times and we've brought all of our children over the years, and this is Alex and Kat's time to come and enjoy it.
So this is your first time. How come it's taken them this long to bring you? How many children are there?
You're stirring up something here. This has been long coming. We've complained every year, and finally they've listened. I'm the middle child, you see.
Oh, so am I. I get what you mean.
Festival of Speed, though, so he has done...
Okay, you've done something, though. You've done something. But this is great fun. How much fun do you enjoy dressing up as well? It's like stepping into a movie set, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. We love dressing up. We kind of do it for fun in lockdown mostly, but
every week.
Oh, that's amazing. Did you have one of those Zooms where you dress up and like Zoom your family?
We were in person together at their house, yeah. We did a different decade every week.
That's okay, so you are sorted for Revival then. You are amazing.
That's it. Absolutely full of, different clothes and things, so there was always something.
Tell you what, next year I'm coming straight to your house then and we'll sort some outfits out together. Thank you. Listen, it's great to have you all here. Enjoy your day. What are you most looking forward to? It's your first time here?
I like the race, I don't know what it's called, with where they run to the bike.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. How about you?
Just anything. I'm walking around like, whoa, so it's all amazing.
It's amazing. Listen, enjoy your time here, and listen, it's going to be an epic day. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you.
So here we are, looking forward to the next race coming up here at the Goodwood Revival, and it's race 3, Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. Part 1, because there are 2 races over the course of the weekend, and this is for racing bikes up to 1966. And it's Ben Edwards here with you, with Lee Johnson, who is very much a current racer, has raced here at Goodwood several times, has won here at Goodwood in the past. Sadly, Lee had a bit of an accident earlier this year, didn't you, Lee? So you're not riding, you would have been riding today, but you're going to talk with me instead, which is great, because it's lovely to have you alongside.
Yeah, obviously I would love to be out there on one of these beautiful classic bikes, but I have to say I'm quite happy to be in here beside you as well, just talking about it. So yeah, really looking forward to this race.
So this is the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. 2 riders for bikes, 500cc bikes that were raced up to 1966. We've got plenty of Nortons, we've got matchless BMW, and we've got one key, FB Agusta, a bike that was so successful in the 1960s and into the 1970s, but it didn't have a very good day yesterday. We are going to be keeping an eye on it, aren't we?
I honestly think they've done this all just for the television, because this is the bike that I won on previously, and it is probably the best bike in the field. So for us as viewers, this is the perfect scenario. They're at the very back of the grid with only getting, I think they got 1 lap. You can see it on the screen there now is Mike the lap. They're obviously going to start this race. So number 42 on the beautiful MV Augusta.
So they had a cylinder head gasket failure, that's what it was. They took the bike back up to Birmingham yesterday and put the cylinder head back together with a new gasket and came back down about 11:30 last night. So this bike, which you've ridden in the past, I had victory with, we are expecting it to be super rapid, of course, and we've got 2 top riders. Michael Dunlop's going to be starting, Andy Hornby, who's won here in class here at Goodwood in the past as well. How tough is this going to be coming right from the back when you've got 30 bikes going to be lining up on that for the start.
Yeah, so I think the big advantage, if it's going to be an advantage, is the Le Mans Star, because there's quite a lot of elderly men on this grid. There's some of these bikes are really hard to get off the line. Struggle with the tall first gears and different. The clutch doesn't always feel the same as a modern bike. So there's a lot of things here, and obviously the excitement of someone revving the bike beside you and the noise, and you can't hear your own RPM. So there's a lot of things can go wrong. But I think for someone that if you do get a good start, then you could possibly make up a lot of time.
I can understand that. Up front, by the way, Freddie Sheen, the son of Barry, is riding that number 7 bike you're looking at. And he is racing in this race, but actually he's racing another bike. But he's doing a display on a bike that Barry Sheen raced here at Goodwood in the past. So it's lovely being able to have this memory of the 2-time world champion, who was not only a wonderful bike rider, but a fantastic communicator, just an awesome guy.
Yeah, what an awesome thing for his son Freddie to be able to do, and riding in the Barry Sheen race. And I think if we were given the right information, this was the bike that Barry rode 20 years ago himself, the actual bike. So for his son to be able to do that here at Goodwood again in front of all these fans is an amazing spectacle.
There's a lot of dust down there for the oil, so that's a little bit of a concern. But this is how, in theory, this is how the grid lines up, but it's actually going to be a Le Mans style lineup where they run to the bikes. So starting up front is going to be Davey Todd from pole, Steve Brogan second, and Michael Russell third. We've got a Norton 1, 2, 3 on the front row. We've got a Matchless coming in on the second and third rows, and then on the fourth row as well. And watch out for McGuinness, number 45, John McGuinness, one of the superstars of motorbike riding. But there's a lot of top names in this that we will be bringing up as we go through the course of the race. Plenty more Norton. Some of the BMWs not quite as quick. I was talking to the BMW engineers. They were saying, well, our bikes are very original. They haven't been updated in any way. He said some of these Nortons do look a bit more updated. So they were just explaining that. But they are looking for a bit more pace. You can see the Paris Sheen bike down towards the back. And then as we go down towards the very, very back of the field, that MV Augusta 30th, right at the bottom left of the screen, in terms of the texting there, that is going to be Michael Dunlop and Andy Hornby sharing that MV Augusta, which we know is rapid. Okay, the bikes are in position. This is how the race will actually start, not in a grid lineup like they do with the cars. They're going to run across and go for it.
Yeah, this is obviously there's a lot of tension here, and you're waiting on the flag marshal. It's not a light system like in a normal modern day race. So the guys are all there jumping around, getting the bodies warmed up, ready for action. We've got the green flag, so it should be going any second now.
Here we go, get ready for it. We've got the VIPs, as they're called. Many of these are professional bike riders. They don't often start bike races like this in the modern era. Oh, go, no!
Dean Harrison stood there, I don't know what he was looking at. Missed the start massively.
It's a great start for Steve Brogan. He's got away very, very well. Meanwhile, Steve Parrish right down at the back. How did the MV get away?
I think Michael Dunlop's passed up to 10 riders already. Here he goes into turn 1. So yeah, magnificent start for the MV. So like I said to you, it can go one of two ways, really bad or really good, and I think it's gone good for the MV of Michael Dunlop so far.
It's also gone well for John McGuinness. It's John McGuinness, I hadn't realised, because number 12 initially got away very quickly. That's Steve Brogan, but John McGuinness, and that obviously nicked past into the first corner. Look at the lead he's got.
It's unbelievable. So I don't know if he maybe took a little hop or a jump there before the flag, but yeah, very energetic from the young John McGuinness.
Yeah, very the young man, yeah, into his early 50s now. Tommy Hill's going well, number 17. This is where we get a real mixture, and you can see there's a lot of dust down, a lot of slippery areas.
That McGuinness pulling over?
Yes, that is McGuinness. So McGuinness, who was leading, number 45, is looking down.
Yeah, he's maybe dropped a gear selector or something like that. He's looking down at his foot, which means it's either a little bit of oil you can see, or hopefully maybe not a mechanical problem.
Well, you've got Tommy Hill in front now, a British Superbike champion back in 2011. Look at this group.
I think the MV's up to the top 10 already, so we're going to get them across the line here, mate. Yeah, maybe even higher. Here he comes.
Yeah, that's it.
The inside of Richard Cooper. So yeah, I think Michael Dunlop's already well inside the top 10.
But Michael Dunlop, number 42, the the only MV Augusta in this race. Meanwhile, the battle up front, Tommy Hill, number 17, is the leader. Well, look at the slip and slide through here.
I don't envy these guys running through this cement dust right now, but I think after 1 or 2 laps, all the guys are on the same lane, and the lane should clear up, so it should be ready to go.
Third place for Davey Todd at the moment, and across the line they've gone officially 6th place for Michael Dunlop. What an amazing first lap.
Unbelievable start. So I can honestly see him trying to. They've no more issues with the bike. I can see him sort of pulling through here steadily and taking the lead.
Trying to come up onto Richard Cooper, number 4. We've still got this good battle going on up front, though, between Steve Brogan and Tommy Hill. There's not much to choose between them. They're both on Norton Max 30Ms. That's what are the most of we have in this race. More Nortons than we have of Matchless, and certainly more than the MV Augusta. We only have the one of those. Number 23, where you saw that Billy McConnell's in there as well. Ooh, don't slide too much on the dust. Here we go. Look at this battle for the lead.
Awesome here between Steve Brogan and Tommy Hill, but as Michael just takes another position there, I think he's up into 4th position now, 5th, just sitting in behind Richard Cooper. So we'll probably see from a wide shot here the speed of this MV. Look as he just rides past that Mike Norton. So yeah.
MV Augusta, of course, was an incredibly successful bike. It was created in the mid-60s. We've got more battles going on, and still this battle for the lead, and he's going to be joining the battle for the lead in a moment, because he's now trying to go for 3rd position to see if he can get past the number 23 bike of Davey Todd. Not quite there coming into the chicane, but look how close the whole group is.
Yeah, it's awesome, and just because these bikes are sort of smaller horsepower, the slipstream plays such a big part, but it's good to see John McGuinness has got the bike going again. Whatever that small problem was at the start, he's still running, he's in 12th position, so hopefully he can try and get a few positions back up from there.
Don't forget, they'll be swapping these bikes over, and that could change things with different riders. So number 12 is still our leader. It is Steve Brogan, and now being passed is Tommy Hill, being passed by Davey Todd, and Michael Dunlop's in that as well, so there's a real chance for him to get up into a potential podium, but it does depend how the rest of this race goes. Long the way to go yet, 21 minutes.
Yeah, obviously, because these are all what are classed as pro riders now, you still have the amateur or the VIP rider to come after, so it's pretty much irrelevant as to what happens now. You could have some guy come out as a teammate and be 1-2 seconds a lap slower than what the pro rider is, as Michael Dunlop takes another position.
Yeah, Dunlop has got up there again, so he is now up into potential podium position and potential victory, there's no doubt. Remember, this bike came from the very back and it's gone into the lead already. So here we are, we're on the 3rd lap. We haven't got to the end of the 3rd lap yet, and it's into the lead from the very back of the grid.
Yeah, it just showed pure class there, riding past Steve Brogan. So Michael's obviously riding the bike very, very well. Don't take that away from him. But yeah, the MV is indeed another class.
Bit of traffic coming up already for some of the slower bikes down towards the back, but hopefully they can deal with that. But it's not all over yet, because coming back immediately, Brogan has got a chance to get inside. Yep, he does.
Quite a big shake of the head there of Mike and the Dunlop going across the start and finish line, so I don't know if he's maybe signalled to the pit crew that there is a problem. He didn't point at anything or do anything, it was just a shake of the head, so possibly not all going smooth sailing in the MV camp.
The number 63 bike being lapped, Adam Child, that bike, but I don't think that's working quite as well as it should be, because Adam's a quick rider. But nonetheless, the battle for the lead is still going on between these two. Very close. Michael Dunlop, number 42, trying to get back past Steve Brogan after he got past previous lap. Oh my goodness, it's rare to see a pass there.
Yeah, that was a little bit late and loose from Michael back on Steve Brogan, but what a spectacular race to watch here. Even the battle right back to sort of 8th, 9th, 10th position, there's a massive group there of guys swapping places, so Michael's just having a look down here on his left hand side as Brogan sort of comes back up with, slipstream past on the grass.
And he's looking across to say, what's wrong for you? They're kind of nodding at each other, even though they're racing so hard. I love this way that the bike riders can kind of communicate, even when they're doing crazy speeds out the end of the 11th straight, the fastest section of the track. And Michael now it's Brogan who slowed down.
Yeah, I think he went in there slightly hot and maybe didn't get back enough gears and then just lost the drive out of the corner. And these bikes with lower speed is all about momentum, and if you lose that for one corner, you've got to suffer then down the rest of the straight. Davey Todd now takes the lead, and I think Howie Mainwaring is up into second position. Yeah, he's in third. Sorry, just in behind Michael Dunlop for now.
It does look a little bit like the number 42 has got a bit of a problem on straight line speed, doesn't it? He seems to be able to get through the corners okay. Do you think there's any problem?
I don't know whether it would be an old term of there's a bit of foxing going on as to what the bike is doing or what he's looking at. He's a very clever rider, is Michael Dunlop, and yeah, hopefully, I hope that the bike is mechanically sound and makes it to the end of the race, as we all want to see this MV get a good result. But this big crash there on fourth position. I don't know who that is down. If we can.
No, I didn't see which number that was. As the leaders have come through, it was a bike that was pretty far up the order.
They're in fifth, just behind Howie Mainwaring, so there's a bit of a gap there now between Mainwaring and Rutter. So whoever was in that gap has just fallen off. So let's hope they're okay.
Yeah, let's hope so. That's tricky. That's on the exit of St Mary's on the approach down into Levant. Here we are still with the leader, and at the moment it is Davey Todd, but he's under pressure from Michael Dunlop once again. Still in there is Steve Brogan, who's led quite a number of laps here already, and the gaps between all four bikes, in fact, that are up here now. We've got joining in there, we haven't seen this so much, is Howie Mainwaring Smart on the matchless. He's joined in as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, and it's just interesting looking at the lap times there. They're a good 2 seconds a lap off what they were doing yesterday. So obviously this bit of oil, dust down that is in the last chicane and out the back of the track has affected the guys for the first few laps. So hopefully once that clears up, they'll get back to sort of the lap times that they were doing yesterday. So maybe that's why we're seeing different riders in the group that are willing to maybe risk that little bit more just to do the same lap time.
Yeah, well, Davey Todd's just about controlling on the Norton Manx at the moment. This is a 1960 bike. The Nortons were so successful in the Manx races. Now we've got a very different kind of race here at Goodwood, and it's a great entertaining battle that's been going on. Topar rider that went off just a little while ago. We haven't seen any more. They haven't stopped the race, so hopefully the rider okay. Green flag on the area past where he went off, and through Levant corner, out onto the long Levant straight, where they can open up the throttle and just try and tuck down as much as possible to get as high speed as they can through the air. Let's just take another look. Was this the off? Yes, I think it was around this time. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's Tommy Hill, I believe.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. Number 17.
It is Tommy Hill. There he is, just admiring the scenery. So he's up and around and looks okay. So that's good for anyone down there, family or friends that are watching. He seems to be okay. But Steve Brogan has put a little bit of a stretch on here. He was good out the back part of the track, and he's managed to hold that gap. And luckily for him, in the last chicane there, whoever's on the BMW has held up a few people as well. So if he can keep away this gap and not give the other guys a bit of a slipstream, this is good for Steve.
No, that's absolutely right, yeah. They've got a good opportunity. The pit window is open now, so riders are allowed in to swap over. But of course, remember, you've got what they call the VIP riders on the bikes at the moment. A lot of them are true professional racers. They'll be going up to what they call the amateur riders, although I have to say in that group of amateur riders there are some very experienced racers as well. But the pit lane is open, so you will be starting to see those bikes heading in.
Yeah, what we tend to do normally is obviously keep the professional or the VIP rider on the bike as long as possible if there is a decent lap time difference. But we see Michael Dunlop has closed right in here straight away, so I believe there was a little bit of sandbagging going on for them few laps, because he's closed that probably 1 or 2 second gap within 3 or 4 corners. So yeah, this is going to be interesting now. I think the chaos of the pit stop will be happening within the next probably 2 to 3 laps. I think the window's for.
Michael Dunlop just had a little think of going up the inside. Is he going to have another little look into it, into Woodcote? I don't think so. He's going to follow through for the moment, sitting in a fairly comfortable 3rd place on the MV Augusta, and a bike that was one of the early versions that took so much success, the 500cc. It was a version of a 350cc that the team had, and of course it led to Giacomo Agostini going on to 7 World Championship titles. He is now up into the battle once again, and in fact going into the lead once again. So he's managed to nip past, or has he? Is he going to stay there? I'm not sure he is actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of looking going on down the back straight, but yeah, for the team, it's obviously you want to try and get into the pits first. I know that sounds silly because everyone wants to lead, but just for the actual organising of being fit to see pass, see your staff, see the other rider.
They're giving a wave.
Brogan giving him a wave there around the outside.
Are they just playing at this stage? I don't think so. I think they're still pushing on quite hard. Different lines being taken on the exit there and down in towards the land. This is an opportunity to get down the inside, but you've got to be wary because you always want a bit of slipstream on exit, don't you?
Yeah, I believe that's what Steve was waving at. It prefers him to have the draft of the MV down the back straight because he knows he's going to get past. So if he can sit in Michael's slipstream now and possibly pass into the last chicane, then he's got a better chance of getting into the pits early if that's what he wants to do in this lap. Got a back marker coming up here. I think it's Maria Costello, so let's hope that doesn't get involved in the race lead.
No, absolutely. Well, let's see what happens. Michael Dunlop is the leader at the moment as they come out of Woodcote up towards the chicane. Yeah, as you say, just up ahead of them, it is Maria Costello, number 75. She keeps well out of the way. In fact, she's heading into the pits for the pit stop now. So this is still your lead group. Look at it, 4 abreast.
Yeah, it's, because the bikes are quite slow compared to modern bikes. Oh no, is the MV stopped? Oh, this is not good.
Oh really?
Making the lap pulling over.
Oh no.
Oh, what a shame.
And suddenly something happened.
The race really is up for grabs now because you've got 3-4 Nortons there. They're matchless in that group as well. So, that's very disappointing to see the beautiful MV pull over to the right-hand side.
Well, that's really disappointing for Andy Hornby, who was due to take the bike over from Michael Dunlop, and they did so much work on it yesterday, driving up to Birmingham for his team, or the team that run it. They'll be so disappointed as well.
Yeah, I know the work that goes in, obviously riding for that team, as with all the teams, these guys, like say, you drove to Birmingham last night and put all this time and effort into these beautiful bikes, but unfortunately when something is of that time frame and you're trying to do these things on it, we can see Steve Parrish in the pits here and Freddie Sheen, the son of late Barry Sheen, just getting on for his stint.
Yeah, they're a bit further down the order. They're not up in this battle for the lead. Little elbow shove. What does that mean between bike riders?
It's a polite move out of my way. I don't know if we can say the correct term on here, but yeah. So it'll be interesting now to see if anybody in this. We normally put a leg out or a hand out just to signal if you're in a group, just to give the other guys. So if you're coming out of that last chicane, you're going to be rolling off instead of getting on the throttle. But they're all seem to be going for another lap right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So this lead group is still very much the same lead group, but we don't have Michael Dunlop in it anymore. So it is Ian Brogan who is now leading the race, and we'll just have to see. Howie Mainwaring Smart is right up there with the matchless. That's good to see, up amongst the Nortons. That's running quite strongly at this stage.
Yeah, always wanting to see a variation of bikes, but it's interesting. There's 2 or 3 people in this group, so the likes of Davy Todd, his teammate is quite fast as well. Michael Rutter's teammate is quite fast. Steve Brogan's team. So it's really interesting that their partners are going to get on and be within the same sort of position. So it hopefully means there's going to be quite a close race for the second part as well.
They're putting on a wonderful show here at Goodwood as we enjoy the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. We've just seen Barry's son Freddie go out after Steve Parrish has done the first stint in the race, and we're watching a great fight up front between this group of bikes. There's nothing to choose between them, and they still have to make their pit stops and swap over to the other riders, so we could see some big changes in this before the end, but even now you can see it's a good move for Davy Todd, who goes back in front of Ian, and I wonder, are they going to come in yet, or are they going to stay out just that little bit longer?
Yeah, it looks really strong, Davy Todd's bike there. He got an early slipstream off Steve Brogan, but the bike carried on the whole way down the back straight. And there, Brogan, you see him putting his hand out there on his foot, so he signalled, 2, so is Howie Mainwaring Smart. So these guys, they're all coming into the pits now, so this is going to be interesting at the same time. So, like I said, you want to be fit to see your team as Brogan tries to pass in pit lane.
This is funny that the lead group have all come in. It's obviously we're coming up towards the time where you have to have made your stop, and they've all decided to come in at exactly that same time. So it's difficult to make sure everyone gets a clean stop. They will be timed. They can't go out too rapidly, but that's all nicely done, and straight back out there is the number 23. This time George Thomas riding the number 23. It's also a good getaway for Michael Russell, as you mentioned, up with Michael Rutter, the two Michaels. They were right up on the front row at the beginning of this, and they're in good shape, number 68.
Yeah, this is awesome, obviously, for the remaining eight and a half minutes of the race now, to have the lead group as sort of, it's just reoccurred out of the pit lane as what way it went in. So that's awesome. No one's really made any big losses in the pits, I don't believe. And it's going to be one on the track.
It is indeed. Number 12 is now being ridden by Ian Bain. But this has been a really good getaway for Michael Russell. And he is a very experienced racer, a multi-winner of Irish road races and wins at the Max GP as well. He's a top racer. I'm sure you've raced against him plenty.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange pairing, because obviously Davy Todd is a current young rider and Michael Russell is a current young rider as well. So there's going to be a few old boys in the pits after this one having a bit of a moan about the situation of this team. But no, credit to both of them. We're riding that Norton really hard.
Yeah, they are. There's a bit more of a battle for second place that is hotting up a touch at this stage. George Thomas currently in second, number 23, being fought though by Ian Bain, who's had wins, more than 30 wins in historic races in bikes, and he's won at the Goodwood Revival in the past. He's a bike restorer as well, but so he knows how to work on the bike and he knows how to ride the bike pretty well.
Yeah, I think just Thomas is starting to break away there. We just can't see him in the camera shot. Oh, he's number 23. So yeah, this is all heating up now to be a really good battle right to the end, and that's good also for the pro riders, because there's nothing worse than getting off your bike in a good position and then obviously just dropping back. So yeah, it's going to be a good close fought battle right to the end.
Now I've actually missed this because the number 125 bike is actually in front at this stage. So that's Glenn English, because I thought that bike probably hadn't pitted, but it is recorded as pitting at the same time. So I'm a bit confused because I didn't see it in the lead group before the pit stops.
Yeah, so I honestly can't give you any proper information about that. So I don't know. Maybe there's a little problem with our timing screen right now, because that is English currently on the bike now, and I did not see Steve Plater in the front, in or even around the front group. So I think maybe the bike hasn't pitted, or
certainly being shown
a lack of information.
Yeah, our screen is showing it has pitted, and it's going at a good pace, although now the 68 does go past. So that means that we're sort of rejigged to where Michael Russell is in front. So this is the bike that's being officially listed as the race leader. And number 125, but we hadn't seen it earlier on. This is another of the matchless bikes. This bike has been ridden by Wayne Gardner here at Goodwood before, wobbling around a bit. He's certainly going for it.
Yeah, he's trying there as Graham English. So it's very interesting. I don't know how now. Maybe even over the start line now, the timing system. No, he's still in second place. So we've ever not done our job right and not seen that at the start of the race, but.
I think they pitted early. That was the thing. I think what threw us a little bit is that they came in early. Steve Plater was riding it early, and he pitted early. And when they swapped and came out, Glenn's obviously put in some very good laps, and that's what's put him up there. Now he's not leading anymore, but he's still not far behind our race leader. There is our race leader, number 68, Michael Russell, sharing with Michael Rutter. Rutter did the first part. Russell now leading this race, having to get past the number 125, that caught us out a little bit because it wasn't in that lead group that we were so focused on. It was due to a slightly different pit stop time. So that does make sense, and we'll see how this develops. Now, the battle for the final podium slot as well. That's interesting because the number 23 bike has dropped back a few places. So George Thomas has dropped back a touch, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was expecting him sort of to be still in this league group, because from the times in practice and stuff, he was able to put in quite good times. So hopefully there's nothing wrong mechanically with that bike. And then obviously Brogan or Bean is only another 2 seconds behind him. So this battle for Todd and Thomas might end up being off the podium.
Well, let's see how it works. For the moment, it's still the Norton Max 30M that we have plenty of in this race that is leading. But the matchless G50, not so many of this in the race, but it's still very much on the turns. Only 0.7 of a second behind as they went over the line. So I tell you what, Glenn English was still riding this superbly well. The G50 single-cylinder 500 was generally made available for privateers in the late 50s. and competed against the Norton Manx in period, and here we are. We've got the competition carrying on in 2023 between these two major bike manufacturers in the 1960s.
Yeah, and I just had a little glance over at the timing screen there, and like I said earlier, these another number 10
pulling off. Yeah, that's Mick Grant and Jimmy May's bike, so there's Jimmy on it now. That's another Norton Manx, and that's a shame. Of course, Mick Grant, 7-time TT winner, but it's Nick May, I think, who's had to pull off some mechanical issue with it.
Yeah, like I'm saying, so the lap times that English and Russell are doing now are as quick, if not quicker, than what the pro guys were doing earlier. So this is what we mean by having a quality classic riding partner. And yeah, the lead's nearly swapped again. So this is a good battle for the win here.
We have a real battle for the win, don't we? With 3 minutes to go, it is very, very close between the top two now. So you've still got this one to keep an eye on, because Michael Russell, number 68, our race leader, but just look how close behind him Glenn English is keeping the pressure on all the time. Looks to me he's taking a few more risks the way he's riding.
Yeah, he's definitely not lacking in effort, but looking at the time now, so we're down to 2 minutes 46, so that means the guys should get another 2 laps in. So we've got 2 laps of very heated racing here at the tip into turn 1 past the back marker. So yeah, this is going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, that was a wide entry into Madwick for Glenn in second place. Whereas Michael had to go in a little tighter, good exit speed. So what's going on in the battle for third?
Yeah, the battle for third is down to 0.2. So Thomas has pulled nearly 2 seconds on Bean. Oh no, he's through. So Bean is now up into third position past Thomas. So yeah, like I said earlier, Todd and Thomas now have dropped out of that podium battle.
Right, so we've got 2 battles going on, but it's for the win at the moment that we're really focused on, with less than 2 minutes to go. So there's the battle for the final podium slot. That is very, very close indeed. And look at that, side by side as they come down towards Levant and onto the straight, pick up the slipstream. We've got 2 battles. Where are we going to watch? There's the lead battle, and actually this time it is Michael Russell who's pulled away a touch more. My goodness, Glenn was almost on the grass there, just trying to straighten out that curve that you have to do on the way down into Woodcote.
Yeah, it's all about momentum on these little bikes. So yeah, the poor TV man doesn't know which battle to look at. So awesome racing here at Goodwood both for the win and for third position.
Yeah, for the moment it's George Thomas in that third place, sharing the bike with Davey Todd. And here we go then. This is the last lap. The checkered flag will be out when they come around and round the outside. Can it work to take the lead? It is in front, and no, not quite.
A wheel from Mike Russell.
So it didn't quite work, but it so nearly did. This is a great battle between them. We have seen it as an infringement penalty for one bike, but it's not one of the leaders, so it's not affecting anything here that we've got. We've still got a great race for the win.
I think into the last chicane there was a back marker as well that's impeded Ian Bean a little bit, so there's a gap now for third position of a second, so we'll see if that gets closed down. So realistically now, going into this last right-hander, you're probably better off in second position to get the slipstream onto the back straight. So Russell's got a really good run out of there though, so see if English now can get in the slipstream.
Well, it's the other way around, you see. English had already got past. English had already taken the lead, and now, but I think you're right. I think you're right. I think Michael Russell might be timing this perfectly. He let it through on the last lap, and now as they go down the 11th straight, he uses that slipstream speed to go ahead into the final corner, into Woodcote. He's got some traffic up ahead as well, so he's got to be a bit cautious as they come up towards the chicane. There's an attempt by Glenn English. He's done it. He's gone down the inside. Glenn English, what a perfect performance from Glenn English, sharing with Steve Plater. They take the victory in the Barry Sheen Memorial. Second place for Michael Rutter and Michael Russell. Wow, that was stunning. And they worked it so well with their strategy on the pit stops as well, getting in a bit earlier than the others. It worked so well for this group.
And Todd and Thomas have managed to grab the last podium spot, so there was a 2-second gap there at the end, so we didn't see what happened, so maybe the back markers just cost them that one as well. But what a race by Glenn English there to take the win, and the commitment into the last chicane was unbelievable.
It was amazing, and the way that, as you said, I thought that Michael Russell had just basically let him through to then get him back. And it looked as though that system had worked, because it was up at this part of the track where Glenn took the lead before they got onto the straight. But then how they dealt with the other traffic, it did look to me as though Michael was being a bit cautious and Glenn was just going for it.
And if you meet Glenn as a person, he's polite, well-mannered, quietly spoken, and then these guys put the helmets on, and the commitment he showed in there to the last chicane was second to none.
Yeah, well, that was very, very enjoyable to watch, and well done to Glenn English and Steve Plater for winning with the Matchless, beating the Nortons on this occasion, with all the many Nortons that we've got out there, and a slightly smaller number of the Matchless G50s. Both companies became Associated Motorcycles in the 1960s. The two firms were put together, but of course there was great rivalry before that between them, and there's a good rivalry here today, and a wonderful race. And of course we're going to have another race tomorrow, so we'll see if they can repeat this kind of performance again.
Yeah, and it was obviously, like we said, when the pit stop had happened, it was great to see the same group come out again and fight right to the end, which is what we all come here to watch.
Well done, getting a big round of applause from all around the track, because that was superbly ridden by Glenn, and he and Steve will be having some big smiles after taking victory here.
It'd be interesting to see now with tomorrow's race. Is the MV still allowed to compete if it hasn't finished this race? Are they allowed to start again then?
Yeah, they won't. If it wins, of course, it won't win because they put the two results together to get the aggregate result for the complete result, so they won't be able to win it outright, but they could win the race tomorrow if they can get it.
Yeah, so if everybody's coming tomorrow, they can still come and watch a beautiful MV ride round.
Yes, exactly.
I don't believe he thinks he knows he's won. Yeah, he's looking over. I can see him looking at the big screen to see where he finished, and I don't believe he's won, so it'll be good to see his reaction now once he realises that he's actually won the race. This is amazing.
Yeah, really good. Marching his way down, and well done, getting the hugs. Really good stuff. Glenn English.
Yeah, he's got absolutely no idea. Bless him, he stood in bemusement. Look,
I hadn't realised that, because when he was waving on the slowdown lap, I thought, oh yeah, he's celebrating. But as you say, he hadn't actually.
He's just a nice person, and he was waving. But yeah, look, Steve Plater there coming to congratulate him. Look, absolutely. Hope we can't lip read there some of the words that were being said, but yeah, they're absolutely chuffed to bits, and awesome result, especially to see him not actually know that he had won and come into the family there and get told at the time. So yeah.
And that last corner was the story. It was all about the run out of Woodcote into the chicane, dealing with some of the traffic, and he just nailed it. He just absolutely went for it, whereas Michael was just taking things a little bit more cautiously. Understandably, you want to make sure you get to the end safely. But that was great fun. Many congratulations to Glenn and Steve, and let's hear from them with Ed Foster.
Well, what a race it is, as always with the motorcycles. It's absolute chaos. Glenn, let's get you in here as well. Glenn, blimey, I mean, you couldn't have left it any later.
Oh, don't ask me what happened. I never remember anything. I just got my head down and went for it. To be honest, I didn't have a clue where I was. Didn't have a clue. Could have been fifth, could have been sixth. I never expected first, though. Just got my head down. It was good Michael come past, because, yeah, he spurred me on a bit. I had a few slides in mind, I must admit. It was scary.
Well, it was fantastic to watch. Steve, coming here. I mean, that must have been hellish to watch.
Hey, brilliant. It was a tough start of the race, because there's a lot of oil down in places, so it was kind of a little bit reserved and not wanting to throw it down the road. But I think I came in and got off the bike P6, and I was very confident in what Glenn can do. So, and he certainly impressed me. He's my new hero.
Yeah, well, I think he's all our heroes. Right, let's find second place, Michael's. Oh,
sorry to say, that was Sam Cluse's bike that won that race on. And Sam should be here. So,
thank you. Right, the Michaels. Sorry, guys. Let's squeeze in here. Michael, I'm going to have to start with you. Back markers and a very committed Glenn.
Well, Glenn and I go back a long way, and I just love racing against him, and I knew he'd have a go, but there's tomorrow, and who cares? It was so much fun to ride. Great bikes, great circuit, with friends. Just want to say, Mum and Dad have had a hard time, so it's for them.
Cheers, Michael. Very busy opening stint you had.
Yeah, well, I think it was like a GP race out there. There was people. I had a terrible start and tried getting through and had a massive slide. There was lots of oil down at the beginning, and people were going down and losing the front and coming around. And I just tried to be as tidy as I could and pick them off one at a time, and I was so happy when I seen everyone coming into the pits for my changeover. I give it to young Michael here to try and bring it back, and it was just one of those things in the last chicane. I could feel his pain, and he just had nothing to do. When you're in that position, you got slower people in front, you got to be a bit cautious around here, especially there's walls down there. So he did the right thing and brought it back.
Great job, guys. Well done. Let's move on to third place, guys. Here we got George and Davey. David, just been hearing from the other riders, pretty slippy track, quite difficult in the opening stage.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of oil out there, and for us on bikes out there, it's a little bit sketchy, I've got to say. So it made the racing really exciting. That first part that was in there, there was I don't know how many guys were in that battle, 6 or 7 I think it was, and makes for some exciting racing.
Cracking podium and a cracking mullet as well. You just held on at the end there. I mean, blimey, it was you won by sort of inches.
Yeah, it was a close race with watching Davey with the MV and everything. Yeah, obviously I got on it and I ran wide and then on the grass, but I tried to get up there, and obviously we got third place. We're happy with that. Yeah, no, good.
Well, there's tomorrow as well. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, Ed, and wonderful to hear from them. As we look back now at some... Look, this start was funny in itself, the fact that some went and some didn't.
Dean Harrison there, I think he was checking out the weather or the scenery. He's about 5 metres behind everybody else. So, yeah, we'll have to have a word on him about that for tomorrow's race.
John McGuinness made a great start, didn't he? 45. I haven't actually seen that from the other shot, but he was actually leading going into the first corner.
Yeah, it's when athleticism comes to the fore, I think. If anyone's seen or knows John McGuinness, they'll know he's a very athletic person going on his stature and shape. So I don't know how on earth he's managed to win a running race to the other side of the track.
Now, that we had this battle going on up front. It was a real group of bikes, and Michael was very much a part of that as well. But this was exciting stuff, and we didn't quite know if it was all running well.
Yeah, it was. You could see him look down quite a lot and a big shake of the head there as Steve Brogan come past. But he was very aware when the bike did finally break or let go. He pulled right over to one side and it was safe as possible. But it's a shame that the MV wasn't in the battle right to the end of the race.
Yes, it was a great shame that we didn't see it go all the way through. But hopefully we may be able to see it in tomorrow's race. And as you said, it'll have another chance. And we had this great group of bikes up front. But what we didn't initially see was the number 125 of Steve Plater. We did see this tumble, I'm afraid, but all okay. So that was good news.
Yeah, I think there was literally that much action happening in that group of there's probably 6. Well, there's down to 5 there now when Michael can arrive. So yeah, Steve Plater was obviously just off the back of that out of the camera shot, and we didn't quite pick him up.
Yeah, and he made a slightly earlier pit stop, and then after we got to the pit stop, suddenly that number 125 with Glenn on board, he was the one that was really on the attack, and there he managed to find a way past as they came out of the first part of St Mary's into the second part down towards Levant, then the slipstream to come back. He lost that down to second place, and then into the final section he just dived down the inside and took the victory.
Yeah, it would have been nice obviously to see the finish without the 2 back markers, but everybody is out there trying to do their own race, and that's what they're doing today.
So well done to Glenn English and Steve Plater for taking the victory in the first race of 2 here this weekend. And that's lovely to watch as well as they go out and celebrate, the 2 of them together on the bike.
Yeah, it's something obviously you never get to see nowadays in modern racing, obviously, because we don't ever have a teammate and such as well. But to be fit to go out there and ride round, and the guys, I don't think it happens today, but tomorrow they normally have a cigar hanging out of their mouth. So yeah, two quality riders. You could see with the lap times and stuff. Glenn was doing as good a job as Steve was in the first part of the race. So credit to that bike team and riders.
No, very, very impressive what they've done. And the smile when he realised that he had actually won it. He was so happy with what he'd done because he'd managed to get past the bike that he was racing against so hard for so many laps, but he just didn't know it was actually for the win. He thought it was for another position.
Yeah, and if you just see the bike of Davey Todd and a teammate in third, the combined age of that bike is probably the same as the singular age of one of the riders of Plater being in the front, or English, sorry. So yeah, it's awesome here to see the different ages and levels of racers, but when you put them all on these classic bikes, it's a completely different scenario.
Yeah, really lovely to watch, and many congratulations to them. And I'm looking forward to the race tomorrow, Lee, that we'll be covering again, of course, and seeing how this all works out in terms of an overall result, because you do take the two results together to work it out. So the actual winner of the Barry Sheen Trophy, the official winner, will be over the two races for the overall. So although we've had a winner today, they won't be the official Barry Sheen Memorial winner until tomorrow, and we've had the second race.
Yeah, obviously they have to. Not only do the riders have to do the work again, as we see Tommy Hill here waving at the crowd coming back in on his Land Rover after the crash earlier, so glad he's okay. But yeah, so it's more important that the bikes have to do it all again tomorrow. Yes. So that'll be the biggest part. Obviously the riders are all at a similar level, so as we've seen with the MV, unfortunately breaking down, anything can happen in the race of attrition.
Yeah, well, it's the same with cars and bikes from these kind of periods, and in fact it often adds real interest. Nowadays things are almost too reliable. I mean, it's great, of course, for good racing that they stay out there, but this is part of how it used to be. You've got to keep your machinery going somehow, and it's got to be so well prepared that it always goes to the end. We saw that the MV Augusta didn't manage to do that, even though it was beautifully repaired from yesterday. And I have to say, it is a beautiful looking bike, the way they've presented it, but I do hope that the MV Augusta comes back out again tomorrow. But today it's the Matchless that has taken the victory with these two, Glenn English and Steve Plater. And they'll be having an interesting night tonight, building up, hoping that they're going to be able to take the combined victory after the race tomorrow.
If you get into one of my cars, you get in the win.
Good morning, hello, and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
Well, there really is everything here at Goodwood Revival, even a tattoo parlour. Les Hughes, this is your tattoo parlour. Tell us about it.
That's right, our first year here at Goodwood. Nice of them to have us. As I say, I'm Les. I started tattooing in the 40s, and I started something in 1953 called the Bristol Tattooing Club. It's the biggest tattooing club in Britain to this day as well. And I was the godfather of tattooing.
bit.
and you can see he's near enough right on the back of him now.
But there is an investigation on that number 78 car. Look how close it's coming into Jenson Button. I think he's got a real chance to get past Jenson's car's just not going as quick as it was earlier on. As they go across the line, it's down to 0.2 of a second. He's going to have a look into the first corner. We have a change of lead. Jenson Button drops down to second place as Richard Bradley takes the lead in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. But is he going to be able to hold it? There is a pit stop infringement investigation currently being taken, and I suppose it's not impossible. Jenson might have been told that and told, don't worry. Oh, that's a funny noise.
Very good. I was just wondering if there is a problem, because he was in the 130s, nearly in the 129s not long ago. He's now in the 132s, so that doesn't sound very healthy at all, does it?
Now we know what the penalty is. So tell me what it is, Alice, the penalty.
So car 78, which you could say was our race leader, is a 10-second penalty, and car 11 as well. So that puts Button and Buncombe back in the lead, but it's not going to be for very long. The gap technically is 5 seconds.
Jenson Button's in. Jenson Button is retiring. So I tell you what, Richard Bradley may still win this race, even with the penalty, because Jake Hill is a long way back. Once you apply the penalty, he's 11 seconds back. But what a shame for Jenson and for the crew. And it looks as though the podium is going to go the way still of another penalised car, the car that Sam Hancock is...
Penalty podium, isn't it?
Yes, a penalty podium. There are going to be two sets of drivers, two pairs of drivers who end up with a penalty but still end up on the podium, which is quite impressive. But it looks as though that is going to be the way it is. And we've got the time ticking away. I think he's going to get over the line just before the checkered flag comes out. It's going to be quite close. They got the timing wrong on the pit stops. Hopefully the timing won't go wrong at the end of the race.
No, let's have a look. I think it'll be close. He's coming into Woodcote Corner now, so he's gone through the middle sector, and usually the last sector's around about 24 seconds. So this is going to be close. I think he's just about with around about 7 seconds, I'm guessing, left on the clock. There we go. He crosses the line. So this will be our final lap.
Yeah, we're onto it. We're onto the last lap here, and it's the number 78 car that's on target for victory. The 1957 Maserati 250S, being driven by Richard Wilson initially, and now Richard Bradley, who has set some very, very impressive lap times, chasing down the Jaguar C-Type of Alex Buncombe and Jenson Button, that sadly has now retired from the race completely because there was something going wrong with the C-Type. But nonetheless, Richard Bradley hunted down the C-Type while it was still out there, moved ahead. Then we gathered he got a penalty because they came into the pits too early. There was a strict limit of when you were allowed to come in the pits. They came in just a few seconds early. They got a 10-second penalty. Looked like they weren't going to get the victory, but that's not the truth. They are going to earn the victory as long as he can make it round the final part of the lap.
I know, it's not near the end yet, but a great display of great driving, and hats off to Richard Wilson as well. He got it off the line and he made a place, didn't he, over the 55 car of Nigel Webb as he's coming down the back straight now, Levant straight, and heading into Woodcote Corner. Only a few more corners now to navigate, and he's going to bring the Maserati home to a great victory.
Into the chicane for the final time. Richard Bradley in the Maserati 250S takes victory in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy at Goodwood. The first race of this 2023 Revival weekend, and a dramatic race as well. Doing it with a 10-second penalty, he has still managed to take outright victory. Well, let's take a look at the result then of the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. And it was the two Richards, Wilson and Bradley, who took victory in the end. Even with a 10-second penalty, they won it by nearly 10 seconds from Gregor Fiskin and Jake Hill, with Fred Wakeman and Sam Hancock finishing in third place in the Jaguar C-Type.
can hear the roar of the engines behind us. The cars are taking to the track for the St Mary's Trophy, the first one of this weekend. Now, the crib sheet for the St Mary's Trophy is pretty impressive. The calibre of drivers in this race is phenomenal. David, who should we be keeping an eye out for?
Well, it's a fan favourite race, and you can just see them leaving the assembly there. They're a great mix of cars and drivers. Obviously, Rob Huff, Mark 1 Jaguar in pole position, one to look out for. Great driver, never knowingly drives in a straight line when he can avoid it. But right behind him, you have Romain Dumas in that Ford Thunderbird. It's got 350 horsepower on the bonnet. In case you didn't realise how much power you've got. Doesn't sound like a lot these days, but can you imagine 350 horsepower in 1959? So this huge, powerful American car. Then right behind him, Jenson Button, who I think has done a great job in that pretty little Alfa Romeo, that 1959 car. I mean, his first time he was in the car, Richard Meaden's driving it in part 2, but Jenson's got that car and he's going to be really going for it. And but right behind him, he's got some really quick drivers.
Well, fingers crossed things go Jenson Button's way, because it was commiserations yesterday when he had some technical problems with his car. So fingers crossed he has a nice, smooth, clean race. Some of the other drivers to look out for: Gordon Shedden, Matt Neal, Tiff Needell. I mean, it's a phenomenal lineup.
The list goes on and on. Right behind the top 3, you've got Jimmy Johnson, NASCAR hero. He's in a little A40. He's loving Goodwood, and he's getting really to grips with this track, having driven a lot less miles than some of the other drivers. Andy Wallace, I spoke to him, legend. He's another Mark 1 Jaguar. He really fancies his chances, but he had a few issues with the car earlier, so hopefully he's sorted that out and the car can get him to the line, because that is the big thing in this historic racing as well.
So what is the strategy when you're coming into the St Mary's Trophy? It's a 25-minute long race, so really there's not a huge amount of time, there's not a huge amount of strategy at play.
There's no strategy for these guys. These are just races. This is a sprint race, as far as I know. No driver changes. They're just going to go for it.
Excellent. Well, on that note, we are just moments away from the St Mary's Trophy starting. Let's go down to Ed.
Well.
So the cars are out there just coming around to get onto the grid, and we've got some wonderful cars as we were talking about and hearing from, and also some interesting situations from qualifying yesterday. Tom Christensen was one of them that we will be watching out for a little bit, because Tom had a problem with the Austin A90 that he's racing here this weekend, and he's ended up down in 24th place on the grid, car number 70. So that's going to be one that we will definitely be keeping an eye on. A rather lovely little Saab, Alex Brundle is driving, number 44. You're just seeing it in the shot going through the chicane very slowly at the moment. That is the slowest car. It's not Alex being slow, he's always rapid, of course, but it's a lovely little 750cc two-stroke machine, and it's great to see it here at Goodwood this weekend, even if it is not the most competitive car that Alex is going to be racing in.
Alex said that he's deaf now after racing that, but he had a lot of fun. But as you said, not the fastest car, he's usually very quick, but the cars are coming out now onto the grid, and it's what a great sight out of our commentary box window.
Yes, it really is, and these are beautiful cars from the 1950s. So, saloon car races from 1950 to 1959, but this St Mary's Trophy Part 1, it's a two-part race. It is with the star drivers, and we have an incredible list of drivers that have such success, such heritage in their world of motorsport, whether that's from Formula One, from Le Mans, from other forms of sports cars, touring car racing as well. Some of them, of course, have then become stars in historic racing over the years. So wonderful lineup of drivers. We will, of course, try and mention as many of them as we can. For example, a little gold and red car you can see down towards the back. That's the Ford Prefect, and that's Matt Neal, many-time British touring car champion, who's driving that car, number 8, down at the bottom of the grid. It is lined up, it will be lined up in 25th place. In fact, yes, it's alongside Tom Christensen's car. I mentioned 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen. He's driving car number 70, which is lined up that far down on the grid as well. I think there may be more pace in the Austin. I think Matt Neal did get plenty of laps in the Ford, and it didn't really deliver the sorts of lap times he was hoping, but we shall just have to wait and see, and we will find out later on. A couple of cars we gather have not been able have not been able to turn up, so let's hope. And in fact, one of them is Andy Wallace's car, I've just been told. Number 25 might not be on lining up on the grid. We'll have to have another look. We shall see in a moment and see if it has made it there, because actually, it should be on the second row of the grid. There is our front row. Rob Huff on the far left-hand side as you look at it in the Jaguar Mark 1. He's on pole position. Ford Thunderbird of Romain Dumas is in the middle there, the big machine. And then Jenson Button, he's on the outside. Yes, that's right, the Formula One world champion who was racing so well yesterday. He starts on the outside of the front row this time.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very, very exciting race. It's a fan favourite, so definitely going to be one of my favourites for this weekend. We've got, as you said already, Ben, a stellar lineup, as it looks like now mechanics are just starting to clear the grid.
Indeed, yeah, so the grid is beginning to clear up now, and we're going to be seeing plenty of cars going racing with some top drivers. Looking forward to St Mary's Trophy Part 1.
20 seconds and counting.
Well, the mixture of gasoline and air can be exploded just the way it is.
Ignition sequence start.
But we get more power out of it if we compress it before we explode it.
2, 1.
We're all set.
All engine running.
Go, go, go! So the cars for the St Mary's are about to come out. Here's the lineup on the grid. Rob Huff, Romain Dumas, Jenson Button on the front row. We are missing both cars from the second row. I don't know what's happened to Andy Wallace and Andrew Jordan. They're missing Jimmy Johnson, Stuart Graham and Benoit Troluia next up, with Karun Chandok in the standard Vanguard and Marino Franchitti in the Austin A35. He lines up in 10th place on the grid. Further down the order, the likes of Colin Turkington, Anthony Reid and Tom Ingram. What a group of touring car racers right alongside each other. Then Gordon Shedden, another brilliant touring car racer. Nicholas Minassian, Gary Paffett, Max Chilton's down in 17th place. Tony Jardine is 16th. David Brabham in 19th place, and one of the most experienced, Richard Atwood, in 20th. Tiffany Dell's down there with Jochen Mass. Rowan Atkinson doing this first stage in the Jaguar Mark 7. Matt Neal and Tom Christensen. I've just had a message from Jason Plato to say he's raced that Ford Prefect in the past. Now it's Matt Neal. Isn't it ironic? The two great rivals have raced the same car. Mark Blundell and Alex Brundle are at the back. And Alex, I know, will struggle a bit with the Saab, but it's going to be fun to see how it all goes. So there we are. We'll see those cars doing their warm-up. Now, that's actually Stuart Graham's Jaguar Mark 1, which has not managed to get off the grid.
No, so I'm guessing they'll have to push that into the pit lane, which is really unfortunate. So that'll make it then the third car, if he can't get it going, to not start the race. They are trying, so the mechanics are inside, desperately trying to get it go. Is it firing? It looks like it might have fired up. He'll probably have to join the back of the field. I'm not entirely sure where the rest of the field have got to on circuit, but at least he's got it going.
Yes, thankfully for that. One of the several Jaguar Mark 1s around. We've got one on pole position as well. Here you can see a little white car that's weaving around there. Colin Turkington in the BMW, a little 700cc machine-powered engine in the back of the car, in the boot of the car, effectively. But he's obviously been enjoying driving it.
Yeah, and I think seeing it is the one with the least amount of power on the grid, I thought he did a great job to qualify in 11th place. Obviously, because we're missing Andrew Jordan and Andy Wallace, he's gained a couple of spots already. There we have the Thunderbird, the 7-litre Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah, this is a real monster of a machine. And it's being driven by a man who's looking for a hat-trick of victories in the St Mary's Trophy. Last year, he won with the Ford Galaxy 500. And the year before, he won with this car, the Ford Thunderbird, in 2021. So can he make it a hat-trick of victories? He's got great pace. This is a real possibility, Alice.
Yeah, it certainly is. Going to have the ump for sure, I would say, down that back straight. But Rob Huff's not going to make it easy for him. And you can be safe with that. Rob has been very competitive around Goodwood all the time. And I can tell you, he's going to be charging down into turn 1. And there he is, just pulling up into first place. Has a little bit of a check over his left-hand shoulder. should I say, just to make sure that the rest of the competitors are lining up there as we'll be heading off very shortly.
What a great lineup it is. There's Jenson Button's car. He's getting ready to go in that one. We have, for some reason, lost both Andrew Jordan and Andy Wallace from the second row. And as we've seen, Stuart Graham is going to be starting from the back, I think. The Mark 1 Jaguar that we saw will probably have to line up at the back, won't we, Ellen?
We'll come into pit lane. Let's have a look what he decides to do. Now he's going to line up at the back.
Yeah, looks like it. So Stuart's got a bit of work to do from back there, which is a little bit of a shame for the 81-year-old son of Leslie Graham, a 500cc world motorbike champion back in 1949, and then a great success as a race driver himself. Right, we're all set for the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 with the star drivers to get underway here at Goodwood. The flag waves and we're underway, and it's a good start from all three on the front row. Rob Hoss trying to get away, but Roman Dumas in the Thunderbird has gone ahead. Roman Dumas using that extra horsepower that he's got in that big American machine. Jenson Button trying to go around the outside in the red machine. He's trying to go around the outside, but it doesn't quite work. He settles into third place behind Rob Huff.
Yes, Jenson was really going to try it around the outside of turn 1, but the Thunderbird is go. The Thunderbird has streaked ahead, but we've seen different characteristics. Our onboard car there is Karun Chandok. He's had a very busy weekend and a very clean start to the race.
Yeah, on board with Karun. That's fun to see as you've got the battle going on, and that's a really good little... Oh, nearly goes wrong, doesn't it?
Very, very close. Side by side. They're going to make ever so contact. They just about, but joining in, they're going to have a three-way battle for third place.
Benoit Truluia is in that green car. He's got past Jenson Button, but also joining in the fun and games is Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR star. So it's all going on. You're on board right now with Jenson Button and the Alpha Giulietta, this very pretty machine, and it's just not quite going for him on this opening lap, having started from the front row, and there's Benoit Truluia going past him.
Yeah, so Jenson, he knows his experience. We don't need to roll through his history. And there, again, so getting very close, round the outside.
That's Karun.
That's Karun. Where's Karun come from? He's going to brave it round Woodcote. Has he got the car stopped? He just about has. It's a little bit sideways as we're coming now in to close the opening lap.
So Karun Chandok's got past Jenson Button now as well, as the rest of the field comes through. So far so good, kept pretty clean. Tiffany Dell just running through there, and the Javelin as well. Further down there's Rowan Atkinson in the number 7, Mark 7 Jaguar, back on board with Jenson Button there. So he's dropped down from the front row to 6th place. Karun Chandok in the car ahead. He's just ahead there. They've both got the onboard cameras, so we're going to get lovely views of both of them racing against each other. And Jenson Button trying to get a little closer to the back of the standard Vanguard.
Yeah, this is going to be a great onboard. As you said, Karun in the Vanguard, he's weaving. Oh, that rear is weaving all over the place as Karun's trying to feather it through board water. And they come in, no gear changes for Jenson, and he sent a lot more speed than Karun into the first part of St Mary's. He uses a little bit of curve on the left-hand side. He's going to have a good run as if Karun, he changed the gear in the middle of the corner, but no, Karun's just got a little bit better pace as they head now into the back.
Yeah, and this is where you get the exit onto the straight. You've got to get a good exit. He has done well, although ironically you don't really want to be side by side with somebody just there. Now you've got to pick up the slipstream, but the Vanguard actually has a decent amount of power. It's a 2.5-litre engine, and it works pretty well in the standard. That's where we saw him overtake Jenson last lap around, and that is working down the straight. So I think Jenson Button's, the Giulietta, is not quite so powerful. It's quick through the corners, but it doesn't quite have the same power in it.
No, and I believe is that Tom Ingram behind Jenson Button, but look at the fight now, Ben, for the lead. The 1.2 second gap has closed right down.
This is interesting to me because Roman Dumas in the Ford Thunderbird, it's a big heavy car, and the brakes do take a bit of a pounding, even though this is not a track where you have to brake hard too often. But with a big heavy car like this, it can be a bit of a suffering, and I think Anthony Reid was just past there. Yeah, so I mentioned that Tom Christensen was making up ground. He's up to at least 10th from where he started in 24th place.
Yeah, what a come through. I mean, very experienced racer, of course, 9 times Le Mans winner, is charging through the field, and now we have Colin Turkington in the beautiful BMW 700 having a nice close battle there with Marino Franchitti for 35.
That's great stuff, isn't it? Meanwhile, third place at the moment, Jimmy Johnson in that little Austin A40, the one you're looking at right now. The NASCAR multi champion, but he's still being chased down by Benoit Treluillet. Now there's Jenson Button in the number 34 car, holding on to Karun Chandhok. Chandhok sliding around a bit more again. They're getting into the section. We know the Standard Vanguard has a decent amount of pace in a straight line. Whether it'll maintain it all the way, we'll see. The Giuliette's just a 1.5-litre engine, so it's 1,000cc down on what the Standard has, but of course it's lighter as well, and sometimes that can be an advantage when you get to the corners as they head down into Woodcote.
Oh, it's getting very close. We saw slightly further up the road there. That is the number 2 car, Relay, getting ever so sideways, battling with Jimmy Johnson in the 138.
Yeah, Treluillet almost made it through there. You're absolutely right. You can see that from the onboards. Meanwhile, Jenson Button is still right on the tail of Karun Chandhok. Karun Chandhok's bonnet is flapping.
Yeah, let's hope that stays pinned down, because otherwise his vision will be pretty much non-existent as he drives. You can see the constant corrections that are going on the wheel, and Button looks close here, Ben, coming out of the first corner, Madrick's corner, but he just doesn't have quite the straight line speed down the straight compared to Karun, does he?
No, not quite. Let's see how it goes. Romain Dumas still leading. The gap over Rob Huff was just under a second as they went over the line last time around. So it is still a good battle up front, there's no doubt about it. And this battle for third, this group is effectively fighting for third. There's the leaders, so there you are. They are still very close to one another. The Ford now going into the Levant straight where that extra power from the big engine will help. And then you've got this tiny little Austin A40, always a very successful car when it was racing in the early 1960s as well. Oh, we've got something else going loose.
Yeah, that looks like, I can't work out, is that number 26 car, is it? Yeah, that's had a little bit of issue at the rear as the Thunderbird now streaks into Woodcote corner. The gap looks a little bit bigger, I would say, compared to previous. Romain Dumas has done the fastest middle sector overall, and that is a good, actually half a second quicker. But, just as I say that, heading into the final part of the chicane there, the gap's back down to, I would say, around about 7/10.
Yeah, I think that's one of the slower corners, of course, so braking later that you can do in the Jaguar Mark 1 than you can in the Ford is a big, big help. We're back on board with Karun Chandhok, and he's looking in his mirror quite a lot here. You see where Jenson is.
Yeah, he's got to look in front because he's about half a second off the number 2 car, Relay, in front, and then he's got the job of trying to defend from Jenson Button, who seems to be better through the corners, doesn't he? The lighter car through the corners, but just doesn't quite have the pace down the straight. So Karun's stuck in that sandwich there, where he's got to look forward, but also keep an eye on his mirrors as well.
Yeah, it's making for fun and games. So you're on board with the car behind. So you're on board with Jenson Button now. Right up behind Karun. Oh, he's got a great run here. Oh, I'm not sure there's a chance to quite get alongside yet.
Oh, he's going to have a good go. He's foot to the floor, Jenson will be. Probably jumping forward, I expect. We'll see soon in his seat, trying to will the car on down the straight. But meanwhile, we saw a great view of the Benoit and John.
Oh, Karun's lost it. I was just thinking he's a bit wide. He's just lost it. Thankfully, no contact made. You get to watch it on board as he recovers. Great recovery, 360, and he's back on track.
Yeah, like a pro.
Yeah, he's cross with himself, though. You can see that. He was cross with himself.
We've had to come away because there might be some language being thrown about in the cockpit of his car there. But that's so unfortunate. But he was being pushed really hard by Jenson. This is the replay. As you said, he did get ever so wide, looked like he might be able to save it, and then no. And I tell you what, Jenson Button did a great job. Still got those reactions, hasn't he, to just avoid the spinning Karun. We'll have a look. Oh, that was so close.
That's scary when you see how close it is, but at least he was on the outside. The car was heading in, so that was good news. And he did a fantastic job of saving it and getting back out. Let's see, where is he as he crosses the line? Chandhok has dropped down to 11th position as a result of that. Meanwhile, what's happening up front?
Yes, I think we had a change for the final podium position. Benoit's got past Jimmy Johnson, but we'll keep an eye on that battle because that was really getting quite fruity. We saw Benoit try and dive one down the inside a couple of times, and Johnson trying to fight back. as this is the battle that we're seeing now on screen. So yeah, he definitely has got through, but Jimmy Johnson taking as much curve as you possibly can, and some grass and a bit too much, but doesn't actually seem to have lost in that much time. So good off-road car as well, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's trying to get the exit out of Levant as perfect as possible. There's a touch between them. Not ideal, is it, that they're still going? Two Austins, two different Austins. The green one is the Austin A105, a title-winning car of the British Saloon Car Championship in 1958, the sort of car that Jack Sears took that first ever trophy with. And then you've got an Austin A40, and Doc Shepherd took a title of the BSEC in 1960 with one of those. But look at how they're racing.
That's the Ford Thunderbird, is it, that slowed down?
No, that's one towards the back. That's been going a little bit slowly generally, just keeping out of the way.
I thought, oh dear, trouble for the lead, but back to the pictures here. Look who's joined the party. Ding dong, here comes Jenson Button. He's right up on the back of this battle now. They're slowing each other down a little bit. Just look at the timing screen. Tom Christensen has made his way past Tom Ingram, so will we soon see Christensen approaching the back? There we are, the headlights bobbing along on the bumps. I think it's going to be pretty soon before we see him join this battle, because at the moment he's lapping quicker than the cars in front.
So there you are, there is Tom Christensen, having started from 24th position. Tom is now into 6th place, and as you say, potentially he's going to be able to actually get into this battle for a podium. Jenson Button currently lying in 5th place, 4th place for Jimmy Johnson. Benoit Trellouillet is just there in 3rd at the moment, but not for long, because here comes Jimmy down the inside. He's taking the line, but then it's about the exit of the corner and getting the speed down the straight.
Yeah, Jenson's trying to get as much into the toe of the Austins as he can, and the battle continues. Look, they're just going to keep swapping places, and Tom Christensen, if I was him, I'd be thinking, yeah, you lot just carry on, because that's helping me stream up to the back. But Jenson's having a real close look here, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, he's their way through. Always a bit of a tricky one as you come into Woodcote to get alongside, but there are opportunities. A bit of smoke coming from Trellouillet's car.
I think that was tyre smoke.
Okay.
So sideways that those tyres are producing a lot of smoke. And look, within one lap then, Christensen is on the back of this battle. He could get a podium here.
He could, you're right, from 24th on the grid. That is Tom Christensen, 9 times winner of Le Mans. And here he goes already down the inside, trying to get past Jenson Button. Jenson gives him space, but at the moment Jenson holds on to that 5th place, fighting for 5th, but only just ahead of them. We've got 4th and 3rd as well. Look at the bouncing around as it continues here for Tom Christensen. The car had a front wheel just come off in qualifying. That's why he ended up so far down on the grid. Thankfully, it hadn't actually damaged the car, and this Austin A90 is going really well in the race itself.
He was having a little look there into the first part of St Mary's. What a shot of these cars really leaning on the outer edge as they go through that first part of the corner, and then they stream out of the second part of St Mary's up the fairly steep hill into Levant corner. We have a back marker that will hopefully get out the way, but the battle continues. They're so close together.
Actually, Button got a good run through there, because the top two, Trellouillet and Johnson, got so sort of tied up. Look at this, side by side. Here comes Tom Christensen, and I think he's got some pace. On board with Karun briefly, but now back on board with Jenson. Oh my goodness, they're going through lapping cars as well. That was tight.
Wow, they'll say, no, it wasn't tight at all, plenty of room, but wow, within a lap, he's paved the way through already and into the podium position.
Yeah, that's Tom Christensen up to 3rd place already. You're on board with Jenson Button, you can see him. Oh, and he's still battling away with Jimmy Johnson in the little number 138 Austin A40, who sneaks in between the two other cars. And Jenson Button is still at the back of this little group. Now Tom Christensen is at the front of the group.
Wow, what a battle we are witnessing right now, and you will never, anywhere else will you see a battle like this with these incredible names of motorsport racing. Great cars, but also so closely against each other with just over, believe it or not, 11 minutes left to go. Time flies when you're having fun.
It really does. Jimmy Johnson trying to get to Trellouillet again. I'm going up the inside. The onboard is lovely too, because I remember, so many years of watching Jenson Button in a Formula 1 car. His steering is usually so smooth. There's never any correction. It's a very different story when he's driving these historic cars.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's the style while of having to try and get them to go around the corner. As you can see, the Benoit train has continued. He gets all squirrely on the brakes going up to Levander. This is the perfect shot we're going to have of Jensen. He's going ever so sideways, and just when you're trying to get your foot flat to the floor, but respectful racing with that.
It is, yeah, so far anyway. They've kept it clean so far. We've still got over 10 minutes to go in this race. Romain Dumas is still the race leader in the 4th Thunderbird. He has an advantage of over 2 seconds, but we're still focusing on 3rd, 4th, 5th. There is our race leader in the big Ford, chased by Rob Huff in the Jaguar Mark 1, which is still on the pace. We've got some other little battles going on. Colin Turkington fighting away here with Gordon Shedden. Isn't that fun? Great touring car drivers who've had so many hard races against each other over the years. Both champions in similar years against each other, trying to fight each other for the title of British touring cars. And here we are. We've got Colin Turkington, that little white BMW. Meanwhile, we go back with Jenson Button again, because he's also now trying to get past Trujillo. He's got a better position this time.
Yeah, he was having a little look, and he's still continuing to do so, having a look up the inside, but he's just not. A little knock over to the right-hand side to try and squeeze Jensen, but we know that's not going to work, and I think he's going to get the position. Is he going to get the car stopped as they're coming down now into the first part of their berries? Let's have a little look. So, yeah, Benoit has lost 2 places there, Ben.
I wonder if that's partly what...
Oh, no, the car stopped.
Jensen running wide. He's gone the grass. He's trying to sort it all out. You're on board with Jensen. So our onboard cameras are with drivers who are just making the odd mistake every now and then. And having gone past both of them, he's just lost it back again.
I did wonder whether he'd be able to get the car stopped. He was on the tighter line there, trying to go down the inside. We're going to have 3 wide then.
And that was so clever, the way Trujillo just gave him room there. I thought there was going to be contact, but he got out of the way. And in fact, the Alpha looks to me, as things are getting hotter and hotter and they're getting more and more laps in, well, I say that, but actually the Austin is coming back in a straight line. It's still got that straight line speed. I'm just not sure it's got the grip it had earlier, because Benoit's been sliding it around so much. I think those tyres have gone off a bit, look.
See the smoke, but look, we've got the 2 drivers here of Jenson Button. Oh, Benoit's gone slightly wider, and the same Jimmy Johnson going side by side through Woodcote, which is a rare sight. But yeah, as you said, Ben, Benoit has really used those tyres, smoking themselves, hopefully not to pieces, but they're really starting to wear down as he's just put to the floor, had the benefit of the straight line speed. Jensen's having a look, keep it clean, boys, do they? Look at these beautiful shots for riding back on board with Jensen.
That was such great control once again. They're all having great fun here. Jimmy Johnson in the little Austin A40, the Americans NASCAR superstar. What a different car. You could not drive a different salute car to a NASCAR, could you? The little Austin A40, and yet look, he's just got back past Jenson Button.
I tell you what, you can't pick who's going to take this 4th place. This battle is for 4th place now. It's certainly got back marker just getting out of the way. That's Alex Brundle, yeah. the Saab, doing a great job of letting this battle continue. But the production team got a tough job with the onboard camera there. We don't know whether to look forward or look backwards.
I know, there's so much going on. It's great fun. And it really is. Jenson Button battling with Jimmy Johnson. When you think that Jenson's actually been doing some NASCAR this year, NASCAR racing. He drove a NASCAR car at Le Mans this year, raced it at Le Mans, and he's up against Jimmy Johnson, who's one of the great NASCAR champions in the United States, and there are 2 such very different cars here, and here comes Jenson again trying to get past him.
Yeah, he's having a look. He's keeping it nice and clean. He's very close to the rear of Jimmy's car. Going down into Woodcote. They'll go into the chicane. Jimmy getting a little bit out of shape on entry, but he actually did a good job to get it tidy for the second part. But it looks like Benoit has probably used up all his tyres now.
So we just saw Christensen. He's in a pretty comfortable 3rd place. Meanwhile, by the way, Romain Dumas has opened up the lead to 3.4 seconds. I don't think the 4th Thunderbird is dropping off. I thought it might in the high temperatures with the big heavy car. But at the moment, this car is still in 2nd place. That's Rob Huff. Lovely shot of it. He's still sliding it in a very good style. It's not over-sliding. but he hasn't quite got the pace of that Ford Thunderbird. This is a circuit that suits big engine machines, there's no doubt. It's fast, there are not too many slow corners, and the Ford Thunderbird is making the most of it. So I tell you what, at the moment, Romain Dumas is on target for his hat-trick in the St Mary's.
He is. He got the great start off the line, didn't he? As you can see, just drifting it fully sideways round Woodcote Corner. A big, heavy machine, and very powerful in a straight line with that 7-litre engine underneath the bonnet, as he's making use of all the available road on the exit of the chicane. He's got a little bit of traffic, and when it steams past our commentary box window, you can always tell by the sound which car is going past. But meanwhile, this battle here is still raging between Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, he's got a chance again, and this time it looks as though Jenson is going to be back up in front as they come into Woodcote Corner. Nicely lined up. The Austin A40 didn't have quite the same pace there. That's being kicked up by somebody running a bit wide. Nice through the chicane as well. Composed and controlled from Jenson Button. That's the sort of thing we expect to see, but Tom Christensen is still pulling away from them. But Tom is a long, long way from Rob Huff and Romain Dumas. There's a massive gap between the top two and then the rest of the group. But don't forget, Tom Christensen came from 24th place to get up to 3rd to fight against these guys. He's got the pace, but he isn't going to be able to catch the leaders now.
No, he isn't. And actually, Jenson Button, even though battling there, just set a personal best lap time. And there is Karun that had that unfortunate spin. He's still down in 11th place. So he's not been able to make any moves. But Jimmy Johnson's had enough of looking at the rear of Jenson Button's car. They're going to go, no, they are they? Yes, side by side through St Mary's.
Yeah, lovely. They've got such regard for each other, but they're going to race as hard as they can, no doubt. Meanwhile, further back, we were watching the Turkington-Shedden battle. That's still going on. I can tell you that's still incredibly close between Colin Turkington and Gordon Shedden in another of the Austin A40s, like the car that Jimmy Johnson's driving, number 138. So that's still going on. At the moment, Colin Turkington is in 8th place, Shedden is in 9th. Then we've got Marino Franchitti holding on to 10th, as you say, and staying ahead of Karun Chandok, who is down in 11th place. Hasn't managed to jump back up from that point as yet. As we go back on board with this lovely views, we've got various onboard cameras with Jenson giving us a great angle. This is looking back, of course, at Jimmy Johnson as they come down into the chicane. This is where you don't want to hit those curves too much. You sometimes see them touched, and sometimes you see them hit quite hard.
Yeah. No, we don't want to see any of that as Jenson streaks down the straight now in his Albert. Jimmy Johnson closely behind in the Austin A40. So he's still dancing, still battling behind that wheel. Constant corrections going on, a slight variation of line there as well. As Jenson, we've got the number 26 of Mark Blundell pulling off.
Again. In the same place he did in practice, yeah.
Well, hopefully they've still kept the chair out there for him that he was sat in yesterday.
He's not having much luck this weekend with that car for whatever reason. At least he got a few more laps in this time because it failed out on him very early yesterday. Meanwhile, we're still watching this wonderful show between Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson, who are thoroughly enjoying themselves. And there's the other one I was talking about, Colin Turkington versus Gordon Shedden. This is remarkable, this little tiny BMW with its 700cc flat twin engine based on a motorbike engine that BMW put into the back of that little car. A time where rear engine cars really weren't around. This is from 1959, and it's up against the Austin A40, which was a brilliant Austin that went into racing as well, but was so many people's road car. It was convenient. It was almost like a little hatchback car that suited so many families, but it's also a great racer.
No, it certainly is, and a great battle, and I'm sure they're keeping it clean. As again, this battle, and Jimmy Johnson's just run slightly wide. Can he recover it? Yes, he does. That's the exit of Woodcote as they feed through the chicane. But just having a little look at the timing screen, Ben, we've seen it in previous races that traffic can play a big part here. The gap now for the lead has come down to 1.5 seconds, so Romain Dumas has clearly had some traffic somewhere along the lines. It was up, I'm sure it was up to around about 3 seconds at one point, so the gap's come down, so we'll keep a close eye on that, on our timing screens, as we continue to watch this battle that we've been watching for the majority of the race. So there we go. There's the leaders on your screen. And Rob Huff losing around about 0.4 of a second compared to Dumas in the first sector, and it doesn't look like there's too much traffic further up the road, as they are quite far ahead now, coming into the final part of the lap.
Colin Turkington still fending off Gordon Shedden for the moment, but as you say, we are getting into the very closing stages of this race, so it still could change. I think these two are both loving what they're doing, and they've driven many touring cars over the year, but I wonder if they've raced something quite like this in the past. It seems like Colin can brake very late with the BMW, but this time Gordon's as close as ever. Has he got a bit more straight line speed as they go on to the long La Mans straight? No, I'll tell you what, that engined BMW is surprisingly fast in a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And actually, even though these two are battling away, they are closing up to the back soon, I would say, of Tom Ingram. He's a little bit further there up the road, the current BTCC champion, so fellow touring car racer. So maybe Colin will then have a little bit of what Karun had to deal with, is looking ahead at a battle, but also keeping an eye on his mirrors behind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There, as you say, is Tom Ingram. So Tom Ingram and Colin Turkington race regularly together in current British touring cars. Tom, as you would say, the reigning champion, and Colin a multiple champion, and Gordon a multiple champion behind as well. So what a great competition this is to see between them. But they are still all having to follow Benoit Treville, who's kept that number 2 Austin going at an impressive pace. The number 39 car of Tom Ingram is an Australian Austin, actually. It's quite rare to see that in the UK, this Lancer version. Meanwhile, it's still Jenson Button versus Jimmy Johnson. It's not for a podium position, unfortunately. It would have been fun if this was still preferred, but Tom Christensen's definitely gained that.
Yeah, he has, as he's having a little look, but this is the race leader coming to collect the checker flag.
And Romain Dumas comes across the line to win St Mary's Trophy Part 1. And that is a hat-trick of victories in this category here at Goodwood in 3 years. And that Ford Thunderbird won 2 years ago with him, and it's taken victory again. Well done to Romain Dumas. Second place to Rob Huff. Third place going to Tom Christensen, but fourth place is still up for grabs.
Yeah, who's it going to be? Jenson Button has got the upper hand at the moment. They're coming into Woodcote Corner. I don't think Jimmy Johnson's close enough to fire one down the inside of the chicane. There's Tom Christensen coming through, getting it all sideways, just giving a little bit of showing off as he comes up to come from the back of the field all the way up to a podium. So fantastic job. And who is it going to be? It's Jenson Button that finishes that fantastic battle in fourth place.
Yeah, he finished in fourth by 0.288 of a second, the gap between himself and Jimmy Johnson. What an entertaining time that was. And behind them, Trellier got sixth. Turkington still managed to just hang on with the little BMW in seventh ahead of Gordon Shedden in eighth. Tom Ingram dropped a little bit in ninth place. Marino Franchitti ended up in 10th. And Karun Chandok in 11th place. Well, a tremendous race celebrating the 1950s saloon car racers, and for Romain Dumas, who has tremendous heritage in all forms of motorsport, of course, particularly as a multiple winner at Le Mans. But to take a hat-trick of victories in the St Mary's, I'm not sure that, I wonder if that matches with being a multiple winner of Le Mans, but who knows? We shall see. That was very, very impressive from him. It does seem to suit him extremely well.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you will get to see these cars back on track again tomorrow. It's the St Mary's Part 2, where it's pretty much the majority of the owners that will take these cars out on track, and that will be at 5:45 tomorrow. And we had a little bit of bodywork fly off after the checkered flag on Dumas's car, but that will be that was good timing, doing that after the checker flag, but nothing that would have hindered him along the way.
And of course, it is a combined result, an overall result. So to get the official hat trick that I've been talking about, he actually needs his co-driver to do the job. So Bill Shepherd is going to have to try and, if not win, then he's got to still be right up near the front. So there still will be an interesting battle up there to see how it goes for the ultimate final result of the two-part St Mary's. But you've got to congratulate Romain Dumas for doing such a great job of taking victory in this key race.
Yeah, as he's getting a little bit of air, waving to the crowd, a great crowd out here. It is really warm out there, so imagine the temperature in these cars as well that get particularly warm. So a great show, round of applause, and so it should be. What a great race we've just witnessed here in the St Mary's Trophy Part 1.
Lovely to see, and in such a great style of different cars from the 1950s, from the big monster from America up against tiny little cars, some of them little BMW, even the Austin A40s, that at the time were such convenient machines for so many people, and yet they race so strongly here at Goodwood and just take us into proper racing, which we all love to see, driven by superstars that we have just been watching. Great stuff, and I do hope that everybody has enjoyed this race at St Mary's, and one to come again tomorrow. So we've got plenty more to come, and coming up shortly, in fact, the Carol Shelby tribute. That'll be celebrating some of the wonderful cars that are here at Goodwood this weekend. But from St Mary's, we've had a wonderful race. Let's go down and join Ed Foster.
Well, what a race that was, Romain. 3 of 3. I mean, I don't think you could have dreamt of a better race than that.
Well, it was perfect race, yes, but Rob was always on my back, you know, with get a little bit of traffic for sure with our car. It's not so easy to go around, so he catch back. At the end, was not a lot of brake left, so it was a little bit complicated, and he was always pushing me. But I can tell you, I was looking my mirror all the time. Yeah, it was a cool race, nice race. For sure, such a different cars, you know, so... But it was interesting.
Fantastic race. Let's catch a word with Rob. Rob, there really is no replacement for displacement, is there?
No, I think that definitely stands proud today. What a race, though. I was chasing, and then we got a bit of back markers, and I just caught up a bit. But, yeah, I mean, he got the jump on the start, and that was pretty much the end of it. But just great fun. It's so funny watching that thing from behind. It's just enormous. It's like a tanker ship going round, and the noise it makes when you go past the pit wall. But, yeah, huge thanks to Justin and the Don Law family for letting me drive this weekend. Lovely car, beautiful car. Just needed a little bit more.
Just need another 50 horsepower.
Yeah, something like that.
Right, we've got Tom here. Tom, I know you've achieved a bit in your career, but 24th to the podium has got a rank, hasn't it?
Yeah, 24th. I just knew it was at the last row, and you know, again, it's just wonderful. The only thing I said, I tried to do them proud and make Hardy Herbert a little bit more to the front. Did you know it's 13 years? I drove this very car 13 years when I came here first time, met Nick Naismith, and we actually won on the Saturday then. Yesterday we had all sort of trouble. I lost the wheel after 2 laps, so it was a bit. So Paul, hey, he deserves the credit. He slept 1.5 hours this night, been back in London for parts and just to make sure. So that's for you, Paul, to start and finish on the podium at Goodwood. That makes even a hot, sweaty day wonderful.
Well done, Tom. Well done, Paul.
Lovely to hear from Tom, and what a great job he did to come up from so far down on the grid to finish in 3rd position, and having a little chat with Rob Huff. And for Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson, the two who were battling away for 4th, it was Jenson Button in the end who got that 4th place from Jimmy Johnson. They did actually share that NASCAR that got raced at Le Mans this year. They were sharing that car, and today they were racing against each other with such style. It was wonderful to watch. Benoit Trellier finished in 6th place. Colin Turkington just holding off Gordon Shedden by 0.2 of a second. Tom Ingram up there in 9th place, and Marino Franchitti finishing in 10th place. Further down the list, Karun Chandhok, he had that little spin, still came home in 11th. They had a Stuart Graham, Anthony Reid, Nicholas Manassian, Tony Jardine in 15th, Gary Paffett in 16th, and Rowan Atkinson doing a good job in his Jaguar Mark 7 ahead of the likes of Jochen Mass, Matt Neal and Ewan Sergeson.
No, I thought it was in the top 10.
And down towards the back we had Tiffany Dell and Alex Brundle keeping out of the way in that sweet little Saab 93. Tomorrow there'll be another race, and it is the overall result of the 2 races that will really confirm a hat-trick of victories for Romain Dumas. Even though he's done it himself in the first part, it still needs backing up by Bill Shepherd tomorrow. Let's put a bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, just to add a little bit of pressure. Not that he needs any more pressure. They all want to go out there and enjoy themselves and have some fun. But that is just a treat of what we will get tomorrow, of course.
Well, let's have a look at some of the highlights. It was a very good start from all three off the front row, but the Ford Thunderbird with its extra horsepower was able to launch itself in front. And then we saw the racing getting underway. Benoit Trullier, particularly in the green number 2, Big Austin, was pushing very hard, sliding all over the place. He and Jenson Button were having some very exciting moments, and then joining in with Jimmy Johnson just behind in the little Austin A40. You can see a touch between them there.
That just answers my question when I saw that first replay. I wonder if they did make contact. Safe to say that they did.
Amazingly, though, they kept it going. Then this was the battle between Jenson and Karun, and that went a little bit wrong for Karun, didn't it?
Yeah, just going a little bit wide, and then great reactions from Jenson just avoiding, and Karun showing good demonstration of how to complete a 360 and carry on as the wheel was sliding through his fingers. But this battle that we got to witness between Benoit and Jimmy Johnson doing a bit of road cross as well.
Diving down the inside once again with that little touch with Trullier. They're getting to know each other. They're both very, very experienced racers, but I'm not sure they've raced against each other too often. And then, of course, Tom Christensen joined from the back to get into this little group, chasing and getting past Tiffany down. It was Tiff. I hadn't realised it was Tiff who was keeping out of the way.
He did a good job to keep out of the way, to be fair.
He did, yeah, very good job. A number of times that Jimmy was on the grass was quite impressive.
Was very impressive, but here we had Jenson Button having a little sneak down the inside of Benoit and a bit of door banging. Were they? No. Maybe some mirror brushing, and the onboard of this is going to be Jenson running ever so wide and going, do you know what, I'm just going to go across the grass a little early, turn a little early as he went across the grass. I can imagine they were all giggling and smiling underneath that helmet.
Yeah, wonderful control and keeping it all together. I was surprised all these cars actually made it to the end. They were racing so hard, but what a show. Tremendous stuff, and I can see in the background the fans were clapping and cheering, just watching them going side by side like that so often through the beautiful Madgwick corner. Some friends of mine watching from Madgwick. I hope they've had a good day. So across the line, it was a lovely win for Romain Dumas from Rob Huff in second place and Tom Christensen in third.
So here we are, another chapter in the car's illustrious life at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th members meeting, where we're participating in the 75th anniversary celebrations for Porsche and the 60th anniversary of the 911. I must admit, I've driven a lot of RSRs in my time. I've never driven anything quite like this because of its originality. It feels like it's still got its Le Mans gearing in it, and the engine is an absolute delight. In most 911s, you've got time to think. In this car, you look down and it's already turning 8,000 RPM. It's quite amazing.
To hear them start and then
Well, at Goodwood Revival, we have motorbikes, we have cars, but we also have flying machines, and I've got a real treat here. I'm in a very shiny Spitfire, and I'm here with Mark Hillier, Head of Operations for Spitfire.com. Tell me about this wonderful, wonderful aeroplane.
This beautiful aeroplane was manufactured in 1943 at Castle Bromwich, and she carried out over 50 combat sorties in the Second World War. But she's absolutely beautiful in this polished aluminium finish. She did the round-the-world trip with Matt Jones, Steve Brooks, and Ian Smith, and it holds a world record for its round-the-world trip. But she looks absolutely gorgeous in the sunlight today. But a very historic airframe, you know, and flew locally as well at RAF 4 just down the road. So yeah, plenty of history to this aircraft.
And still flies now?
Still flies now, yeah. She's our baby. When she comes back to Goodwood, we like to look after her and polish her. You can see it takes quite a while to polish it up. But yeah, we're privileged really to be able to look after such a historic aircraft.
And why would you leave a plane like this unpainted in this polished way?
Lots of reasons with this. It's lighter. If you can imagine carrying 4 tins of paint out of B&Q, how much weight that is. But so it burns less fuel, obviously, because it's lighter, goes faster, and also not carrying the military markings actually attracts people's attention to the engineering feat that we had. You know, imagine this designed, you know, before 1936 and first flew in 36, and the design carried on throughout the war. It's an amazing piece of engineering. So.
And thinking about these planes, I mean, they're a thing of joy now to look at and to enjoy in the air, but they were a thing of war back in the day. And when you sit in this now, you just realise how serious it must have been for those young men.
Absolutely. It's a war machine. And you think the first time the guys flew this, they'd come off of biplanes and this was their first solo. They'd have an ERC, you know, a ground crew guy sat there going, this is what you push. Don't break it, sir. Bring it back in one piece. And off they go. So I'm in awe of the guys, really, because they were coming off of what was pretty much old technology and straight onto this. And it was like a Robin Reliant to a Ferrari.
I'm sure, and at the time, as you said, no twin-seaters, so the first time you'd go up in the air in a Spitfire was the time you were flying it.
That's exactly it, and of course the guys would often say they were well behind the aeroplane, so by the time she got airborne, i.e. the aeroplane, they were catching up with it about 15 miles down the road and going, I'm airborne now, you know, so.
Just touching the controls here, it feels incredible. I mean, it's the sort of pitch and the roll, I'm guessing that's what the main...
Absolutely, yeah, and it's a very, very light touch, you know, you only need sort of 3 fingers to fly it, there's no rapid moving of the control column, but yeah, all the people that fly it say the same thing. She's an absolute dream to fly.
So quite intuitive?
Yeah, she is. Yeah, I mean, I've flown a lot of tailwheel aircraft over the years, and I think this is about the most beautifully harmonised aircraft I've ever flown. I've flown quite a few different types, but this is just gorgeous. Unfortunately, I don't get to fly from the front seat. I look after the operation, but I get all the rear seat trips, and the guys let me have a little play in the back seat, so it's good fun.
So obviously she survived the war. What's life for this plane like now? What does it do?
So she lives in Denmark and she comes out for air shows and just to be costed and polished, you know, and appear at the Revival, which is fantastic. So no, it's nice. It's a lovely piece of history. She's highly original. So when she left RAF service at the end of the war, sadly she was damaged in a dive bombing accident in 1945, and then went back to care and maintenance, and that's how she survived the war, really. But it's lovely that she's been restored to this fantastic condition.
Well, it's certainly cheering the crowds around here. It's a real highlight of the Revival, and enjoy the rest of your week.
Fantastic, cheers.
There's something for everyone here at Goodwood Revival. You can hear the motorbikes in the background here, but I'm in the family fun zone, and this is amazing. We can see behind us the swings. We've got 2 children on the swings at the moment, but I bumped into this lovely family. Are you enjoying your day out?
Yes, very much so. Yeah. My 3rd year here and it gets better every time.
Oh, well, there you go. Let me talk about these bucket hats, because these are fantastic.
Oh, yes, well, we've got to celebrate the British part of it, haven't we? And we are just so pleased to be here. It's so much fun. It's great to see all the classic vehicles out and about and racing, and hearing them racing is just so exciting.
And to have all the family as well. This is your 2nd time here. How many times have you been here?
I think it's our 3rd time.
That's a lot of times you've been here. What's your most favourite thing?
Seeing the cars go around the track really fast.
100%. And is this your sister? What's your most favourite thing?
Getting everyone together and just walking around seeing everything.
Oh, that's amazing. That's such something. And I love your spotty dress. That is amazing. How long have you had that for?
Only like 2 years.
Wow, that is brilliant. You look really, really pretty. Well done. This is just a fantastic zone. I'm going to leave these guys to carry on with their day and their picnic. Thank you, everyone. Because over here as well, we've got lovely food stands. We've got drink stands. Plus, we like to get a bit competitive here at Goodwood Revival. We've got lots of people. It's a really busy day here. And you can't miss out on this game. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm going to do very well at this, but I think we should have a go. So I'm going to hand my mic over and I'm going to give this a go.
Racing motorists and their fans turned up in force at Goodwood, where a new track provided plenty of sport at the opening meeting.
The motor circuit at Goodwood turns 75 this year. Created from the perimeter road of a disused Spitfire base and opened in September 1948 by Freddie March, the 9th Duke of Richmond, some of the most famous cars and illustrious drivers in history have lined up on this very start line. 85 drivers joined in the opening event, with the first members' meeting taking place in 1949 and the one and only motorcycle event staged in 1951.
From start to finish, the meeting had been a big success, the Speed King's own interpretation of glorious Goodwood.
Reigning F1 world champions Giuseppe Farina and Alfa Romeo won here in 1951, cementing Goodwood's place on the world stage. And in 1952, the first Goodwood 9-hour brought night racing to the country, with victory going to Peter Collins and Pat Griffith in their Aston Martin DB3.
The race continued far into the night. Another of the Aston Martin team was the winner, covering 680 miles and driven by Peter Collins and PwC Griffith.
Through the 50s, Goodwood became synonymous with racing in Britain, as the likes of Hawthorne and Fangio, Brooks and Gurney, Brabham and Hill all joined in the fun. Silverstone may have hosted the Grand Prix, but Goodwood was the spiritual home of British motor racing, for professionals and amateurs alike. But if Goodwood belonged to one driver, it could only be Stirling Moss. He won his first ever race here at the opening meeting in 1948, a day after his 19th birthday. He won more often than any other driver.
Further south to Goodwood, where a record crowd saw Stirling Moss, already at 22 a veteran driver.
Ace driver of that team, the great Stirling Moss.
Stirling Moss was driving from scratch and set up the fastest lap at 82 miles an hour.
After 4 hours, not only was Stirling Moss the winner, but 2 other Aston Martins were second and third.
Between 1958 and 1961, he won the blue-ribboned Tourist Trophy 4 times in a row.
Okay, so we enjoyed that footage on the screen there, and now it is time for the tribute to Carroll Shelby as we bring 50 cars associated with that great name of motorsport to the line.
50 cars to celebrate. It would be the centenary of Carroll Shelby. He didn't make it this far, but what an array of cars he was involved with through his incredibly illustrious career. First as a racing driver, then as someone who created some fantastic cars. AC Cobras towards the front there, of course, he saved AC in so many ways by suggesting they might like an engine to replace the Bristol, a great big Ford V8 from the States, and just at the back of the pack, a couple of Ford GT40s. He was the man who sort of took it over to the States after the early days being run from the UK and made it work, and that first win in 1966 still stands the test of time as one of the great Le Mans races.
So just forming up on the line, there are 50 cars to come here. We did this yesterday, we're going to do it again today. It's the reason that we've got the American flag and the flag of Texas on the bunting on the main straight here to pay tribute in what would be 100 years on from his birth.
And again, one of the things I love so much as you look back down through the pack of cars as they assemble down onto the grid is the diversity of machinery, because of course, first and foremost, Carroll was a racer. The dark red Maserati on the right hand side of the grid went out yesterday and won the evening race, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. So a real mix of cars from his racing days through to the days where he was creating and driving performance cars forward. What he wanted effectively once he retired from racing was to take nimble European sports cars and give them great big V8 engines to really conquer the market in the States that had nothing really on that operating plane whatsoever. The first Corvette was something they wanted to take on. It wasn't really a sports car to start with, but performance did start to arrive, and certainly he had a very, very big role to play in all of that by sheer bloody-mindedness in so many ways. He had this idea, he wanted to make it work, and he kept going until it did.
So we're just forming up on the grid. 50 cars to come here. Some real legends of motorsport parking up, and you can see the Golf colours there of the GT40. It was an incredible journey from being a chicken farmer in Texas to a very successful driving career to creating an iconic run of cars, including the Ford that took them to their first victory at the Grand Prix of Endurance, the Le Mans 24 Hours.
And of course, in the early years of the 1960s, Henry Ford wanted to buy Ferrari, was snubbed, and he didn't take it at all well. And at that point, it was right, what are we going to do to beat them in the race they like to win? And had an incredible run in the early 60s. Ferrari and the Le Mans 24 Hours intrinsically linked, and he took it on. But it's safe to say that the money spent was considerable, and the effort was enormous. But it took a while to take that first win. It was 1966 when it happened.
Okay, let's soak up the sights and the sounds down there as we form up. We'll be having a couple of laps by way of tribute, but first of all, let's check in with David and Nikki.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for checking in. How are you doing, David? Are you surviving this heat?
I'm loving the heat because we've had such fantastic races this morning. It's been incredible.
It's been proper wheel-to-wheel action. We've got to say a big thank you to Jenson Button, I think. He's provided plenty of entertainment this weekend.
He really has. I mean, that race with him and Jimmy Johnson, that was fantastic. Obviously, fantastic race in St Mary's. I think, Rob just couldn't quite catch Roman. He had that getaway in that very powerful Thunderbird. Tom Christensen, a fantastic drive, which the podium place was a great reward for those guys working on the car all night, which is great to get a result. But for me, Jimmy Johnson and Jenson Button, just incredible door-to-door action. Just what you want to see in the St Mary's after a photo finish in the Goodwood Trophy this morning. We've had it already, and it's not even lunchtime.
Exactly. We have so much more still to come, including the phenomenal Carroll Shelby celebration. We can see behind us 50 cars, a collection from Carroll Shelby's career over the years. Now, this year would have marked his 100th birthday, and what a way to celebrate. But let's talk about some of the beautiful pieces of machinery that we can see behind us. I mean, the GT40, that's always a favourite of mine. That Le Mans winning car, it's an absolute classic.
Well, your eyes go straight to the GT40, as does many people. We speak to Noel Edmonds today, of all people, which is an unlikely find in the driver's land. He's flown all the way from New Zealand, and he said he just stops in his tracks to GT40. Actually used to own one of the cars. And I think he sadly sold it before it went to 6 million, I think it was worth, when he bought one for £10,000. But when you look out there, we have proper thoroughbred GT40s. We've got the actual cars that have won in 66, 68 and 69. But of course, alongside that, we've got an MG TC from 1949. Carroll raced that in 1952. And looking back, it's just got this fantastic mix. And as I was saying yesterday, it's this mix of American and British engineering coming together to win races at the hands of Carroll Shelby. Fantastic celebration.
And I think obviously Carroll Shelby, he was a hero when it came to developing cars and the engineering side, but he was also a racer. That's how he kind of started out in the industry. He dabbled in a bit of Formula One, Le Mans. He was an absolute expert on all sides of motorsport.
But came to it very late. I mean, came to driving much later than obviously drivers do these days. But he was just very uncompromising character. He got what he wanted. And then after his driving career finished, having won Le Mans, this man moves into developing cars to race and win, and did it with, this really uncompromising spirit, taking on the board at Ford, getting them to bend to his will. And we were talking about it yesterday. He came out with this quote, which, he never made a damn dime doing anything until he started doing what he wanted to do. And that's just a great memento of the guy and what he really went to do. He just loved going for it and getting what he wanted, and had a fantastic life.
Well, he certainly got the job done, that's for sure, and I'm sure he's looking down, celebrating his 100th birthday this year, and taking a very closer look at some of the beautiful cars that we have on track. Now, of course, this afternoon we've got plenty more racing taking place. Any particular race that you're most excited about?
I would say I have to be excited about the Ford Water. I think, this year we've used that title for many races, for lots of races in the past, but this year it's all about 911s. So we're having this huge field, I think 27 911s, but as well as these fantastic 911s, mostly from 1965, short wheelbase, we've got a great lineup of drivers, as we always have in Revival. So that's going to be a really close race in what essentially is a one-make championship.
Well, yeah, that's what makes it so interesting. So it's actually more about the driver than perhaps the car there.
A little bit of the preparation, but certainly the driver's going to be a big impact. And as we know, no hold back.
And how much of the heat is going to impact these cars? You know, we're talking about vintage machinery here. How much of an impact will the sun have?
I'm sure it's going to be another element to deal with. I think, at least the conditions, you can kind of gauge them a little bit, but the track sounds like it's been a bit more slippery than people would have thought with this weather. But, it's going to give us an exciting race. We've seen that already today.
Absolutely. We're also celebrating, of course, 75 years of Lotus. What an incredible mark. And, we've got plenty of Lotuses to get excited about.
Oh, I mean, that field, yesterday we saw it already in one of the similar celebrations to Carroll. We go out in a parade, couple of laps with all of the great Lotus cars. Fantastic cars from, world title winning Jim Clark cars to, Mario Andretti, John Player Special liveried, gold and black Lotus. Absolutely fantastic, iconic races.
And, let's not forget how remarkable it is that we've managed to get all of these cars in one place for this weekend. They're flown in from all four corners of the world. It's not like they sit at Goodwood or, in the car park ready for Revival next year. This is a monumental achievement to bring all of these cars together.
It's a colossal effort, and when you speak to anybody, there's something flowing to my head. When you speak to anybody, they just say, when the Duke calls, you do it. And so I think that seems to be a theme. When he calls and he wants something done, it makes it happen, and that's why the Revival is so unique and so special.
How amazing is that, to have that power? But everyone knows that it's such a privilege as well to be able to race your car at Goodwood Revival. That adds to the history of each individual car. Are you all right there, David?
Yeah, I think I've recovered my sight.
Okay, good. I can't see a fly in your eye. I think it's almost time for our racing to get underway. You can see everyone's on track with their umbrellas, trying to stay under a little bit of shade, because it does make a huge difference at the moment, particularly for the drivers who are about to step inside a car with no air conditioning, that's for sure.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the GT40s, I think, probably are the hottest cars of this weekend. They already, how they ever did 24 hours in these cars, but there's one roadster out there, which is probably the one to be in, but the other cars are going to be so hot. You close those doors, that engine's, especially the big 7 litres, just generating so much heat within that car. Certainly wouldn't be for me. It's bad enough just standing here on the balcony.
Yeah, exactly. We're just missing one thing. I feel like there should be something in our other hand if I didn't have this here.
Well, everybody else is doing that. I spoke to quite a lot of people on the Veuve Clicquot lawn yesterday. They seem to be having lots of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of Goodwood Revival. Not only have we got all the action on track, but there is plenty to do off track. And everyone was getting stuck in yesterday. And it's, I'm not wearing a watch, but I know it's time for everyone to get stuck in once again this afternoon. Right, okay. So I think we are almost time to get racing underway. But first, we are going to hear from our commentary team. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed that check-in. We are waiting for a couple of moments. I haven't seen the grid this busy all day, Bruce.
No, there was a sudden influx, but what I love is we heard David mentioning that earlier, the number of people down at the front wearing Stetsons. I think they're probably very, very pleased to be wearing those on a day like this. But the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, no Stetson for him, and he's going to be coming to impart his passion for this celebration of all things to do with Carroll Shelby. He would have been 100 this year, and just the sight looking down the grid, that array of cars. And of course, don't forget, 1959, after several years as a works Aston Martin driver, Aston Martin been trying to win the Le Mans 24 Hours. Carroll Shelby achieved that to great delight, wearing his Texan bib and tucker dungarees rather than a race suit in those days. Of course, things were slightly different back then. Famous win, but only one more year of racing, 1960, to Aston Martin. And now, down to the Duke of Richmond.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to have you all with us for this very, very special weekend. Perhaps it's particularly appropriate as we celebrate 75 years of motor racing at Goodwood and the 25th Goodwood Revival to be celebrating the career of one of Goodwood's most charismatic supporters, Carroll Shelby. In the year Carroll would have celebrated his 100th birthday, we recall him not only as a celebrated driver, but as a pioneering engineer, team leader, entrepreneur, and friend. Carroll proved himself a savvy racing driver in a whirlwind career cut short by a heart condition, laying the foundations for even greater achievements to come. Along the way, he flew World War II bombers, drove dump trucks, roughnecked in oil fields, and even raised chickens and pheasants. Carroll was almost 30 and married with 3 children when in May 1952 he made his racing debut at the wheel of friend Ed Wilkins' 3-year-old MGT CC, a car I'm pleased to say is here this weekend, courtesy of the Shelby family. And on that day in Oklahoma, Carroll was victorious at the very first time of asking. And later that day, against much more powerful Jaguar XK120s, he won again. Carroll had always liked cars, but the buzz and adrenaline of speed was perhaps born from his time served with the United States Army Air Corps. Although he was deemed too valuable by then to see combat, instead ordered to instruct other bomber pilots, Carroll did get to satisfy his need for speed and his thirst for mischief. The story goes that Carroll, a romantic at heart, he married 7 times, used to borrow one of the bombers to fly over his then-girlfriend's house and drop love letters stuffed in Army-issue boots on her roof and garden. Of course, his fellow pilots would return from exercise to find all their boots missing. Following his instant success aboard the MG, Carroll spent much of 1953 successfully wrestling a somewhat cumbersome Cadillac engine Allard, a skill that would stand him in good stead during his glory years in much more powerful cars. And he caught, at that time, the influential eye of Aston Martin racing boss John Wyer. The stiff upper lip, waspish style of Wyer was at odds with the larger-than-life Texan drawl of Shelby. But their relationship would bring his greatest driving successes, including victory alongside Roy Salvadori at Le Mans in '59 and in the wonderful Aston Martin DBR1. 3 months later, it was here at Goodwood that, along with Jack Fairman and Sterling Moss, he won the RAC Tourist Trophy in the most dramatic of circumstances, both victories counting towards Aston's triumph in that year's Sports World Championship. Little over a year later, Carroll retired from driving, but perhaps his greatest achievements, and ones we particularly celebrate this weekend, were yet to come. It was while racing in Europe that Carroll noted America's need for an all-American sports car that you could drive to the market and go racing at the weekend. By 1962, with a successfully brokered deal with Ford, he created the now iconic Shelby Cobra. And it's a wonderful collection that we have here today, including the very first example, and many that are still racing here with us. Of course, it was with Ford that Carroll really cemented his place in motor racing folklore, when in 1966, having spent 2 years spearheading the development program for Ford's GT40, the Mark finally conquered the Le Mans 24 Hours, beating arch rivals Ferrari in a 1-2-3 finish. And again, I'm delighted that such a key car in Carroll's career can be here with us this weekend, making our celebrations all the more special. Away from the racetracks of the world, we remember Carroll as a larger-than-life character, a much-loved and much-missed pioneer, both behind the wheel and from the pit wall. Even in 2000, when he first visited the Revival, at the age of 77, he was still there, hanging over the pit wall, signalling Indy winner Danny Sullivan as he raced the wonderful Daytona Coupe to victory in that year's TT. He was due to join us at Revival in 2012 to witness the inaugural Shelby Cup, an all-Cobra race to celebrate the model's half-century. Sadly, he died shortly before the event. So it's especially wonderful that we can finally pay tribute to him today. As well as a host of very significant cars, I'm delighted to see so many of you wearing your iconic black Stetsons in Carol's honour. I'm especially delighted also to welcome so many members of our own Goodwood Road Racing Club and the Team Shelby Club who travelled all the way over here to celebrate this with us. As well as the club members, we'd also particularly like to welcome Carol's family, including his grandsons Aaron, Sean and Randall, and thank them for all their support and enthusiasm. Carol's legendary spirit certainly lives on in them. And so, while we celebrate our own history here at Goodwood, we also celebrate the life, the career and the astonishing achievements of another of our great motor racing heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Shelby. Now, if you'd all please just turn to the big screens where my sister Nimi narrates a short film about Carol's amazing life. Thank you all very much indeed.
Carol Hall Shelby was born in Leesburg, Texas in 1923. The son of a mail carrier, he was fascinated by speed from an early age. His first race was in 1952 at the wheel of an MGTC, and by 1954 he was an Aston Martin factory driver. He was soon racing at the very top, making his Grand Prix debut in a Maserati 250F in the French Grand Prix in 1958. But his greatest achievements as a driver would come in sports car racing in 1959. Driving an Aston Martin DBR1, he was paired at Le Mans with Roy Salvadori. After 24 hours of fierce racing, he crossed the line victorious to secure Aston's first, and so far only, outright victory at La Sarthe. 10 weeks later, the teams arrived at Goodwood for the RAC Tourist Trophy, where Shelby helped secure the Sports Car World Championship for Aston Martin by winning alongside Jack Fairman and Sterling Moss. Health issues forced him to retire from driving at the end of 1960, aged just 37, after which he focused his considerable energies on other interests, including a car customization company, Shelby American. One of Shelby American's first projects was the creation of Carol Shelby Experimental, or CSX 2000. This took the lightweight AC Ace chassis and fitted it with a thundering Ford V8, creating a potent mixture of European style and American muscle. The legendary Shelby Cobra had been born. Success on the track soon followed on both sides of the Atlantic. In search of greater straight-line speed, he and designer Peter Brock created the Shelby Daytona Coupe, which won the GT class at Le Mans in 1964 and the International Championship for GT manufacturers the following year. Inspired by this success, Shelby was called in by Ford to rescue its struggling GT40 program. The changes he initiated bore fruit, and in 1966, Shelby American scored a landmark victory as Ford GT Mark IIs finished first, second and third at Le Mans, finally beating Ferrari in the race it had made its own. This win was followed up by an overall victory in the Sports Car World Championship. And then in 1967, the GT40 Mark IV, conceived from the ground up by Shelby's team and driven by Dan Gurney and AJ Foyt, became the only all-American combination to win Le Mans. Ford and Shelby cemented their partnership by producing the Mustang-based Shelby GT350 and then GT500 road cars. Shelby died in 2012. A larger-than-life character to the end. He left behind a legacy as a winning driver, successful team manager, serial entrepreneur, and creator of a line of performance road cars that endures to this day. A true automotive icon.
To hear them start and then
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Well, what a celebration we've got here. I hope you're all sitting comfortably, because I am going to delve in to the grids here and try and find some people to talk to. So follow me, Scott. I mean, we've got the sort of three of the most important cars here before I jump in interviewing. The MG that was talked about in the film by the Duke of Richmond, made his competitive debut in that. And the number one car here, owned by Bruce Mayer. It is the very first production Cobra. Absolutely amazing to have it here. It's very kind of him to bring it over. I'm just going to... Do you mind if I jump into this sea of Stetsons? Guys, I'm sorry, we're live on the... Oh, we've got both of you together, look at this. Well, Aaron, why don't we start with you? What a special moment.
It was fantastic. You know, His Grace's words were about Carol, really very special to the family. This is a special moment to see everything that we've got on the grid here today as well.
I mean, you've been sort of bathed in Shelby all your life, but what were your earliest memories?
So really, we spent a lot of time with him on his farm in East Texas. So we talked about horses and cows and trees. There wasn't a lot of car racing talked about when we were younger, but it was as we got older and we started to pry and ask questions about his racing career and what he did with the Cobras in the 60s. That's when he got to know more about his history.
Amazing. Bruce, let's come to you. I mean, but you're standing perfectly in front of the car that I wanted to talk about. I mean, what a fabulous thing to own this is.
No, I am just the luckiest guy in the world to be the custodian. We've had it about 20 years, and just what's important to me is sharing it and getting it out for people to enjoy, and I think they are today. And, you know, the Duke does the best job in the world of doing that. And it's great fun being here with Aaron. We've been friends for many, many years. And I was a friend of Shelby's for a long, long time.
Looking back at this grid, there are so many Cobras on it. Without this car, there is a question of what might have been. You know, what we would have missed such a huge part of motor racing history.
Well, when you really look at the grid, you come up with a nexus between the UK and the USA. And there would never, it just would never have, the phenomenon would never have happened without the UK. Whether it's racing an MG, the MG is what seeded so many, you know, sports car fans in the US. So you look at the Allard, the MG, those are really English-based cars, so is this. So it's a great Anglo-American partnership, and without the Cobra and without that English connection, never would be.
It's good to know our Brits can still get something right.
Yeah, absolutely. We love you, Brits, and thank you for this amazing event. I mean, the Duke, nobody does it better. He's the best, and thank you very much.
No, well, thank you to both of you for being such a huge part of this. I'm going to tackle this. Guys, thank you. I'll see you in a second. This is a fairly high-risk moment. Scott, I'm going to plough through. Try and follow me. We talked about the GT40s. We've got two really, really important cars here. The number 2 car is the car that won in 1966. This is the one that broke Ferrari's stranglehold on the race. And the famous story is that Ferrari sort of flirted with Ford and Ford thought they could buy Ferrari. Ferrari then turned around at the last minute and said, no, you can't do that. So Ford decided to go and beat them, not on their home turf, because Le Mans is in France, but at their own game, which is sports cars and the Le Mans 24 Hours, and that they did with this exact car. The number 6 car over here, the Gulf liveries, which my able assistant has just removed the umbrella off. This is one of the 5 cars ever to win Le Mans twice. This one is 68 and 69. That chassis won the race twice. There's 4 others. I won't name them now because I'll probably forget one. So let's carry on down. Also, the Daytona Coupe, we really can't go past this. The only time that these 6 cars, there's only 6 of these, the only time that these have all been together in one place is here at Goodwood. So typical Goodwood to make that happen, but such a successful car and winning its class at Le Mans. Heading this way. Right, let's find some drivers. Pat Blakeney-Edwards. You suit us, Stetson.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking the new look.
Now, you've raced Cobras. I mean, you've raced so many of these cars. Carroll Shelby played a very important role, didn't he?
He was an amazing man, amazing engineer, and certainly an inspiration to everybody at the time. And what he created, you know, with the Cobras and the GT40s was a very special thing, indeed.
Cheers. Right, let's carry on down. You look as though you're having a good time.
Oh, we're having a great time. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Right, let's try and head a bit further down the grid. The GRC Club was on the grid earlier, celebrating its 25th anniversary, so all the members were on that. I just want to go to this Roadster, the GT40 Roadster. Absolutely fabulous car. Let's go round the other side. Now, it was mentioned on commentary that if you're going to drive any car in this parade, you wanted a Roadster, so you've got that right.
Yes, that's a very nice car. I like it very much. It's a very pleasant car, although it doesn't have peeling opened, because it's very hot in here.
I'm not sure anyone ever raced it with a Stetson on.
No, I don't believe so. And I'm trying to keep it on. But we're going very slowly anyway, so it should be out.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's carry on down. One thing we didn't talk about, actually, with the GT40. Some of you might be wondering, you can see on some of the cars, I'm going to use this as one example. Actually, a perfect example, because you wouldn't get in it with a Stetson without this, which is called the Gurney bubble. And that's because Dan Gurney, another fellow American racing driver like Carroll, was very tall. Not quite as tall as me, lucky them. But in order to get the helmet in, that is what they came up with. So it's a Gurney bubble. I'd jump in and have a quick word. Everyone seems to sort of rather suit Stetsons. You should do it more often.
Thank you very much. I think today it's a necessary requirement, isn't it, as well? But do you have any white ones?
Well, yes, exactly. We've been talking about, you know, some of the success that all these cars had. I mean, you race GT40s, you know them. Are they as nice to race as everyone says?
I think it's such a well-balanced car. It's your friend, is the way I describe it. So it's just the weight distribution's right. It's as good as on the racetrack as it is on the road. You know, we've done Tour Auto in this car several times, and it's 2,000 kilometres in Tour Auto. It's still amazing to drive. They're great all-rounders.
I have to say, watching them, they don't look that relaxed.
They're busy. If you're going quickly, you're very busy. Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, cheers.
Right, thank you, Ed.
Right, I'm actually genuinely struggling to get back up. There we go. I'll tell you what, I'll shot that. Scott, come on through. OK, so what have we got here? Well, I can hear the marshals are sort of getting everyone off the grid a little bit. It's sort of a challenge to try and get to the back, so let's see how we get on. OK, I'm just trying to spot someone. Here we go. Oh, so I've just had a shout from someone, I'm ready for my interview. Well, I can't resist that. My OK, so your wife's watching. So is this your car?
Yes, it is.
Tell us a little bit about the history of it.
Well, this is chassis number GT40 P1001. It's the first production GT40 in the world. And first major race was at Le Mans in 1966, driven by a rookie driver called Jackie Ickx.
He went on to be quite successful at Le Mans, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was actually reasonably successful, but it's got a wonderful race history. It was driven in '67 by Denny Hulme when he was Formula One world champion, and then by Innes Ireland and a whole host of very well-known drivers. And it raced right through to '69, where it went into private hands, and I bought it in 1987, so I'm 36 years of ownership.
Amazing. Do you get to use it much?
Not so much. It raced here in 2002 when it won the Freddie March Trophy, but I've not raced it, no.
You get to drive it on the road a bit?
No, it's not road registered. It's
also terrible boot space.
Yes, yeah, I can hardly put my Carmen rollers in the back. It's terrible.
Well, thank you so much for bringing it.
Well, wonderful to meet you, and this is such a fabulous occasion.
Great. Well, look, that's us pretty much at the back of the grid, and I'm being ushered off it, so I think it's about time to say goodbye.
Thank you very much, Ed. And we are nearly ready to begin our laps of the circuit, the 2.3 miles and 50 wonderful cars now, ready to complete a lap or so of Goodwood and the MG that started the story on the left-hand side of your picture there.
I was about to say, wait for the rumble, wait for the noise, and here it comes, a lot of the very large Ford V8s making a fabulous sound. You can pick your favourite, but for me, I absolutely adore that Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. We saw it up the front, that was winning the classes 64 and 65 at Le Mans and the championship. That was already starting to wipe Ferrari's nose in the dirt in the GT class, but what an array of cars, and of course the delicate little sports cars that were raced before all these big bangers came into fruition, just dotted in behind the Maserati, right in the middle, the white coupe, the car with the blue stripe up the nose, that's the Camerati Maserati Birdcage. So really exotica, the Aston Martin Formula 1 car, too little too late, the engine was at the front, the fashion had changed. 1960, Roy Salvadori, Carroll Shelby, two of the great storytellers of all time, got to race that team, but they didn't have great stories to tell about Aston Martin in Formula 1 at that first attempt.
No, it was many decades until Aston Martin would return to Formula 1 as we leave the line for this demonstration lap and tribute to Carroll Shelby and the MG leading the way. The MG that originally started things. You were hearing that it was a car driven to first place on debut for Carroll Shelby. Not a bad way in Oklahoma to start your motor racing career with the biggest trophy available on the day.
And indeed, as in the wonderful film we saw earlier, late to racing, even by the standards of the day, but adapted so quickly, and Aston Martin spotting his talents very early on, and still his most famous win in the car. Great wins all around the world, but winning the Le Mans 24 Hours. Aston Martin was aching for victory, and what I loved in that period film, they dumped the boss, the owner of Aston Martin, David Brown, very meticulous man, and he changed into a smart suit for the victory photos, but Carroll Shelby popped him into the car with all the oil sloshing around and had a wicked grin on his face as the car was moved up the pit lane at the more to the final celebrations there. But it was all about victory, and for Aston Martin that was a huge moment. 1959, and just a handful of years later he begat the AC Cobra. Came from the AC Ace, 4.7 litre Ford engine put in at the start, and that was largely down to an inspired person at Ford really helping. They just launched their total performance program, and it sort of fitted into the framework.
So a century after the birth of Carroll Shelby, we're paying tribute with all those Stetsons behind the wheel, and great to see so many wonderful cars attached to his name as we continue to make our journey around. So many to enjoy out there, and great that you're giving the cars and the drivers such a warm reception.
Well, absolutely. So AC Cobras, or Shelby Cobras, they're called, on the other side of the Atlantic, and an array of other sports cars in behind. But that beautiful. Now look at number 12, just behind Bruce Mayer's number 1, the first ever AC Cobra with the man who made the Peterson Automotive Museum happen. Number 12, what a fantastic looking car. As I said, the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, so successful. They worked out streamlining the car. Peter Brock, brilliant bodywork formed by him to make this happen at the Mans, down the Mulsanne Straight, so successful.
Driver who took victory in the 1959 Le Mans 24 Hours, and then, if that's not enough of a legacy, and it absolutely was at that stage, all of this association with Ford, and great that the pride that everyone takes of being associated. It was great to hear those interviews on the grid. Of course, everyone wants a bit of motor racing magic, and there's plenty of owners very proudly driving around the circuit at the moment.
But so many conversations in motorsport history could have gone either way. Right time, right place, but certainly Carroll had the idea of putting a big American V8 into a European sports car in the 50s. It took until he got with AC. Various manufacturers sort of threw him out on his ear. Jensen, Maserati, Di Tommaso, et al. He chatted to them all and then just got the right time and the right place. And for AC, it lifted them to a different sphere of car production, and the world gobbled them up as fast as they could be built. But certainly for the small mark from Thames Ditton in Surrey, just to the west of London, it was a lifeline. And the Ford GT40, well, still raced, still enjoyed today, and still, to my eye, one of the standout cars in the first century of motor racing. The Ford GT40 shape. And there, number 2 on the right-hand side, the winner of 1966 at Le Mans. That was a breakthrough car, but alongside, as Ed pointed out down on the grid, one of only 5 cars to win the Le Mans 24 Hours twice. That's the one in the Gulf livery. 1968 and 69, those are the 3rd and 4th Ford wins in succession. So for Henry Ford II, it was a big moment in 1966 when all that expenditure, all that desire to beat Ferrari finally came to fruition. But then to rubber stamp it, not once, not twice, but 3 times, well, that was music to his ears, and certainly to the ears of the Ford accountants.
As we come over the line to begin our second demonstration lap, and those GT40s no longer in formation want to allow you out there to hear the wonderful roar. And if there's one thing that Carroll Shelby's legacy includes, it is a wonderful roar of a motor racing engine. The GT40 is now at the front of the pack.
Well, a very sensible move there, because obviously the MGTC, even driven as hard as it could possibly be driven, would not be able to keep these back, and they need to get more airflow through these cars. It's a very, very hot day here at Goodwood, and but just motor racing history. 1966, Ford Le Mans winner, the black and silver livery, Bruce McLaren and Chris Amon, Kiwis in an all-black car. That seems to work, and we've had that livery on modern Ford GTs, and it's great to have heritage like this. This is the gold standard of Ford GT40 heritage. 3 of the 4 wins at Le Mans encapsulated in those 2 cars. And the field bunching up behind, a lot of people getting rather hot on board, and those without a roof over their heads, the glorious Maserati 300S just on the right-hand side of the screen, car number 78. Certainly enjoying the view around the circuit, and the glorious Cameradi Maserati birdcage will be just on the right-hand side of your screen very shortly. It's white with the blue stripe up the middle. Now, a very early Ford GT40, number 6 on the left-hand side. In fact, that was the Ford GT Mark II before it got the nomenclature of 40, which, you know what that stands for? 40 inches high.
Very good.
From road to roof.
There's always a reason. There's always a logic behind it. The great thing about Goodwood, you see brilliant cars out on the circuit, and you learn something along the way as well.
Actually, that rather broke down, because later in life Ford created the Ford GT70, and that certainly wasn't nearly 6 feet tall. It was just ready for 1970.
Just needed to move it along. It is also great that Ford recognised Carroll Shelby's contribution to their motor racing history and teamed up in 2003 for a partnership that included a new design of the Mustang models for the company's centenary.
So there's that glorious Maserati birdcage, and that was a lot of Carroll's racing was done this side of the Atlantic. He was one of the first Americans to really make his big stamp on the European scene, but the Cameradi run birdcage, entered by Lucky Kasner, was all about winning the USAC title stateside, and Carroll had some exquisite races in that. But of course, he was also that year and the year before racing for Aston Martin in Europe, both in sports cars and of course then in Formula One, when they just had the engine at the wrong end. They've gone with a more historical approach by engine in front, where clearly with Lotus and Cooper the engine now works better in the back of a Formula One car rather than the front.
Yes, when adding enormous power to the lightweight body for the Cobra, he said that's when you really find out about development, when the body of the car had way too much turning power from the engines he was putting in. But he did eventually, very quickly in fact, harness it and left us with a motor racing legacy like few other people.
But yeah, and again, I'll just reiterate, is the fact that he made it all happen by not taking no for an answer. He knocked on a lot of doors. Carroll did things his way. A very, very clear man, but beautiful words in the programme, actually, from grandson Aaron, explaining that Carroll did things his way, but if he had the right people with him, he let them get on with the job. He recognised their talents, recognised where his strengths laid, and as a motivator, you need a great motivator to make things happen. He was very much that person.
These are lovely shots as we complete the second of our tribute laps to Carroll Shelby. And glorious day for it. And terrific to see so many in the field there, including that old Aston Martin from the 1960s.
Just looking at the number 8, that's one of 2 Sunbeam Tiger Le Mans coupes in which Carroll prepared the engines, give them a bit of a helping hand for Le Mans, and these have raced hugely successfully over the 25 years of the Goodwood Revival. Great cars to drive, as you can see, really quite short from nose to tail. But with as much grunt as possible up front, they went very well indeed. And again, looking at that cam tail, the chopped off tail on that car, that very much was the aerodynamic thinking of the age. It gave stability to the cars, which is quite essential when you're going down Le Mans, the Mulsanne straight in the days long before the chicanes. Plenty of time to think, will I be able to turn into the corner at the far end? Mulsanne corner.
Yes, absolutely. And the formation flying coming to a close. But something for everyone to remember out there. And great sound as we go over the line once again. Everyone taking the checkered flag and enjoying it, having demonstrated all these wonderful cars.
Now the little mitter, you can see a little, well, looking at the black and white Cobra number 3, but there's a little Formula Junior car just in the background of the shot. This is the Formula 1 car. Aston Martin, the car was planned a couple of years before it hit the World Championship, and if only it had been launched in the first year, it might have had a chance in sort of 58, but it came to in 1960, and nothing that the combined racing talents of Carroll Shelby and Roy Salvadori could do to make it competitive, because by then you needed to be small. The following year, 61, it would have been outlawed anyhow because you needed a 1.5 litre engine, but it was a car too late in time, and its body shape not entirely different from the smaller white Mitter, which will be coming along just behind it, little Formula Junior car. And the beauty of these celebrations is just to realise how many different sorts of cars drivers drove in the 1950s and 60s. Often they'd turn up at a race meeting and do maybe 2 of the support races along with the main race as well. And when that little Mitter, car number 93, when that fires up its engine notice, it will strip your ears.
There's plenty on track at the moment that would. They're at the reduced speed for this demonstration run, but fantastic to see so many icons out there, and just completing a lap where they'll turn back into the paddock, and worth poking your head into the paddock to try and get a closer look, because the detail sometimes trackside can be lost, and great to wander around if you can get access.
Yes, and one of the beauties in the back part of the paddock over towards the airfield a bit more, completely open, you can go past them, but just to see the car 1 by 2 by 3 by 4 and just see the passage of time, the passage of thought. Right in the middle, little Lotus, car number 31 just going past. Again, super sleek bodywork there. Small engine, sleek bodywork can certainly always take on a less sleek number with a large engine, but Carroll approached it from both angles, but by and large his métier was the bigger the grunt, the more poke it had, but he did understand aerodynamics as well.
Just coming to the final chicane, the GT40s are completing their lap, having increased the speed to pull away from the pack, and quite right that they were able to take their own pace as they go around. Excellent stuff out there.
Now this one started at the back of the grid, and it's not a car. The bright pinky purple metallic car is a car that never went on a grid because it was a drag racer, and hugely successful in that, the Dragon Snake, and again, drag racing, particularly stateside, was absolutely massive. This is a car that had considerable success, but in fact it was the most successful drag racing Cobra of them all in the hands of Bruce Larson. We've seen it several years now at Goodwood, and it's a very welcome addition. And again, it stands out wonderfully with that pink metallic race livery in the background. You know, certain shops have a mention, they call themselves never knowingly underestimated or something, but
undersold,
understated. This isn't understated, I've just bastardized that phrase.
Well, we've got MGs out there, Austin Healey's, Jaguar C-types, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Maserati, Lotus that Bruce pointed out to you a few moments ago. So many. And then of course the AC Cobra that really made his name, then the GT40s that we've seen plenty of times. Car number 70's caught your eye.
Well, it certainly has. We think, what on earth is that? We know it at Goodwood. We've seen it before. It's Balkowski's Buick, known as Old Yeller 2. And that was a one-off owned by Ernie Nagamatsu, driven by Shelby in a handful of races in 1960. And it seemed rudimentary, but you know what? Having seen it race here over the years, it actually handled remarkably well. But again, just the diversity of machines that can be raced and were raced by Carroll. But then, of course, with congenital heart problems, rumour has it in 1960 when he was really starting to get a lot of pain, he raced with I'm sure my leg hasn't been pulled with this, a nitroglycerine pill under his tongue. But by the end of the year, angina had been identified, and it was over and out. No more racing for you, Mr. Shelby. And then, of course, all those creative juices, the competitive juices, still flowed, and he wanted to get that big Ford V8 into something. And, of course, the outcome of that is the car that's coming in at the tail of the field, AC Cobra, Shelby Cobra stateside. A car that stands the test of time, and anybody who's ever been treated, whether with the 289, that's the 4.7 litre engine, or the 427, that's the 7 litre, get that in a straight line, your eyeballs will eventually recover.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that out there as much as we did in the commentary box, because there is so many cars out there to have enjoyed, all attached to a automotive icon in Carroll Shelby, and it was excellent to see the 50 cars out there all attached to his name one way or the other. Here's a review of the Carroll Shelby tribute, and car number 12 there, leaving the line in the only way that you should pay tribute to Carroll Shelby, a huge plume of tyre stroke.
Stetsons and horsepower, two things every Texan seems to like, and we around the world have loved the creations. First, the AC Cobra that just set so many people racing stateside, where cars that handle didn't really have much of a go, but the MGTC, with which he started career, made them realise, hey, European cars handle. Now let's combine that with power, and let's see what the outcome is. We're looking at it now, AC Cobra. But then, of course, Ford wanted to beat Ferrari at Le Mans, and the project wasn't going well, so whistle up, get Carroll Shelby involved, and then those 4 wins came thick and fast from 1966 to 1969.
One honour to be called, another thing to deliver all of those victories. A man of success behind the wheel and then creating the cars for others. A great tribute to Carroll Shelby.
So here we are, another chapter in the car's illustrious life at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th members meeting, where we're participating in the 75th anniversary celebrations for Porsche and the 60th anniversary of the 911. I must admit, I've driven a lot of RSRs in my time. I've never driven anything quite like this because of its originality. It feels like it's still got its Le Mans gearing in it, and the engine is an absolute delight. In most 911s, you've got time to think. In this car, you look down and it's already turning 8,000 RPM. It's quite amazing.
On we go to Goodwood Racecourse, perhaps the most picturesque in the country. And as usual, there's a full house for Stewards' Cup Day. With the blower in working order, the bookies are happily chalking up the odds. In the paddock, the 22 runners give the customers their last chance of a checker. The field's in line. And they're off, with 6 furlongs to go.
Well, here down at Revive and Thrive, we've got this wonderful stage here that with lots of talks going on throughout the weekend. And Amber Butchart, a British fashion historian, is with me now. You are the perfect person for Goodwood Revival. How's it been so far?
Oh, thank you so much. It's been absolutely fantastic. I'm here, as you said, at Revive and Thrive. I'm hosting a lot of big conversations throughout the weekend. We also have some other fantastic hosts. Andy Wellington is here. Michaela Sharp is here hosting talks with an enormous, huge array of people who are all talking about things like sustainability, second-hand clothes, vintage. Obviously, everybody here has a huge love of vintage shopping. Things like repairing, making, all kinds of stuff going on.
It's so important, isn't it? Talk us through your outfit, because I know you're also really into all of that.
Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, well, today I am wearing, this is a reissue of a kind of 1950s British brand called Horrocks's, who made incredible cotton summer dresses throughout the 40s, 50s, 60s. And a contemporary company have worked with the Horrocks's archive to recreate a load of their old designs. They're absolutely perfect for Goodwood Revival because they're exactly the right silhouette. They're always really fun shapes, but they have some more contemporary details like
we've got pockets. We've got pockets.
We love a pocket. So handy when you're rushing around all day like you are, like I am. So yeah, really good fun. Great for this heat that we're having as well.
It's so brilliant down here. We've got so many different stores. There's so much to learn as well. Just you bring in quite a crowd in.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think people here, you have people here who love the cars, you have people here who love the clothes, you have people here who love both. But I think there's a real interest in learning and understanding more about each as well. So what we're hoping to provide here is just really information on sort of a bit of fashion history, but also really thinking about the contemporary moment and the future and how you can live this lifestyle sustainably.
And lastly, Amber, what is your best thing about Goodwood Revival?
I think it's just seeing the way everyone dresses. Everyone takes such care with how they're put together. You see people's absolute best outfits. You see entire ensembles, hats, all the hats. I love it. It's just always such a joy.
It's great fun. It's wonderful to have you here. She is a British fashion historian. Who better to have at Goodwood Revival?
Well, they are having a terrific time down there, and we're about to have a terrific time on the racetrack. One of the more anticipated races of the entire meeting about to get underway. It is the Levant Cup, and we have some very big names involved. We have some wonderful cars out on track, Bruce.
Well, the Levant Cup is always a movable feast, and I don't think you can have a greater feast than this assembly of the most fabulous 250 GT racing Ferraris. We also have two LMs at the very front, and these were the cars that would have been competing at Le Mans. They take it to another level, but we've got the sort of cars you don't see very often at all because some are unique. Just there, we saw the Ferrari bread van, which was a remodeled Ferrari 250 GT to make it more competitive in a straight line at Le Mans. But this is for Ferrari GT cars, 1960 to 1966. It is mouth-watering, the machinery down, assembling, but those two LMs coming onto the front row very kindly for us. They've put them in different colours. We've got a red one and a yellow one. Commentators' delight. But we have all sorts of shapes, and one of the most fabled racing cars of all time is the Ferrari 250 GTO, the Omologato. And we have derivations of that. And we even have a 330 GTO. That's inflation for you.
So lining up with our three-car front row. And this race getting underway in a few moments' time. It's a 25-minute race. And then the checker flag will wave. It's for Ferrari GT cars from 1960 to 1966. The 250s out there at the very front. The LMs from 1964 and 1965. It will be Rob Hall on pole position ahead of Gary Pearson.
Just waiting. I'm not sure all the cars have made it to the grid. Some still coming into position beneath our commentary box, and starting from the very, very back of the grid. Look out for that one. It's going to be the Ferrari bread van, car number 16. which would have qualified better than that, got disqualified for eligibility problems. And also car number 10, which is driven by Nick Padmore. It's the 250 GT Lusso, the luxury model. So look for those coming up the order somewhat from the back, but most certainly that one with the bluff rear end on it, the Ferrari Bread Van, car number 16.
Yes, a firm fan favourite making its way through the order. Disqualified from the results of practice for eligibility reasons, but there we go.
So the field going off onto the formation lap. No, that's not the field. Those are some extra Ferraris not competing in the race. Sorry, I just saw the turn my head, and there they were moving around. The cars still waiting down on the grid. Their formation lap will not come actually quite soon enough for them, because it's getting very, very warm for every driver sitting down in those cars at the moment, waiting for the off. Just spotted Karun Chandok, who's jumping from car to car. He's driving a Fika Frio owned 250 GTO. Look out for that one, car number 156. Outside of the front row, Emanuele Pirot. It looks as though he's got his helmet delivered, because I believe this morning he left it at home, but people would have helped out there. I think it might have been yesterday he left it at home, because certainly I couldn't identify a driver. I was looking for Emanuele's helmet, but certainly he's got it today, white with the red fluting on the side.
I think he was borrowing one from Marino Franchitti by the looks of the design that he was running yesterday, but back into his traditional racing colours, and he will be a threat. From third on the grid, would need a good start and to get his elbows out, though, to take on the LMs ahead of it.
Well, only one LM ahead of him. I'm trying to see if the yellow one, the ex-Securi Francorchamps car, is at pit exit, because the car from the middle of the front row, Gary Pearson's number 26, is not there, unless my eyesight has failed at a critical moment.
The yellow design that was driven so well yesterday, that'd be a real disappointment, is unable to take its position. Enjoyed seeing that up close down in the paddock yesterday. But no, not there at the moment. So Rob Hall is car 526 on the left-hand side on pole position, and Emanuele Pirot is car 73. We're looking at car 21. That's Alexander Vanderloff's 250. It's the GT SWB from 1962.
Yeah, the short wheelbase models handled absolutely beautifully. Some, of course, are the SWB/C, the Competizione model. Now, the outside of the front row, look for that one. That is one of the Competizione cars. That's car 73, Emanuele Pirot. This car's owned by Mario Ilian of the Ilmor Race Engine Company. And this was a car that was started racing with Écurie Belge back in the early 1960s. So, worth reiterating, these cars between 1960 and 1966, which of course is the time when the circuit here at Goodwood was foreclosed, and that was that. But thank goodness, 25 years ago, 1998, the first Goodwood Revival. We've gone from strength to strength. Car number 1, right-hand side of the grid on the third row, that was crumpled. That was the glorious Drogo, the 250 Drogo of Christophe van Riet. It's not quite, well, it's race ready, but it's a little tattered down the flank closer to the outside of the circuit.
And it's formation lap time. And we was having a look at the running repairs down there in the paddock yesterday. Very, very strange that no matter how expensive the car, and I tell you what, there are so many pricey cars in front of us. Enjoy this moment, because we might not see all of these racing once again.
And again, even on the formation lap, in fact, maybe especially on the formation lap, if you're standing out around the circuit, I urge you just to close your eyes for a second and just enjoy the noise, enjoy the sound of these fabulous Ferrari racing engines. 12 cylinders just making their own special magic. And then, of course, the first lap of the race, do open your eyes, because it's going to be fireworks. And look out for number 16, the Ferrari Bread Van, coming from the very, very tail of the field. It's given its full nomenclature. It's the 250 GT short wheelbase Bread Van. And Alexander Ames was really getting some good laps in yesterday.
Yeah, it was looking really good at the back of the field after the disqualification from practice and qualifying, all rolled into one session. So we're, I imagine, in the next few moments going to see quite a lot of car 16 that is currently in your picture.
Yeah, this race planned for 25 minutes, and it's going to be an absolute blast. But certainly you'd have to say Rob Hall has lost his most serious challenger. They qualified very, very close in terms of time, which was Gary Pearson. Gary Pearson. Here's the grid. Let's take us through it.
Okay, so as you can see, a bit of a gap there in second position, but it's Rob Hall on pole position, then the gap, the withdrawal from Gary Pearson, then Emanuele Pirot, and then we have Vincent Gay next to Alexander Vanderloff, and these are all the 250s out there. Karun Chandok in 6th place, then you've got Hookenholtz, Van Riet, and then moving through the order, you've got Jack, Cousins and Joy, Cook, Beecroft and Padmore, and then Alexander Ames in the bread van, trying to come through as quickly as possible.
So those two cars on the back row, the bread van and car number 16 ready to press on. Alexander Ames, of course, in that bread van, disqualified, but with something to prove, and expect that to come up the order. But the glorious, sleek little Ferrari 250 LM on pole, car number 526. Rob Hall, who's had, well, what a weekend he's had, being out in the fabulous BRM V16 and then discovering not all is working as it could be, but some great racing. That was really spectacular first thing this morning. But you have to take your helmet off, put your other race brain in for driving something completely different. But then again, Rob Hall, part of the family crew of Hall & Hall, have restored so many amazing cars. He's got this incredible ability to get in, get it understood, get it to the front end of a field. But right now, just enjoy those really sleek lines. 1964, this car still looks perfect, the Ferrari 250 LM. Looks delicate, it looks quick.
And it has been in his hands as they begin their final few moments of the formation lap before the flag will fall, and we will get set for the run here. 25 minutes of racing. We'll watch for the bread van at the back. We'll watch to see what the LM can do at the front of the field. We will lament that Gary Pearson's not in the second LM because we were looking to see them both together. But what can Emanuele Pirro do from third, officially on the grid, but essentially the front row and right alongside? What a great shot. On the hottest day of the year, there's a car to match. Coming through the 250 LM from 1964, and also watch out for Karun Chandhok, who's further down the order in this field as well.
Yeah, Karun starting from the third row of the grid. Now, who's going to get the power down best? Because certainly Emanuele Pirro does some fantastic starts. But once the cars start flowing through Matchwick, through Fordwater and beyond, expect that 250 LM to just be planted on the circuit in a very, very different way. And with Rob Hall at the wheel, it's going to be very, very hard to beat. But look, too, for that Ferrari bread van, car number 16. Last car to pull up, middle of the back row there. That should make huge progress through the 25 minutes of this race.
Green flag at the back. Signal given to the drivers. And the flag falls at Goodwood. We are racing down to Madrid Corner with a good getaway from those on the front row. Various speeds further back, but Emanuele Pirro is braving it to the outside in the silver 250. Who is going to be in the lead of the race by the time that we see it? Oh, Rob Hall has hung on, and he maintains the lead, converting pole position into P1.
Well, all that could be done for Emanuele Pirro was to try and hang on into the first corner. It was always going to be the LM coming through. But the Ferrari bread van is already halfway up the order. We're only 2 corners into the opening lap of the race, and pushing on very, very hard indeed, Alexander Ames. But Pirro did all he could, but he will be in the lead because our race leader is our spinner. Just a kiss with the tyres, just coming into St Mary's, and I don't know if that should have done any damage to the car, but it certainly lost the lead for Rob Hall. And there is our race leader, Emanuele Pirro, with clear air behind him. And then now up into second place goes Vincent Gay, car number 7.
So Pirro leads, a dramatic moment and a gasp from the crowd as our pole sitter spins round on the opening tour of the race, and the bread van is absolutely scything through here. This is amazing stuff from Alexander Ames.
Let's take a quick look at any damage, potential damage on the back of the LM that started from pole. Rob Hall rotated around, a little kiss on, if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, the back of car 526, the paintwork is a little bit scuffed. I think he might have got away with it.
So, from what was officially third on the grid to the race lead for Emanuele Pirro, who's seen both of the LMs have drama. One didn't take the start, the other one spinning on the opening tour, and the bread van is roaring through at the moment. Both slightly out of position. One after being disqualified from qualifying earlier on in the weekend, and the other one trying to recover after that dramatic moment. They're running line astern, the two cars that we're focusing on into Madrid Corner.
Well, sights and sounds, and what fabulous sounds those Ferrari V12s Alberto Colombo's engine makes when being pressed hard, and most certainly is being pressed very hard indeed at the moment. The 526, which is what the Ferrari LM going through the 250 LM. The bread van is following with Alexander Ames. In terms of pace, Rob Hall should be able to get up back towards the front. He's on the tail of the driver in third place. That's the 250 GTO in silver of Karun Chandhok. He's hunting it down just in front. Vincent Gay, but streaking clear. Emanuele Pirro 3 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap. He's even out of this shot as they go into the dip out of St Mary's. He'll be turning into, while those behind are playing catch-up, most certainly 526, the remaining 250 LM in this race. Slightly bashed, but certainly seems to be handling very well indeed.
A lot of pace for Rob Hall, but he's just waiting for the straight to be able to use it. Doesn't need much of it as he makes his way through the kink. And then next up is Vincent Gay in the 250 GT from 1960. That is the car being chased down by the 526. Scrap that, that's the car, not making the way. Hanging on to the position as we make our way through.
Well, Vincent is someone who has raced a lot of Goodwood. He seems to get better year in, year out, and he's got some real competition. Right, let's take a look at the gap between Emanuele Pirro, who's leading this race, and Vincent Gay in second place. It was 3 seconds the end of the opening lap. Wait for it, 5.5 seconds, but as soon as Rob Hall goes through, which may even be now, it's looking as though it's going to be now into Madrid. There was no point Vincent Gay blocking him. You can see the scuff on the left rear corner of that 250 LM. He is now going to set off Rob Hall after our race leader Emanuele Pirro. 21.5 minutes remaining. They're going to be long minutes for Pirro.
They will be. This is the moment where our race leader, our pole sitter, then race leader, then spinner onto the grass. Round he went, and it was just a brush with the wall. Anything more could have ended his day, but he's still in contention to win this one. And there's been plenty of moves further back as well. Here's another one for the bread van, driven by Alexander Ames.
Well, he's up to 5th place, having started stone last on this grid. This is Emanuele Pirro going right out to the edge of the circuit, trying to get the wonderful flow that is required. Right, Lavin Kink, tick. That's done on lap number 3 for Emanuele Pirro, leading the way, but the gap will be coming down. Fastest lap of the race so far was Pirro on the last time around, 1 minute 30.4, but I'm fairly sure the fastest lap of the race is going to be going to this driver at this early stage. With Rob Hall playing catch-up, so rare to see him having a moment, and that one was all on his own. He was really pulling clear on the opening lap, halfway round, got St Mary's, but saw it from an angle he didn't want to see it from. Round he went, that tiny kiss with the tyre wall. Alexander Ames now in the bread van, that bluff rear end on his 250 GTO. Now he's all over the tail of the driver who's still in 3rd place, but not for long, because Vincent Gay is being hunted, and I'm sure that sharp-nosed number 16, the bread van, will be going through.
Karun Chandok behind the wheel of the number 156 Silver 250 there, and ceding the position, or at least trying to hang on to it around the outside, refusing to cede the position to Van der Lof. That great racing between these two.
Yeah, well, Alexander Van der Lof, just in a short wheelbase rather than a 250 GTO, made an awful start. He made it almost a very good start, almost jumped the start, suddenly realised, oh no, had to back off, and then of course you lose out. He lost 3 or 4 positions from the second row. He's playing fight back, but there's Alexander Ames on the attack, as predicted, waited for his moment to make that move, got the job done between Ford Water and St Mary's, and now rocketing away from Vincent Gay. So up into 3rd place in the back of the grid.
Another league at the moment. This battle's been continuing on and on and on, further still, and Karun Chandok takes back the place.
Well, you really can't ask for more than that, to have these beautiful cars not just out on the circuit circulating quickly, but also having some really competitive racing with plenty of dicing. By the way, last time round Rob Hall did set the fastest lap of the race, and he took a second and a bit out of the race leader Emanuele Pirro. But still, Karun Chandok in 156 in the 250 GTO, and then brilliantly driving from Alexander Van der Lof. You can see the various points on the circuit where one car has a bit of an advantage, and tucked in behind them, Johnny Kugenholz is just a whisk away behind in their rearview mirrors.
We go back to the battle out front, and just looking at the 73. Now, what's happened here? What has happened here for Emanuele Pirro? Because there was a huge amount of time lost.
Well, he lapped, unfortunately, him 2.3 seconds slower than the car behind, and he's still setting a cracking pace, Pirro leading this race, still quicker than everybody else, but Rob Hall's performance advantage is clear for all to see. Emanuele Pirro too wide to try and fight against it. He just moved out of the way. Don't forget, if Rob Hall hadn't spun halfway around the opening lap, he'd be not quite over the horizon, he'd be pulling clear. But look, Rob Hall is really pressing on. He just wants to get enough of a gap, but Pirro, well, you know, sometimes it's easier to be the hunter than the hunted, and he's now changed those roles, and he's going to see whether he can hang on.
So, new race leader out front. Hall recovers from that earlier spin, and now is looking at the rest of the field in his mirrors after making a tidy pass. These two in another postcode at the moment. Pirro will try and give chase as we make our way to try and complete things. But when you see that sort of margin disappear, you realise not quite a fair fight, is it, when you've got an LM at the front of the field?
But what I love is the fact that fighting is going the entire way down the field. This is the battle for fourth place. Vincent Gay in number 7 still holding on in that short wheelbase competition. Only in car 21, really going very, very well for Van der Lof. Just a humble 250 GT short wheelbase. So not quite the full competition model, but these cars, same engine, V12, just fabulous cars to be seen. Again, some great camera angles. The cars snake their way through that final chicane, but all along what's happening, Rob Hall into the lead of the race and pulling clear. But Pirot has just put in his best lap of the race in his quest to try and at least hang on, at least keep Rob Hall inside.
Rob Hall, then Pirot, then Ames, who's come roaring through from the very back of the field in the so-called Red Van 250 GT short wheelbase from 1962. That's in third place, and then Emmanuel Pirot in second. We're looking further back at Vincent Gay, trying to hang on to the position. Van der Lof all over the back of him, trying to find a way by.
Riding over the curbs. That was good. I mean, you have to choose your moment, and he's being slightly cautious, still cursing that awful getaway from the grid for Alexander Van der Lof, but every time he's looking at the tail of Vincent Gay's number 7 right in front of him, he suddenly gets, he lifts for a tiny second. He's got the GTO closing in. Karun Chandok, what an incredible day for Karun. 1 minute he's racing a standard Vanguard 6. He's trophy, and suddenly he's driving something at the opposite end, the polar opposite end of the spectrum.
Good news for Karun Chandok, and the good news is that car 7 and car 21, i.e. the two in front of him, that's Vincent Gay and Alex Van der Lof, who find themselves with a 10-second penalty for the false start.
Well, I definitely saw Van der Lof move. Maybe he moved slightly before Vincent Gay, but both being pinged. But doesn't matter. Let them race all the way to the end of the event. Another car going quite well is Nick Padmore. Just saw him go out of the shot. He's 1 place ahead of the damage on the side of the Drogo. Don't get any more. Was from rubbing against the tyre wall in practice yesterday. But Carlo Vogler in. It's not 250 GTO behind. It's a 330 GTO. One of only 3 of those that were made. Has a larger engine. It moved out instead of being just under 3 litres to 4 litres. But right now, that battle at the front, it's still Rob Hall, but only by 1.1 seconds. I think Pirot's driving absolutely beautifully in second place. In terms of the natural pace of these cars, the 250 LM should just pull clear. Maybe Rob Hall's decided it's a very hot day, let's just stay and play, and let's not put too much heat into these cars. We're complaining about the heat. It's certainly very warm here, but don't forget Le Mans in June has been known to be a little on the warm side.
Yes, designed to compete in these conditions. So it's Rob Hall out front. Emmanuel Pirot, though, not letting him get away as they make their way through the traffic. Then Ames in third place, 10 seconds further back from the battle you're watching at the moment. And Vincent Gay and Alex Van der Lof find themselves with a 10-second penalty. Karun Chandok is hanging on to that battle on track. And then it's Hugenholtz, Padmore, Vavry and Vogler completing the top 10 of this entertaining race. There's still 14 minutes to go. And Emmanuel Pirot refuses to give this one up.
Well, for Ferraristi the world over, they love everything to do with Ferrari, but to see the big race like this is proper racing. This isn't after you, Claude, or Giampiero. This is press on, press on. Now, Karun Chandok has started to make up ground. He suddenly picked up 2 positions. Didn't need to, because the 2 cars he just passed, the number 7 250 GT short wheelbase competizione. There's Vincent Gay and the car behind, which is 21 on the left-hand side of your screen. Both have a 10-second penalty.
Here's Karun Chandok to the inside, and a lovely overtake as he makes his way through in the final corners of the lap. He cleared one, then he cleared another, and he's now running in 4th position.
Well, very, very good news for his team, Fika Frio, because the other car they had entered into the race, the other 250 LM, did not get to start from the middle of the front row. Now, we've had 2 cars given 10-second penalties for a jump start. Draw your own conclusions. 21 we can see move. Well, I didn't see number 7 move at all, but certainly Alexander Van der Lof can have no complaints. He did that awful thing, though. You get the penalty later, but you've already banked off, and then everyone has gone past you. So he automatically lost 3 places. But he's still in the mix, and they're still chopping and changing with Karun Chandok. He got past a pair of them. He does it again under grunt as they leave. Now they're being joined from those behind as well. So Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. There was a couple of cars they were just lapping. I beg your pardon. Same colours, a red and a silver one. But right now, still that wonderful battle between Vincent Gay and number 7 and car 21. Alexander Van der Lof. Oh, don't rub them, don't do that.
Far too pricey to be risking it on the inside. And you know what, Vincent Gay, he absolutely knew it, as Van der Lof had to drop back in to the wheel tracks and continue to study the rear of his rival. Still 1.2 seconds at the head of the field. Rob Hall's best lap was a 1:27.8. Last time around he did a 1:29.6, with Pirot still hanging on to him. That's one lock-up away for a change of lead.
Well, it really is. Now they're starting to get among the back markers. I'm just really wondering, you look at the fastest lap that Rob Hall has done, a 1:27.8. That's over 2 seconds faster than the fastest lap of the driver in second place, Emmanuel Pirot. So Pirot's driving absolutely to the potential of the car. But I think Rob Hall, he may be nursing something. Don't forget that spin going into St Mary's may have put something slightly out. But I think he's just being slightly cautious. Doesn't want to rocket away in the distance. He wants to win this race. He didn't win the race at the start of the day when the BRM just went a little bit sick. But maybe a little bit of caution. Maybe there's damage. But I'm not complaining. These two cars running within 2 seconds of each other. Maybe 1.5 seconds, maybe.
There we go. Great shot of the finger tipping through the chicane. And then to come over the line to begin another lap. Let's see what the gap is here. Looks like a better lap for Hall now. I'd want more than a 1.2 second lead over Emmanuel Pirot, multiple Le Mans winner, an absolute master behind the wheel. It is only 1.2 seconds. It's still in the balance. We'll take you back to this ever-long battle between Vincent Gay and Alex Van der Lof.
You know, this is all drivers can ask for. Goodwood on a sunny day with someone in a very similar car and a fantastic dice. These are the days you remember. You might remember winning a race by 3 seconds, but if you've had to fight for it, it just makes it all the more worthwhile. However, Vincent Gay, number 7, and Alexander Van der Lof, 21, they'll be further down the order unless they can press on a bit more, because they've got 10-second penalties hanging over their heads. So there they are running up behind Karun Chandok in the GTO. That's car number 156. They're having a fabulous ding-dong battle, but they will potentially lose a place. Maybe not, actually. They're certainly pulling clear of those behind.
So continuing to circulate. There's a chance now. Good run for Van der Lof, and he knows that's the case. Still no way by, though.
Yeah, well, Vincent Gay was saying on the run from Fordwater to St Mary's, well, if you're going past, try the outside. Didn't work for Rob Hall on the opening lap, and that was on his own. He'd already got clearing that 250 LM. That's car number 526. Round he went. He has recovered, back in the lead of the race, but as Alex pointed out, 1.2 seconds to good. Matters not to these two drivers. So Van der Lof in 21 and Vincent Gay in number 7. They're just having a fabulous battle.
And we're enjoying every moment of it. Karun's had another moment. Karun Chandok.
No, the fact he's getting out so quickly, he's aware that something's gone pop as a line come off.
Yeah, and he gets
on the far side. That was the quickest exit. He parked it as soon as he could.
Yeah, he knew he had to get clear of it. Karun Chandok out of the car after a run that had him in 4th place, and remembering to try and kill things in the car. But he needs the assistance of one of the many brilliant marshals around here by the looks of things. But he's out of the race.
So fourth place has come to nothing, but I'm more concerned about anything happening to that car right here, right now. Any racing car I adore, but a 250 GTO, apologies if I have a slight tear running down my cheek. And marshals arrive to put out, so left rear corner. Interesting.
Well, we're continuing on. Let's have a replay of the moment where Karun's race came undone. Whoa, look at that. No wonder he jumped out of it sharpish.
Well, it looks like an oil line or something has come adrift, and that was, well, Karun, to hold that, to get it off the circuit, to park it away safely. In fact, you can see the lick of fire under the flame under the engine and get out that quickly. That was absolutely prescient. So well done to Karun there, and well done to the marshals for getting there so quickly. So high drama, and 4th place becomes no place whatsoever, and that is just a driver's nightmare. But the fact he got out and the flames were suppressed so quickly.
So that would have been a heart-stopping moment.
Well, I think it's aged Karun a few years, almost as much as watching Sun Kush competing in the Sweat Engine Cup early this afternoon. So not too surprisingly, we've got the safety car out because there is the race leader. Rob Hall has been picked up. And then behind Emmanuel Pirot will come across about 2 seconds behind. And of course, they'll run at the pace of the safety car. But with cars as valuable as these, Karun may have parked at the side of the circuit, but they have to be sure that is out forever. Emmanuel Pirot, cool individual anyhow, but clearly a little warmer than normal today, so the door open to get any vestige of airflow into the cockpit.
Is it hot behind the wheel? Well, there is your answer from the man who sits in second place. The gap had gone to 2 seconds, but it'd be interesting to see what Emanuele can do on the restart. The driver formerly Formula 1, our winner in the Le Mans 24 Hours, and now heading up the young driver program at McLaren's Formula 1 team, as everyone appears to be going for the one door open. You see so many great sights at Goodwood. This on the hottest day of the year, a rather unusual one, as we circulate behind the safety car.
Now, we had 2 driver penalties at the start of the race. I'll come back to that in a second. Now, waving, slow down, and it looks as though Van der Lof had not seen the yellow flag. The wagging of the finger, almost schoolmasterly there from Vincent Gay. Do not go past me, pay attention. Now, just to clarify, we saw full well that there was a jump start from car number 21 at the beginning of the race, and no movement from Vincent Gay. He also got a 10-second penalty, but apparently that's for not lining up in his grid box. So he didn't jump the start, but just didn't start from the right place.
There we are, clarification on that, because he definitely didn't jump the start. He wasn't parked where he should be. So that has added 10 seconds to his race time as we form up behind the safety car and we bring them all together. There's a bit of a field spread out there of over a minute for the field, and we'll bring them all back together before we get our restart.
Now, with those 10-second penalties to be applied, that means John Hugenholtz has a chance, because he's only, a couple of seconds down off the tail of Van der Lof. And there's the sorry sight of the 250 GTO. Luckily, smoking no longer. Karun Chandhok, remarkable to get out of the car, get it off the track, and for the marshals to do extinguish what was a bit of a flash fire there, because clearly I would reckon an oil line came off there, and Karun reacted unbelievably quickly. So the heart rate now is down to a mere 360 beats a minute. He's fine.
Well, Karun is in all the cars all the time this weekend, but that was one moment he could have done without on his very busy Revival weekend.
So the safety car leading the field around, waiting for any official notification as to how soon that will be coming in, and always look at the lights atop, on the bar atop the safety car, because they have to be out about half a lap before that would ever pull into the pits and release the cars to go racing again. So the fact the lights are still flashing as they come into the chicane indicates, as it's a thumb up from Karun. Tough luck, Karun. We'll have at least one further lap behind the safety car.
So the marshals just looking at the stricken Ferrari on the right-hand side of your picture.
Well, that just gave us a chance to see the oldest car in the field, the 275 Tour de France, which is Richard Cook. That's car number 22. It's the dark red with the black stripe up at the back of the field.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. Well, we've got a great battle for the lead. We've had a great battle for the lead, but it's also nice to pick our way through. There you go. There's the car that we're speaking about.
Yeah, the 250 GT Tour de France. Tour de France, a fabulous event, well, around France, surprise, surprise, but using a lot of public roads, and it's still run as a historic event as well. But again, great to see the bloodline of these cars as well. But the thing that linked them was the V12 under the nose of the car.
Very distinctive, and that's the oldest car in the field. We will hope to get back racing as soon as we can, but only when it's safe to do so. And I think they're just making sure that all is sensible with the car that's pulled to the side of the road. Obviously all not well because of that dramatic fiery moment that took Karun Chandhok out of the Levant Cup.
Right, he's not the first one out of the race, because that unfortunately befell Martin O'Connell, car number 6, which is another of the 250 GT short wheelbase. Mark Devis's car, ex-Maranello concessionaires. So it was red with that pale blue nose, the Cambridge blue nose, but that was an early, I don't think it was a faller, it retired to the pit garage after 5 laps. So that one has been parked up. It will live to fight another day. Karun Chandhok's 250 GTO, car 156. We saw Karun just pulling off on the exit of Lavant, and that was a big save there, I would suggest. But everybody else still going. So 14 runners in this race. Rob Hall sitting at the front of the queue behind the safety car. His margin 1.1 seconds over Emmanuel Pirot, but the clock keeps counting down. The safety car keeps leading around. We're going to be only 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's hope they get at least released for one final lap of racing, and then it will be Italian Brio, that'll be Emanuele Pirro trying to take on the pragmatism. Here we go, national stereotypes for Rob Hall in the 250 LM. In terms of performance, that little 250 LM should streak away, but Pirro's got his tail up today, I would suggest.
Yeah, he's been absolutely reveling in it behind the wheel of that car. Rob Hall, very effective to retake the lead, having spun earlier in the race when he'd seen off Pirro at the start.
Now, just noticing, we've got 2 packs of cars. By now, behind the safety car, they should really be running nose to tail from 4 to aft. The 14 cars still in this race, but there's a gap about halfway down the order. And really, in safety car procedure, you should be closing up. Right, the lights are still flashing on the roof. We may yet get one final lap of racing. We may not, because when we saw Karun Chandok's 250 GTO, it was yet to be put aboard the flatbed truck on the exit of Lavant Corner. So there it is, still on the grass, now being winched back in. And Karun can just stand there going, well, I wasn't going to win the race, but I was definitely in the reckoning for a possible podium. And any chance you get to race a Ferrari 250 GTO, talk about hen's teeth, so he'll be absolutely gutted. But it's another car he could put down on his amazing CV.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're continuing behind the safety car here. So the car looks like it's about to be recovered within the next minute. Do we have time for a one-lap shootout? Sounds familiar, that sentence. I wonder whether we will see. There we go. Thanks to each and every marshal that surrounds this circuit for allowing us to put on the Revival. And what a wonderful event it is, celebrating 25 years since the first running as well.
Okay, we're just getting a message because we weren't going to be able to get any racing in. 3 minutes have been added to the allotted time. Thank you very much to the race officials and for making that happen. So hopefully next time around the cars will be released and we can go racing, because these cars look great standing still, great moving slowly, but fabulous when they're being driven and driven hard. And certainly the racing through the majority of this Lavant Cup, this very special Lavant Cup for these Ferrari GT cars from 60 to 66 has been mighty. So let's see what we can do when the field is now finally running pretty close to nose to tail.
So that's a good move. That's a really good and exciting move for all of us, that we've got some extra time allowed so we can finish the race, not behind the safety car, but instead with racing all the way to the final moments and the checkered flag. And what can Emanuele Pirro do in the number 73 entry there? Can he give us something to shout about in the final meters? We've already had that earlier today. 2 really dramatic finishes in the races that we've seen today. In the Barry Sheehan Memorial Trophy, it went all the way to the final chicane on the last lap. And in the Goodwood Trophy, to start things off, the race decided by 1/10 of a second.
With the overtaking manoeuvre coming 1 length of the car before the end of that race. Poor Mark Gillies was monstered, but great to see a victory for Ian Baxter and an Alta. So never stop until the end of the race. Right, the end of the race will be coming soon. Hopefully the car, let's just see if the lights are still on board the safety car as they work their way past the 250 GTO. Lights still flashing. Don't forget, 3 minutes were added to extend this race. Come on, turn those lights off. Let's go racing again.
Yeah, park it up really slowly. Won't be long until the flatbed truck is off the racetrack and we have the concluding moments.
And for the drivers in the line, particularly those close to the safety car, the E-Type Jaguar leading them around, they will close their doors when racing is about to happen. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds remain on the clock, so we should hopefully get that one racing lap. So Rob Hall, he's forgotten the fact. We haven't though, Rob. He had a little spin out of St Mary's, and 250 LM was starting to pull clear on the opening lap of the race, and it dropped him down to about 6th place. And then it added to the excitement as that glorious car had to be sort of get its way, using a bit of caution, Alex, between the people who were hoping for a podium result, got back to the front. We thought he'd then drop Emanuele Pirro, but Emanuele has had other ideas, and when the safety car came out, there was only about 1.5 seconds between them. It's closed up a little bit right now, but let's get this final racing lap in.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get the message from race control, 1 lap added at the end, because the pace that they've been circulating behind the safety car, we'd run out of time.
Yeah, they're only very early in the lap, and the clock has, even with the extra time, has nearly elapsed. But the job that everyone has to do, Pirro has to get onto the tail of Rob Hall. Everybody has to get as close as possible for this restart. And another 3 minutes have been offered in. The bonus ball has been added to the prize. Safety car will be in this lap. That's music by ears, the message coming into our ears And so for all the crews, let's hope they get the message to their drivers as soon as possible. For the drivers right now, their job is to stay on the tail of the car in front, whether you're the car at the very back of the line there, which is Richard Cook in the Tour de France. But right now, Pirot in 73 needs to get right off the tail of Rob Hall through the dip on the exit of St Mary's. Line's still going on the safety car, but they should be turned out very soon indeed. But I still expect Rob Hall to pull away on the restart of the race. But then again, I thought he was going to pull away on the opening lap of the race, and round he went at St Mary's. You don't wish that on anybody. Also, the fact came so close. Just that little kiss with the tyre banding on the outside of the circuit. Now the lights are out and the field is starting to bunch up. Yes, the drivers are waiting again.
Okay, lights are out on the safety car, and the Jaguar will make its way back to the pit lane. It's over to you, Rob Hall, to take us back to racing around the Goodwood circuit. And can anyone deny the driver who had a spin early on in the race fought his way back through? It's also the case for the Brett Van as well, who's fought through very, very effectively. Now, big contention.
One little fact here, yes, Pirot's getting right onto Rob Hall's tail. The car running third in the line, the second of those two silver cars, is Adrian Beecroft. He's a lap down, which is going to really frustrate the Ferrari Brett Van driver, who's in third place, but fourth in that line of cars. Right, the hammer is down always if you're the driver of the race. You dictate when you take off. You can't be overtaken before the start-finish line. That would be the intention of Matthew Pirot, but really, really good start there from Rob Hall. Should have done enough.
We are racing again. Can Emanuele Pirot do anything about Rob Hall in the LM that is out front? The Brett Van has cleared the lap car and will go after, but I don't think there's much in the way of improvement. Further back, maybe some places, but those in the top five holding position on the restart.
And the good news is it's 2 racing laps rather than just 1. They got going with 2 and a bit minutes remaining, give some time to do this lap and get past before the checkered flag comes out. So 2 racing laps to conclude the running here, and a much better restart by Vincent Gay than it was by Alexander Van der Lof. Both of them, of course, had to go past Adrian Beecroft there, so I think Van der Lof lost out a little bit in 21. Through St Mary's they go, but actually the field's spacing out. But now, through the twistier parts of the circuit, Emanuele Pirot actually gained a bit of time on race leader Rob Hall.
Still, it was very, very tight across the line, fairly even in the first sector. So can Pirot try to force a mistake from his rival, like we saw earlier on in the race? There is Rob Hall in the Scarlet Ferrari out front, being chased down by the Silver 73. He's got a good advantage as he is heading round into what will be the final tour.
Of course, even on a very hot day, tyre temperature drops away when you're not going at full racing speed, and you can see the merits of the drivers at the front. They're the ones who are prepared to push harder sooner than their rivals. But this 250 LM, often people say if it looks right, it is right, and I can't think of many more cars that just look so nimble and right as that. But look, Pirot is driving, going really quickly indeed. He's 1.2 seconds down in second place. The fight is far from over, and indeed, exactly the same can be said about the battle between Vincent Gay in number 7 and Alexander Van der Lof. Beautiful rear side shot there as they go through Madgwick Corner.
Has Emanuele Pirot got a special performance for us on this final lap? He's looking to extract the error. The car's moving around now. You're seeing them ever more animated from the top 2. Further back, we are seeing Vincent Gay all over his mirrors. That's where his eye line is at the moment, because Van der Lof, having had an ordinary restart lap, is making himself really large in his wing mirrors at the moment.
Earlier in the race, I said Alexander Van der Lof was waiting for his moment. He hasn't got any time to do it. This is the final lap of the race, and that little look up the inside into St Mary's, but Vincent Gay covered it off. Now your options, it's not going to happen on the exit of Latin, it's got to happen at Woodcote or into the chicane. Just remember the value of these cars.
Yes, the desire to improve the place of both of these drivers, with the penalty as the clock ticks to 0. And despite the fact that it would have been a serious examination from the mighty Emanuele Pirot, Rob Hall has come up trumps and has got the restart completed to perfection. He took the lead, he had a spin, he regained the lead, he will look up and see the checkered flag first. Rob Hall wins with a superb performance to take the Levant Cup, and a great drive with he in first, and then Emanuele Pirot in second. Ames will come across the line in the Brett Van in a fantastic performance from the back of the field to 3rd position.
Both of those drivers would have enjoyed that race. Rob Hall would have been kicking himself for having that spin on the opening lap. Great recovery from him, but Pirot would have actually really enjoyed that chase. The Lusso did very well. Car number 10, Nick Padmore, came up from the back of the grid to 7th. But don't forget, Alexander Ames in the Ferrari bread van came up from that similar back row. Both of them had a penalty, were disqualified from practice and came through to 3rd position. But sadness too for Karun Chandok. Didn't get to complete the race, but hopefully the damage to that 250 GTO is none too serious. Something that is fixable without too much of an enormous price tag.
Last look at the oldest car in the field coming across the line. The number 22 from 1957, acknowledging. And the race complete. Richard Cook behind the wheel there. And that completes the Levant Cup. And it is Rob Hall who's taken the win and is taking the acclaim of the crowd. And it is 5-2-6 at the front of the field after a very entertaining performance once again.
And that 526, the 250 LM, bearing some scars of battle. If you look at as the car goes away, left rear corner, a little bit crumpled, a little bit scraped, but clearly the 4 wheels were still straight after that. And drivers coming in slowly. But let's take a look back at the highlights of this exquisite grid of 250. Ferraris and the Tour de France having a good run, but the car 21, Alexander Van der Lof, went too soon, and car 7 alongside, marginally out of the grid box. They both picked up 10-second penalties. There was a big question, could Pirro sweep around the outside from the outside of the front row? Not quite.
Further back, it looked at that stage, if Pirro wasn't able to get by, is that the race sorted? The answer was no. A big moment for the man who think if that was any more intense of a hit into the wall, it could have been all over. He gathered it together, and although the cars streaked past, Emanuele Pirro was then caught and repassed by the 250 LM from 1964.
Yeah, one of the stories of the race was the Ferrari bread van. That's it, car number 16. It was a rebodied car, rebodied by Bizzarini and driven beautifully from the back of the grid up the order. The battle at the front of the race was so super close. And Alexander Ames, there he is in the Ferrari bread van with that chopped off tail, drifting, beautiful. Camera work absolutely supreme there. But up front, it was still Rob Hall being chased hard by Emanuele Pirro. There's Pirro, the silver and yellow Ferrari GT short wheelbase Competizione, and there's a 250 GTO, an exquisite car. But Karun Chandok, how fast were those reactions? Sudden flash fire, he got it to the side, it spun on his own oil, parked it up, minutes later breathed out again.
Yeah, a moment of relief for Karun. He was running in 4th place when he had that moment. Thumbs up. Listening to us yak on the PA, and then after an intervention from the safety car, a late restart to test all of them, and they all had the doors open. Such was the intense heat for the drivers to race in today. But in the end, it was Hall who was outstanding, and he came round the final chicane, and a great result for him to come across the line and take the checkered flag. Let's hear from our top 3 speaking to it.
Well, what a race that was. Typically, Rob Hall, the winner, is walking away from me. Lots of people do. There we are, Scott. Rob, I bet you were hoping for a nice, quiet race, but wow, that was a busy one for you.
Yeah, it's... I don't know what happened.
Your life probably flashed in front of your eyes.
That was the worst 2 seconds of my life. I was just round, and I don't know why. And whether there was something on the track, that's an easy excuse, but I can't believe this. Anyway, we had a little bit of luck. It's obviously, we're only here from having fantastic custodians, owners, and the Miles, the Collier collection in the States asked me if I would drive it through Scott George, and I went, yeah, that'd be lovely. He went, he wants you to race it. I'm absolutely distraught about that, but they used to do it in period, and we can mend it. So but yeah, fantastic, beautiful car, a privilege to drive. Yeah, fantastic.
Well done, Rob. Whereas Emanuele, just the man. What a beautiful drive. I mean, you kept him honest.
Well, I just enjoyed it like every lap at Goodwood. So, and also I enjoyed the cheering in the slowing down lap. Thank you guys. It's so cool to have you here, your support. Sometimes I feel like Lewis Hamilton because he's always thanking the crowd, but I really mean it and feel it, and it's really good. I mean, the Le Mans, the 250 LM was another league. I was happy to give him a little bit of whatever pressure, but I think this is a very, very fair end of the race, and I'm very, very grateful. And just one more thing, the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase has always been my dream car, and for whatever reason I never drove it. So this is the first weekend I drove it, and I'm super happy about it.
Wonderful drive. Well done, Emanuele. Let's spin round. We've got Alexander here. Alexander, as views go, looking down the nose of your bread van at a 250 LM, a short wheelbase, what a cracking drive you had.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. From the back of the grid, I think I had a pretty good start and managed to pick a few of them off, which was a great one, and it slowly just carried on picking away. Unfortunately, I had a back marker on the restart, which bogged me a little. Hopefully, it was going to take it to him on the last couple of laps, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be.
You said you overtook a few people. You overtook 11 in one lap.
Okay, it's quite a few then.
Brilliantly driven. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you to Ed. Speaking to the top three there, let's confirm your race results of the Levant Cup, presented by Sky Cinema. Rob Hall, spin and win for the man in the 250 LM, who was, you could tell during the interview, still a little bit thinking about that spin on lap one. Then it was Emanuele Perro, said he was driving his dream car. Then Ames, Hugenholt, Gay, then Van der Lof, Padmore, Van Riet, Vogler and Jack completing the top 10. On to the second page, and it was Clive Joy ahead of Richard Cook and Adrian Beecroft. There was a dramatic moment as the retirements were Cousins, Chandok, as we saw Karun have a spin after it looked like an oil line came loose and flames underside of the car, and sadly O'Connell wasn't able to take the start in the rather fetching yellow LM that we were expecting to contend for victory. Okay, let's go down to the assembly area now and catch up with David.
Well, now we've got something very, very special. 50 years ago, the great Jackie Stewart won his third world title in that Tyrrell 006 with that extraordinary Ford Cosworth DFV engine. And today we're going to be celebrating the great man with a drive-through in that car and a guard of honor by, well, what can only be described as some of the best drivers of all time here. And here's one just right in front of me, Derek Bell.
That was fortunate, wasn't it?
It's almost like we planned it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So you're here to give Jackie a guard of honor. It's quite the occasion, isn't it? 50 years since that World Championship.
Yeah, it's magnificent. I mean, he's done so much for motorsport, as we've all said and written over the years. And I started here, my first race, like 1 year after his first race, doing the same cars. So I sort of followed his career. I've always been behind him, but it's been an honor to be there. And I've been next to him on the grid in my first Grand Prix. And so he's been part of my life the whole way through. And I think what he's done with safety around the world of racing is amazing. So, and great successes with a few World Championships.
Like a lot of your drivers, it's not just been since he's been driving. It's, as you say, it's all that work he's done since, both with safety and now with dementia. I think it's fantastic, but a great way. He's still out there with so much energy.
Yeah, it's very admirable. I wish I could have that sort of energy. I just drive the odd car occasionally, which wears me out.
Oh, I don't you do yourself down. You're always here and always great fun. Looking down, like we've got some of the greats here. Jackie, can we speak to you there?
Yes, with pleasure.
So you're here to celebrate Sir Jackie?
Yes, at my time he was the man to beat. And he did it very well because, as you mentioned, 3 times world champion. Unfortunately, he could not do the last 100th anniversary because, unfortunately, there was a problem at Watkins Glen. But it's such a legend. And he was an inspiration for all of us living that sort of era. And clearly, when we meet, we hug ourselves, although he was a big opponent at the time, simply because we survived that era and we are only few left of that period of time where motor racing was much more risky than it was. But look at that around us, it's fantastic. And I must admit also, Lord March is doing a unique event. With his team, it's something incredible and totally unbeatable.
Well, you say that as well, and you'll say you're here, and a lot of that is thanks to work that Jackie did back in the day with safety, wasn't it?
You're absolutely right. He initiated with the GPDA the movement towards a better safety in motor racing, and from that on, race courses changes the material you're wearing, helmets, overall, so on. So when we say he was an inspiration, he is really an inspiration, and we have the pleasure to see him around us because I think he's 83 years old. It's fantastic.
Well, he's looking good for it, and very nice to see you. An absolutely fantastic tribute, fantastic drivers for the great man, and we're going to see him soon, but it's time to head up to Ben and Alice in the comms box.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are very much looking forward to this sort of celebration of Sir Jackie Stewart. And it's lovely to hear from another superstar driver just how much they appreciate what Jackie has done over the years, both in terms of his talent as a driver, but also the way that he's put so much effort into improving the safety of motorsport. And as they both mentioned, of course, his battle against dementia, which he's been involved in now for some 5 years as well. A remarkable man, and it's going to be wonderful to see him back out on the track here as well at Goodwood, a place that was fundamental to the start of his career as well, of actually getting an opportunity to get into the very top level of motorsport, and then to go on at that top level and win and win and win and take 3 world championships really was superb. Alice, it's a lovely opportunity for us really to celebrate Sir Jackie Stewart.
It is, and it doesn't surprise me at all that there's so many great names down there in the assembly area waiting to give that guard of honour to Jackie. And you often see him still, don't you, on the TV, or if you get the chance to go to Formula 1 races, he's running around the paddock. He just doesn't seem to stop, and looking after many guests and on the grid as well. So as you said, and Derek Bell said there as well, he's been such a big advocate in pushing the safety of our sport, and especially Formula 1, where of course he lost many friends. And I think it's actually on this day in 1973 where Jackie clinched his 3rd and final Drivers' Championship in Monza. He had a puncture, I think, early on in the race, but clawed it back, managed to finish P4, and of course, as I said, that was his 3rd and final Drivers' Championship.
You can see his son Mark down there in that little group that were just chatting away. Mark Stewart and Paul Stewart, the 2 sons of Sir Jackie, and of course he's been married to his wife Helen since 1962. That's Mark you're looking at there in the slightly paler jacket, and lovely to see him part of this. In fact, he officially owns the Tyrrell that Jackie will be going out in from the 1973 period as well. So he's the official owner of that car, and Sir Jackie will be driving around in the car that he took his final title in.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity as well for Jackie, and I would expect probably quite an emotional one for him to jump back into the Tyrrell. A bit of a hot day for him to go around, but I'm really sure he won't mind the heat.
No, that's right. It's an opportunity to just have some great memories of driving Formula 1 at the highest level. And it was very interesting when he decided to stop and finish racing. He was absolutely solid about that, never regretted the move that he made. He drove at such a high level. He also went on to become a very good commentator. He's a brilliant speaker. He's a brilliant communicator. Even though, as he found later in life, he'd grown up with dyslexia, and he'd had a heavy time when he was a kid, you know, because with dyslexia at school, he struggled at school, like a lot of people do, and I totally understand that. It wasn't until later in life he learnt about it, really. But his communication skills, I think, are amongst the best in the world.
They are outstanding. Every time you hear him talk, whether it's face-to-face, if you're not going to have to go see him talk, or you're watching it on old films, it just instantly captivates you of the way he speaks and the stories that he tells and the history. And he's got some great stories as well. Obviously, racing back when he did in those early 70s, it was very, very dangerous, and just the stories, and I just like to say to him, you guys were crazy back then, and they were, but they understood the levels of danger and the sport. As I said, what he's done to make our sport so much safer is incredible.
Yeah, but as the guys were saying, you know, he was a key part of some of that safety improving, and he got criticised in the early days because, you know, a racing driver who was upset about danger. What's he, a racing driver? There we are. There's the view, ladies and gentlemen. That is Sir Jackie Stewart now in the Tyrrell. This is the car that won him his final championship in 1973, the 006, and we are now watching him being applauded as he makes his way out onto the circuit. Here we go. So Jackie Stewart is out on track in the Tyrrell, at a track which is fundamental to the beginning of his career. That's what's so lovely. He first visited Goodwood in 1953, and he watched his brother Jimmy win a race that day. He'd driven at Goodwood, he got a little chance to drive, but he got his first ever test with Ken Tyrrell here at Goodwood in a Formula 3 Cooper in 1964, and that was the beginning of the relationship that he got with Ken Tyrrell to go then forwards into Formula 2 and Formula 1.
And there's a lot you can see in the Stewart movie, a lot of behind the scenes bits and some fascinating stuff, and that just shows what an absolute megastar he was in that 60s period. And he was I would say he was one of the drivers to transcend the sport and make sort of Formula 1 popular, just with his personality and the way he was around the paddocks. But away from the sport, he always had Lady Helen, you've touched on her, by his side. And apparently she used to sit on the pit wall, like many of the wives did back then, and she would time all his laps. So she'd be there right by his side. And so she was obviously a very strong woman as well. He does a lot for Race Against Dementia too.
Yes, he does, because Helen is suffering the dementia, and that's part of what he's done, has gone into that Race Against Dementia, which is amazing. He's 84 now, in fact, I think, as we've come into September, and yet he still puts so much effort into so much stuff. He has incredible drive within him, let alone driving skills, and I've always found it remarkable, the sort of stuff that he has done in the past, but then he continues doing. And it's lovely to see him just waving to you all if you're here at Goodwood, enjoying this view, this very special view of Sir Jackie being out there on the track. And if you're watching with us online as well, special time. The winner of 27 races. It was the maximum at the time. He took over from Jim Clark, who had won 25 races at the top level. Nowadays, of course, it's slightly different. Max Verstappen has managed to take 27 wins in 2022 and 2023, and he's up to 47 total now, but there are a lot more races per season than there used to be.
There's exactly that, as we hear that beautiful roar as he passes down the main straight, and people clapping and tipping their hat, and fantastic and just lovely to see Jackie out. I'd love to, hopefully we'll hear a word from him afterwards. Just must be so emotional for him, Ben.
Absolutely, and I was just thinking that actually, there's so many memories that he has. As I mentioned, those first drives, coming here to watch his brother race at Goodwood, then having his first initial drives, having his first relationship with Ken Tyrrell as a result of going out on a test day here at Goodwood. I mean, that must have been an incredible thing, and he must be driving around now. There must be a part of him that remembers all that, from the 1960s, at the really, really wonderful times.
Yeah, it is. And the big push that he have, and I've said it before, but the safety, how far the safety has come from the sport. And I think someone said that the stat, he lost around 50 friends and colleagues through racing incidents, and he's worked so hard to improve the safety of Formula 1. And I actually think probably Jackie is the one that we have to thank for that sport that we have today.
He's the oldest living Formula 1 winner nowadays, and the only world champion surviving from the 1960s. So he's kept it going, and his history is absolutely remarkable. As you say, that a driver's safety in 1973, for example, one of the things that they did that final year when he was racing this beautiful Tyrrell 006, short wheelbase, and it was very much designed to suit him, and it certainly does. There's no doubt about it. It was very effective, also effective with his teammate Francois Sever, but Sever was so tragically killed right at the end of that 1973 season at the final race. It would have been his 100th Grand Prix for Sir Jackie Stewart, but he decided not to race because of the loss of his teammate that weekend, so his total number of Grand Prix stayed at 99. But yeah, grids were, for example, made in 1973 to 2 on each row, as opposed to stacking them up more closely. That was all part of the safety. They were introducing catch fences, all sorts of things, and he was very much a part of all of the safety issues that were coming into Formula 1 from that stage in the late 60s and early 70s. So there we are. Lovely to have some onboard shots as well of Sir Jackie in the beautiful Tyrrell, the car that won 5 races, well, the 2 Tyrrells that he was driving that year, taking on the championship. And it was a fantastic year for them. They had some brake problems at 1 or 2 races, They had a rather interesting time as well with Brabham up to some tricks as well, but it was a really great time. So Sir Jackie Stewart doing his little run there. Let's just have a look. And it's nice that he's just acknowledging everybody too.
Yeah, he'll be soaking in, and I was looking out the commentary box window when he was going past, and round of applause from the banks and the packed grandstands as well. And I like the fact that he's got his iconic helmet there as well.
Yeah, really lovely to see. And of course, here at Goodwood, the place that it all started out, got him a seat within the team, Ken Tyrrell. Became the Formula 3 champion in 1964. He did make his Formula 2 debut with Lotus and then into BRM, but it was Tyrrell that was always a key part.
Get into one of my cars, you get in the win.
Good morning, hello, and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
Sir Jackie Stewart, what impeccable timing. We've literally just gone live. What an amazing crowd. We're obviously celebrating 50 years since your last World Championship, but really we should be celebrating you and Goodwood together because your histories were intertwined, weren't they?
Well, Goodwood has been almost part of my life. It's such a wonderful circuit. The Duke has done such a fantastic job, and the crowd enormously, they know what they're looking for. It's a great example of Britain at its very best.
And moments like this, with so many people cheering and clapping you, must mean so much.
Well, it's very nice. It's very kind of them. It's been a few years since I've been racing, but I still love the sport, and I still come to Goodwood every year, at least twice. So I'm very happy to be here.
Sir Jackie, thank you so much for coming and showing off that wonderful car once again.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Well, lovely to see Sir Jackie Stewart, and well, we've got all sorts of things going on here at Goodwood, of course. It's not just about the drivers and the cars. Let's go and find out a bit more with Rosie.
Well, I think, first of all, before I start this interview, a huge congratulations are in order for this man and the whole team of BBC's The Repair Shop, an NTA. How does that feel, Dominic?
Thank you very, very much. It's been a long time coming, I'll tell you that. But no, we're very, very grateful. It's a real achievement. And as you say, a big team involved, on and off camera. And yeah, really, really chuffed.
You work on the show, you are known for your metal, but like you said, jack of all trades as well. What's it like working on that show?
The thing is, I can't help myself. Yes, I do metalwork and repair cars and do welding, but working in that environment at the barn with amongst a group of such talented people, I can't help but absorb information and knowledge and tools and things from other people. So yeah, a bit of a jack of all trades, because it's an amazing place there.
You're also only a few fields away, you said, from here, and it's an amazing place. I feel like you've actually brought the repair shop with you today. Tell us what's going on here.
So, welcome, first of all. This is the Revive and Thrive workshop. I've sort of set up a workshop area where there's actually, as you can see, there's level work going on at the moment. The crowds are gathering, and I'm encouraging people to come down and be inspired. That's the key word for me. There's all different stalls around here, different craftspeople throughout the weekend, from gilding, sign writing, block printing, leather work, all different, all weekend, and I'm encouraging everybody to roll their sleeves up, come on down and have a go.
How much of this is actually easy to learn? Because I think nowadays a lot of us, something breaks and we go, oh, I'll just go and buy a new one. How tricky is it just to learn a few little skills that might help us keep things a bit longer and keep them working?
You know what, that's a really good question, and the benefit of this area is these craftspeople that are demonstrating have a lifetime of knowledge, and just by asking them a few questions, they're all so willing to share their knowledge. A couple of quick questions, you'll pick up some really helpful tips that will help you to actually learn the craft and pick it up and have a go yourself.
Let's have a look at down here, though, because this is brilliant, and it's really interactive for everyone. I'm going to come around this side. So let's have a look at this. Explain what's going on here.
So this piece is the Revive and Thrive logo. This has been created by Dave Smith. He's a reverse glass guild artist. And all of this gold has been put on by the visitors at Goodwood Revival, from 6-7-year-old kids up to retired pensioners. Everybody's had a go, and they've all created this lovely piece. It's not finished yet, but we've got some time. We've got till tomorrow.
So. Yeah, we've got till tomorrow. It's so inclusive. It's such a wonderful place to be, and having the repair shop just down the road as well. Were you at the NTAs to receive that award, Dominic?
No, sadly. I was in my workshop until the early hours building that giant spanner that's standing up there.
See, I tell you what, he's been here all week beforehand to make sure that it's all set up for everyone to have a great time. He missed getting his NTA for this, but it's worth it to be a Goodwood Revival.
Absolutely. I'm having an amazing weekend.
Well, listen, it's great to have you, and thank you for chatting to us.
Thanks for your time.
So here we are, another chapter in the car's illustrious life at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th members meeting, where we're participating in the 75th anniversary celebrations for Porsche and the 60th anniversary of the 911. I must admit, I've driven a lot of RSRs in my time. I've never driven anything quite like this because of its originality. It feels like it's still got its Le Mans gearing in it, and the engine is an absolute delight. In most 911s, you've got time to think. In this car, you look down and it's already turning 8,000 RPM. It's quite amazing.
The action continues now as we send cars back out onto the circuit. It is time for the 6th race of the meeting, the Rudge Whitworth Cup for Le Mans 24-hour cars from the 1920s. I'm Alex Jakes, and joining me in the commentary box for this one, a very excited Alice Powell.
I'm always excited. I've been excited all day. As soon as I got here yesterday as well, some great racing that we've seen, and now we get to see some very historic cars, Alex.
Yes, this is going to be fantastic to see out there on the circuit. It is a great era to see some of the pioneering cars that raced at Le Mans. And Le Mans, of course, celebrating its 100th anniversary race. Not 100 runnings of the race, but 100th anniversary race. So great to see these cars that would have competed in that decade making their way from the paddock, where if you time it correctly, you can go and have a look. And it's great to see out front Tom Christensen there with the cigar, the GOAT, the 9-time winner of that event, being driven round at the head of the pack before they form up on the grid. And we will bring you some of the personalities that are behind the wheel of these enormous beasts, I think is the best way to put it, Alice.
Yeah, they are incredible, and you will see people have different diving styles. Some are more sat upright, which is probably I would be preferred whilst driving these, don't want to fall out. And then you get some that are really into it, really leaning their body up.
No, it's a roasting hot day. But, oh, there we are. It's all good news again. It looked like it might be an early end to things, but thankfully that's not the case.
1929 Bentley 1.5 litre blower. Oh no,
it's parking up. The blower is parking up.
I think that was Martin. I think Martin was meant to start that, Martin Overington. So that's an unfortunate early exit there for the Bentley.
Well, that's a shame. And we only deal in, apparently, we only deal in Le Mans Legends at the moment. And that's the number 4 being piloted by the great Derek Bell behind the wheel of that one. The number 4, the Lorraine Dietrich B3 6 Sport, actually owned and housed in the Le Mans Museum, magnificent museum if you ever get a chance to go. This is from 1925 with a Le Mans legend behind the wheel as well.
Yeah, which I think makes it even more special and even more of a treat for us here watching. So he will be lining up, unfortunately, the rear end of the field, but that doesn't matter because we'll still see some great racing, and I'm sure Derek will enjoy driving this incredible car. And it was nice to see Derek down there as well at the Jackie Stewart tribute.
Brilliant moments a few seconds ago. So Jackie Stewart being honoured on the anniversary of his 3rd World Championship. But our focus now in the Rudge Whitworth Cup. Intriguing name for this one, Alice, with a rich history.
Yeah, it certainly does. So the first Le Mans trophy, and it was actually sponsored by the British wheelmaker Rudge Whitworth, so that's where the name comes from. But it was not raised above any heads at all until 1925, when it was awarded to the car that had best exceeded its lap target in the first 3 24-hour races in aggregate. That's a bit of a mouthful, but... So the annual prize for the overall distance was not introduced actually until 1928.
So you had to work very hard for the Rudge Whitworth Cup.
You did.
And anyone out there in these temperatures will have to do so again. It is historic racing, so anything can happen, but cars of this era especially will have to be nursed through what will be an intriguing format for this one. We've got the cars lining up for what will be a 36-minute 2-driver race from cars from the 1920s. Magnificent as well, the machines that are coming to the line. And victory lap of appreciation being completed. Tom Christensen at the head of this lap to the grid. Grid personnel down there ready to form up. And we've got 12 rows ready to form up there. You must use both drivers. Everyone ready to receive the cars that are making their way out of the chicane.
Look at that wonderful sight there. Tom Christensen's got rid of his cigar, so he's put that out that he was running. Well, oh no, it's still there. There we go. He's still got it. He had it at the end of the St Mary's Trophy Part 1, where he did a fantastic drive from the back of the grid all the way up to P3.
Yeah, I was enjoying watching that one trackside, and yeah, so who's that making progress? Oh, it's Tom Christensen. Yep, that all ties in. That all makes sense. Great to see him out on the circuit. So many big names love this event, And whether you are watching on the live stream, whether you are watching trackside, it's great to have you here at this 25th year celebration of the Revival, 75-year celebration of motor racing at Goodwood, and 36 minutes, 2 drivers, and a Rudge Whitworth Cup to be lifted once we get underway.
And we're going to have a traditional Le Mans style start as well. And actually, thank you, info on the ground, as Ed said, that the tricolour being waved at the start is actually the one from this year's Le Mans. So it was all signed by the drivers, and they have that down there on the starting grid to start the race. As you can see, the cars, look at that, they've got reverse and it works. So they're reversing back into their grid slots, and they will have to get out and they'll have to run to their cars and hop in. Do you think you'll be able to do that, Alex?
No, I'd make you do that. I'd make you take the start.
Make me do the running.
Yeah, I'd be in the shade underneath the pits there, having a glass of something cool before doing a late stint behind the wheel, if the car got that far. You can see the number 4 is piloted by Derek Bell. We'll line up in a few moments' time in order, and then it's 36 minutes to go, no extra lap at the end of those 36 minutes. That's it, as we have a look at some of the wider sights of the site here. Don't forget to go over the road as well. It's not just the side of the circuit where there's plenty to see. There's also many interesting attractions over the road, and that's well worth your time if you're one of the newer visitors to the site.
That's me. I'll have to go over the road later on today, but back onto the track. Who's lining up on pole position is Ben Collins, and plenty of you will know him as from racing around Goodwood. And he raced this year in the SF Edge Trophy at the members meeting earlier on in the year in a 1909 Blitz and Bend, so slightly newer machinery this weekend for Ben in the 1925 Bentley Speed. And in that race of the SF Edge Trophy, he had his son Archie racing in the same race as well, in a 1903 Mercedes. And Ed touched on earlier on in the Strathington Cup, I think I've pronounced that correctly, that Archie started off racing here at Goodwood in the Cup, and he's made his way up to racing real cars. So not that I'm saying that the little pedal cars aren't real cars, but you know what I mean.
I do indeed. There's a lot of effort to pedal 246 yards, which is what they had to do earlier on. We are parked up on the grid, everyone getting a chance to have a breather. It's a nervy moment if you're about to get behind the wheel and start the race. It's a nervy moment if you've got to take over. Nothing worse than being the second driver, inheriting a good position and not delivering. So this is what a 2-driver race gives us, as the manoeuvring is still being completed down there on the start line before we'll have our run to the cars. And all of these cars using the synthetic fuel, which is great to see. It's the one thing that maybe was hanging over historic racing for a while, of what was going to happen when we had to think about the future, when we had to think about the footprint left behind. Well, the synthetic fuel being trailed here in multiple cars, great to see as well. It's not the only one. We also saw that in the Levant Cup as well. They were all running on synthetic fuel, and great that we're mixing the old with the new technology required to make progress, Alice.
Exactly, it shows that it works just as good as well. As we can see, the last remaining drivers starting to reverse backwards into position, being guided by the marshals. And again, a big shout out to the marshals around this entire circuit and working around in the paddock as well. It's a very hot day, and of course without any of you we would not be going racing, so a big thank you.
And we continue to park up on the grid at the moment, looking at the number 3 entry, and the start of the race in the 3 will be Mike Preston in the Bugatti Type 50, which is a car that raced in 1935. We're just lining up into position. It's taking a fair while, but it's relieving that they've all managed to find reverse.
I think that's probably a job in itself, isn't it? to try and find reverse in one of those cars. Jeff Bloxham there on the grid, getting some snaps and a thumbs up. Doing a great job, as always.
There we go. Oh, there's some sights to be seen today. So interesting to see, Alice, whether we see attacking stuff at the start of the race or whether we see a nursing approach of taking the car sensibly through the field. It's been a really dramatic day with the lead swapping in multiple races all the time. And I'm fascinated to see who comes out on top in this one. And a very, very interesting qualifying session earlier on in the weekend. But it will be Ben Collings who leads us off the line, if he can outsprint the driver.
Fastest legs.
Yeah, the driver who finds themselves in the 44. That's Francois Fabry. So the magnificent engines are about to be fired up. We are getting lined up. We are getting ready to go. And there is Derek Bell, who is the last on the grid. So not long now. It's taken us a while to do that, but it will make for a great photo. It makes for a great sight as we are very nearly ready to get running.
That is incredible. What a great sight to look out of the commentary box window from here as well and see all these incredible cars lined up. And the drivers, we can tell, so some of them lumbering up, look, they're all getting ready. Bit of flick of the legs, a swing of the arms. It's going to be serious stuff, Alex.
Yeah, this is more ceremonial than anything else. No great risk to be taken. So Derek Bell just lining up there, and he's going to take his place on the far side of the track. Ready. And waiting for the signal. Here we go. Some having fun in the middle of the pack there.
Oh, it's good to see. It's good to see.
And we're waiting for the signal. Everyone's looking at everyone else at the moment. Keep your eyes for the signal at the front. Check that there, you can see.
Ben looking very relaxed at the front there.
Yeah, very
getting on his mark. Some people are getting ready.
Who's going to win the sprint? Let's find out. There's the McGaw. Good speed in the middle of the pack. And everyone getting stuck into it immediately. The green flag flying. Oh, great reactions from Fabry, who takes us off the line now. Is there enough room for everyone to peel out? Yes, there is. And we are up and running as they make their way around the circuit.
There we go. Popping and banging. We could feel shaking the commentary box booth here. A few drivers needing a bit of a push start. That's the number 16, Paul Baker behind the wheel there. And Derek Bell, he's gained a position already. There we go.
Derek Bell, absolutely brilliant there to see the fast reactions. Now we're going to go round at reduced speed. So we've had the start, we've had the sprint of the cars.
A big roar outside the commentary box window.
Oh, that's one of the best moments of the entire weekend.
What a
great
noise.
Reaction for the 1924 Chenard and Walker Sport T3 there. Car number 30 being...
still being pushed. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 marshals
there we go.
Out there pushing, being willed on by the crowd.
That's a shame. It was a good effort.
Good job, everyone. But unfortunately, the number 30 there, Raphael, not unfortunately going to get started. Have to start from the pit lane. It will be a rolling start, of course.
A good effort to get him down the line. Okay, let's take you through the grid. We've taken our time, but we're finally ready. We've got at the front, we've got the Bentley Speed model with Ben Collings behind the wheel, then the Bugatti Type 44, the Vauxhall, you can't miss it. It is a terrific machine. The Brooklyn Special going from the front row, and then we've got the Bentley that's already pulled off to the side of the track, sadly, so there's no one. It's a single car, the Chrysler, in 5th place. Then we've got the Bentley next to the Bentley next to the Bentley on the 3rd row.
Look out, your Bentleys.
With the Birkin blower, the 4 0.5 litre supercharged engine and the 4.5 blower as well. Looking further through the order, we've got a Bentley 4.5 litre. Then we've got the 3 litre with Metcalf behind the wheel. And then you've got the Alfa Romeo 8C. And still the cheering for the Marshals continues on the main straight. Then we've got the Alfa 8C, we've got the Talbot in there, driven by Paulson. Then we've got the Invicta, the Bentley, and then Brewster and Groves in the 28 entry, the Bugatti Type 50, and then the Bugatti 4.5 litre Le Mans specification. Should be interesting to see off the line. Then the Vauxhall, then the Bentley, then the Sunbeam. Always a fan of hearing a Sunbeam go past. And then in the pit lane, we've got the Chenard and Walker that we would have just seen pushed by the Marshals. And at the back of the field, Derek Bell, the legend from Le Mans, is going to be piloting the Lorraine Dietrich B36 Sport. It's in French Racing Blue.
Yeah, just having a little look to see if they did get that number 30 going. Is that it on the screen there? I think so, but here's the rest of the cars now coming round.
It's still in the pit lane. I've leant out of the window. It's still in the pit lane.
Had to hang on to your legs. The field now building up and getting close together, ready for this rolling start coming into Woodcote Corner. And there we go, confirmation that the number 30 is waiting in the pit lane and looking back.
Car number 5, come on down.
Come and join the party. There we go.
The blower's back in action.
He did that to miss out on the running, I reckon. Miss out on the...
Wise in this heat. Now, slot into that position and take the rolling start. Okay. Well, we've had some build-up for this. We've had great scenes a few moments ago with Sir Jackie Stewart in his 1973 Tyrrell circulating. Now we're going to throw it back to the 1920 era of Le Mans races. And we will get them through Woodcote Corner, line them up, send them through the chicane and send them round the 2.3 miles with Ben Collins leading the field, at least after practice. But let's have a look in the formation that we find ourselves after the sprint start. And look at this. What a sight this is, Alice.
Only at Goodwood will you see a sight like this. And Ben controlling the pace, going ever so slowly as they approach the line. And soon we won't be able to hear ourselves talk. We'll hear the roar of these magnificent engines.
Yeah, the number 7 on the left-hand side. And Ben Collins just waiting to see whether everyone has formed up and it's time to go. They're going to be going a lot quicker in a few moments' time. Trundling, almost eerily silently over the line. And you can see him checking whether we're ready to go. We crawl across the line. And is it time to go racing? You bet it is! The green flag flies at Goodwood once again. The tricolour is waved to get things underway, and it is time to head it into the first turn. Madrid Corner with Ben Collins side by side. There was a bit of a bolt there, wasn't there, from the number 18, the Bentley Birkin blower, and the number 18 piloted by Hugh Apthorpe.
Yeah, what a start from the number 18. Really made a bolt, looking eagle eyes on the flag drop as they funnel now through 4 more turns. It's neck and neck between the number 44, the 1929 Bugatti.
Oh, gaining, and going through. Francois Fabry taking the lead of the race as we see these cars attack the circuit. These big beasts from the 1920s. Throwing into the left, throwing into the right. The 72 there, looking for a way through. James Baxter behind the wheel for this opening stint. This 2-driver race. And 1 lap pace seems to be one thing. And the opening lap of this race seems to be another, Alice.
It is. It's very busy out there, isn't it? Everyone's funneling into position. But Ben Collins had closed the gap there, and you can just see the dust left by Karun's car. But Ben Collins now is hanging it round the outside, down the front straight, down the back straight. He's going to go the long way around, but he's going to make it in front just in time, just before Woodcote Corner.
This is a 36-minute race. You can see the car number 1, the Vauxhall Brooklyn Special, and car number 1 driven by Christoph Cowens on this opening stint, trying to take that second place away after a spirited start by Fabry, momentarily taking the lead before Ben Collins got it back, and that is what he holds going in to lap number 2 of the contest. Ben Collins behind the wheel of the Bentley Speed model from 1925, and another change out front, and Fabry has retaken the lead, so they're swapping it over on this opening tour.
Yeah, they certainly are. But waiting in the wings is Cowens. He's waiting there patiently on the back of this battle as there's constant swapping and jostling for position down the main straight. There is the number 10, William Metcalf, lone driver in the Bentley 3-litre Le Mans from 1925.
So further back, everyone, let's see who was able to take the start of things. We appear to be missing quite a few. Car 8, car 16, car 13, car 4 do not appear to be setting times on the board. You're looking at the leaderboard there, and there is big applause across the line for one of the cars just cutting the beam now. So the one at the rear of the field.
Down the inside there goes the Baxter Bond, number 72. I was going to say we might have 3 abreast. It'd be very brave down this back straight.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Exactly my words as well in my head. Don't do it. Please don't do it. But it's Ben Collins that nips and takes back the lead. But for how long?
Ben Collins has had it, has lost it, has retaken it again once more now. And Fabry in the 44, the Bugatti Type 44, car number 44, just keeping in close proximity. You've got the Vauxhall Brooklyn Special in there as well. This is the beautiful car number 5, the 4.5-litre Bentley, the blower, and it's currently Martin Overington who is behind the wheel.
And started at the back of the field, remember, because it broke down on the way to the grid and gained already a handful of places, or more than a handful actually, and up to 12th place, and charging down now the rest of the pack. So we'll have to keep an eye on that Bentley.
Your turn now, says Ben Collins to Fabry, and the Bugatti is back into the lead of the contest with 31 minutes to go, and the top 3 from the front row continue to circulate almost glued together. You've got to be patient here, no need to make a rash move. Can't really, in these cars, afford to have many wide moments without it turning into a full spin.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be spinning and going onto the grass in one of these cars. As down the inside goes Cowens, takes P2 away from Ben Collins. He's got a tiny gap in front of him to the number 44, who's actually pulled a little bit of ever so slightly of a gap, because these 2 behind have been changing position. But how long for? I feel like the gap has really closed under braking there, and it's the number 1 going down the inside.
Wait and see. That's a wide line. That's a very wide line.
It's the Bentley.
For the number 5, and Martin Overington taking the widest line possible, but absolutely hammering through the field at the moment. Oh, it's getting very, very close for the Vauxhall taking the lead. The Brooklyn Special, the 3098 Vauxhall Brooklyn Special from 1924. It was the Ronald Hughes Vauxhall Special. The car was assembled in 1933, and its first appearance at Brooklands was on the 7th of July 1934, and it's been racing ever since. Great to see all those at the front row fighting amongst themselves at the moment.
Yeah, Martin Overington has really, really closed the gap now on the back of this group. He's lighting up the timing screens. Purple, and probably purple in the final sector, which means fastest overall. As a cheeky check over the shoulder from Ben Collins. You've got to give a bit of a gap, Ben, so you can concentrate, eyes forward, and chase this battling pair in front.
Just having a check where the rival is. Arm up of acknowledgement there for car number 1's Christoph Cowens, who is the leader at the moment, with Fabry trying to retake that place. Make our way through the lap. Slightly slower pace with these cars, but really wonderful to see their artistry on the racetrack. Nothing between the two of them in the lead, but they've got a car to clear. That was the car that was being roared to the rafters, and it allows the Vauxhall to stretch its legs.
Yeah, the Vauxhall stretched its legs ever so slightly, and it looks like the 44 is starting to smoke even more. We saw some little bits of smoke earlier on. Saying that he's just calmed down the smoke now on the exit of St Mary's, is pulling up nearly alongside the number one of Cowans in the Brooklyn Special. No room to go down the inside there. I wonder if it's maybe, I was going to say maybe some bodywork rubbing there, as it only seems to be turning around certain corners. But they're going to go neck and neck now, Alex, all the way up the Levant straight, slightly uphill. Who's going to have the race first? But look at Ben Collins has come back to join the party. They've got a little bit of traffic, and then that almost boxed in there, the number one.
Yeah, they go past Derek Bell, and it's a new order. So these three are working together, racing each other, passing, repassing, and passing again. And really great to see the car control required, because the direction change is significant at parts of this circuit. Certainly St Mary's, you do need to rotate the car. The problem is, any sudden movements in one of these, and you are fighting it for far longer than the modern cars that we've seen in comparison, the ones that appeared 40 years after these raced at Le Mans.
And probably trying not to fall out as well. But just crossing the line there is the Bentley, who is still travelling around very quickly around this Goodwood circuit, up to 4th place now, and eyes will be set on that battle for the lead in front. He's a good 5.8 seconds behind the gaggle of cars in front, so a little bit of work to do. But if those at the front continue to fight, I think it'll be no time at all that we'll see the Bentley right on the back of them.
An improvement in, I believe it is 10th place. Yeah, 10th place. And you've got car number 2, Chris Lunn behind the wheel, now running in the top 10. And car number 2 out there at the moment and enjoying things. The Vauxhall continues to lead the Brooklyn Special, 26 minutes away from victory. The problem is that you've got Fabry right behind him in the Bugatti, and then you've got the excellent car Ben Collins in the Bentley Speed model from 1925 that is giving chase as well, but they're not getting in each other's way. Ben Collins says, okay, you've held the lead for long enough, and goes on the attack. In formation we go. We've been threatening 3 wide for so long, but they know it's not sensible as they come to the end of the Levant straight and make their way through Woodcote Corner, just the chicane, to complete another lap.
Yes, I'm just looking to see if it is the right, turning into right-handers, where the number 44 car might be smoking the Bugatti. So we'll keep another close eye on that as we charge down the straight. A little bit of traffic there to get past, but it's quite easy there. The number 8.
That's the Bentley 3-litre from 1922. Jonathan Turner behind the wheel. Darren Turner started this stint, I should say, and trying to find a gear by the looks of things, looking down into the cockpit when they went past, trying to shine a light on some of the cars that we're seeing other than this fantastic battle. The trio out front, although it's good lap from Fabry, good lap to try and break clear of them, but feels like they're playing the long game.
Yeah, I would say so. But that number 5 Bentley, you can see it there in the background now, coming to join this party, Alex, very quickly, lapping nearly 3 seconds quicker than this gaggle of cars. So great job by Martin, dragging and closing the gap, and he's literally, I think before the end of this lap, Alex, he might even be on the back and dicing for the podium positions.
Driving the wheels off it on the exit of St Mary's there, as they make the rotation through Levant Corner, and he has roared his way from parked up and not sure if he was going to compete, now finds himself in a really strong 4th place. Overington working the wheel brilliantly, 4.6 seconds off the lead. The lead is changing again now. Ben Collins goes through and takes his Bentley back to the front of the field.
Not for very long, all side by side through Woodcote Corner. Keep it clean, do they? Oh, ever so close. Respectful racing. The 44's going to have it. Francois going to keep it down the inside as he knows. It's Ben that just sneaks ahead. And the entry into the chicane. Great stuff.
Well, all of this racing that we've seen on a fantastic day, and the top four are glued together. What a great competitive day of racing it has been. Even some of the front runners in previous races have spun off and had to work for it. But what a comeback drive from the number 5, the 4.5 litre blower, the 1929 Bentley, being driven brilliantly by Martin Overington. And is he about to take his place on the podium by, or at least thinking about it, to move up into the top 3? Nothing that Vauxhall could do about it. Maybe positioning the car for the corners to come, but that is continuation as he shuts the door and takes the place. Continuation, Alice, of a superb recovery drive.
Yeah, great recovery. We thought it was all over. Getting a little bit sideways, though, going through the first part of St Mary's 1 and on the exit of St Mary's 2, so they're really pushing. Ben Collins has started to up the pace. So now this front 2 have started to up the pace together, Alex. So maybe they've seen Martin in the mirrors and thought, okay, we need to stop battling here now. We need to up our game. We need to up the pace. And they have done already, increasing their times in the first sector alone as they're heading down the long Levant straight, and they'll cross the timing beam. Let's see if they improve on their previous best in the middle sector. As we wait for them to have a look, a little bit of traffic, and they do. So they've definitely seen the Bentley in the mirrors and thought, right, come on, time to go.
Ben Collins continues to lead the way in the 7. It's the race lead here has belonged to 3 cars across the course of the day. They are the cars that were at the end of this lap in the top 3. Is there a way for Overington to fight his way to the head of the field, having been parked up on the reconnaissance lap? Got the car running once again, and in with the pit window open, in comes Christoph Coens, and he will make his way out of the car. There's Derek Bell completing his stint as well. Terrific for him to be back behind the wheel. And that's a great opening stint. Gives the Vauxhall a huge opportunity. It's not as complex a driver change as you get in Le Mans these days. You've got a slight paddle with the side of the car for a door, and just waiting for the stop time, checking all is well. A little bit of a debrief, if you can conduct a debrief in this time. And the mandatory time waited for on the stopwatch.
Yeah, Gregoire Fiskin's getting in the car now, visor down, having a quick chat with Christoph, making sure everything's okay. And that probably feels like a really long time of watching that stopwatch as he's given the wave to leave, as he bolts out of the pit lane and bleeds in. Let's have a little look. So there's a bit of traffic around him, so he's not led out into a great position, but a thumbs up there as one of the slower cars who also came out. That is the Derek Bell car. Derek no longer in the car, of course. He's hopped out. Stefan is hopped in.
Back to the battle for the lead. Back to the swapping over as we continue to cycle through. So you've got to make your mandatory stop, and you've got to see the drive. There we go. Making our way back to Ben Collins, who is still at the head of the field. Car number 7 in his Bentley Speed model. The car owned by Gareth Gray.
Oh, it's going to get a bit of traffic there. Ben runs slightly wide, and that's also delayed the 44 Fabian Bailey car as peeling into the pits. Not sure who that was. That is the number 21. Peeling into the pits to make their mandatory stop. There we go, pulling up nicely.
Yeah, switching drivers. And being timed, so there's nothing dangerous being done. We go back to the never-ending story out front. This battle has been going since the opening seconds of the race, with 19 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock. They continue to run in close formation. I wonder how this one's going to be resolved, Alice.
Well, That's a very good question. It will come down to having a nice clean pit stop, and I think traffic as well. We've seen it's getting quite busy with getting past some of the lap cars, so wanting to have your luck, as that's the number 21. Is that going out? So Mihai's out of the car now, and Williams is hopping in to take the car back out on track. But yeah, traffic will play a big part of this, but we're not seeing Overington trying to try and move as such. And he's waiting patiently, or maybe struggling actually, because there is a lot of traffic out there they're coming up to now. But actually, the number 44 has played the traffic, or got lucky with the traffic, one of the two. They played it well and made an escape down the road. But how long for?
Well, that is the question at the moment. There's the number 7 continuing to lead the way, the Bentley. And then we're getting used to the back of the number 5. The number 7 chasing down the number 44, being chased by, there you go, through goes Fabry in the 44. Then we got Collins, who started the last lap at the head of the field, now down to second position. And then you've got Overington, who has put together a terrific stint, but has driven up to the back of the leaders and stayed there for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being. I wonder if they've got a set plan of who's going to, what part of the race they're going to come into the pits. I wonder if they're just waiting for one of them to dive in and then the rest follow. But the Fabry and Bailey car has just set their personal best lap of the race and dipped into the 1:53s now, which is what we saw Martin Overington doing as he was charging through the back as a wave of a thank you. And just as I say that, Ben Collins goes back through, but how long for? Brave move down there into St Mary's 1.
Don't want to scrap too much. Remember, the Vauxhall has made its stop. It was a 4-car battle out front, but now we're checking in on car 66 out there at the moment, and that is the Bentley 3, the 4.5 litre car that is currently in 6th position.
Going into the pits.
And arm up to indicate the pit stop is about to be made, so that will be the end of Niall McFadden's stint.
Yep, so they'll pull in to the pits. Niall will drop out, and then Jock will hop back in.
Jock McKinnon next in that car, from 1926, that one. And we are focusing on car number 7. And there just does seem to be a constant amount of smoke coming from car number 7 now. We've seen a lot from 44. I wonder if that's a little bit of bodywork rubbing, because it's always at an angle we seem to see the smoke.
Yeah, that's what my thoughts are as well. And some thumbs up. Right, so there was a thumbs up there, Alex, from the number 44 to the pit wall. So does that mean this is the final lap for Francois, and that he'll be peeling into the pits to swap over with his teammate Jonathan? So let's have a close eye. So that'll be interesting to see what the others behind him, what Martin and Ben do as well, whether they decide to carry on, do another lap, or whether they jump in as well. Saying that, actually Martin is already in the pits.
Looking at the lap times out there, it's Overington who's had the best lap of the race so far. That's significantly faster than what any of our leading pair in your picture at the moment have been able to do. It's the Bugatti, the Type 44, leading the way at the moment, ahead of the number 7, the Bentley Speed model, driven by Ben Collins. And he continues, there he is, in that high seating position. And then further back, the number 3.
It's a funky number 3, isn't it?
It is a funky number 3. We like that a lot. Currently down in 9th position. A lap down, but circulating nicely if you consider that there were 25 of them who took the flag earlier on to start the race.
Yeah, so let's have a little look. They're coming towards, the leaders are anyway, towards the end of the lap. They're heading down into Woodcote now. So let's see if maybe there's a bit of tactics maybe going on. Was Francois giving the wave to the pit wall just to trick Ben? Who knows? But we'll see if he peels into the pits very soon.
Well, the pit window is open, but you do need to run both drivers. Another move to the inside looks like it's about to be completed.
And they're in they're in. The two leaders, I can just see out of the commentary box window, they have peeled into the pits. There they are on the screen now.
So both pitting at the same time, not favouring another lap without the attentions of the other, and a quick conversation about what to do.
So Ben is hopping out, and Gareth Graham will jump in.
Yeah, so it... And hold on a minute.
That was the Overington car. That was Martin. So that is a great shame, because we were going to have, I feel, a three-way battle for the lead there. So we'll try and find out what's gone on. Well, it obviously had issues much earlier, well, before the race had even started, didn't it, Alex? So that's really unfortunate. But there is the 44 now, is heading out the pits with Bailey on board now. Francois done his job. He can get a nice fresh bottle of water. Other drinks are available. Wonder which one he'll choose, as Graham comes out as well, a little bit further behind, so I'm guessing they would have all met the required pit stop time. We'll have to wait and see, keep an eye on the time screen, see if any penalties do come up, but a bit of a gap down now there. I think it's around about 5 seconds.
Well, we're going to see how this all shakes out in a few moments, and it's gone really, really well. If you look for the 44, and Bailey now behind the wheel. Bailey showing the way to Graham, who is operating things for the number 7 for the Bentley, as the Bugatti continues on its way. It seems to just hit the bumps horribly coming through St Mary's, and yet it just works for it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem the smoothest of rides, does it, at all? But for the misfortune of the Bentley, the number 5 Bentley, that has now brought the Cowans and Fiskin car back up into the podium spot. We were having that great battle earlier on, so Gregoire's now at the wheel of the number 1 car, and that's back up onto the podium.
So it is now turning into much more of a gap out there, with Bailey slightly leaving behind things for Graham there, but still a long way to go. These are cars with an incredible history, nearly a century of history, and good to see that so many are continuing to run at the moment in the Roger Whitworth Cup. Who's going to get their hands on it? Who is going to be declared the winner and take the laurels down there on the start-finish line at the end of this one? Just a reminder, if you've not been in your position all day, if you've not been watching the stream all day, if you've not been trackside all day, we have seen late drama in plenty of races today. What looks set in stone at one moment can completely change the next.
Yeah, it certainly can. As the number 44, as the gap is coming down, so last lap from the Collins and Graham cars really closed the gap. So that outlap, time difference-wise, was just under 4 seconds. So the gap stands at 2.3. So we will see a battle for the lead resume. There is the current leader at the moment, leading. Still that smoke coming out the back. Going through St Mary's, got a little bit of traffic from the number 12 ahead. Bailey at the wheel of that car now, but Graham, I see in the back of the shot. There we go. We just saw him in the back, chasing down the number 44, but Bailey's got past the traffic, and Graham's not caught it at a great place, as he really, Alex, is going through the back corner, and yeah, that's going to definitely slow him down, which is great news for Bailey.
It is. Oh, what have we got out there? There's a lot of smoke from one of the cars. Was that just a wide moment coming out of the back corner? But there was certainly an issue for someone coming onto the straight and through the kink. But continuing on, the Type 44 from 1927. Bugatti produced the Type 44 as a mid-sized car built to the same high standard as their race cars, and they modified the versions that competed at Le Mans. 1,100 were sold, and it became Bugatti's most successful car so far for the brand, and it looks like it might be about to achieve some more success at the moment, as about as large as the lead has been all race long between the 44 and the 7.
Yeah, well, there's Gareth Graham in the number 7 entrant of this car. So he stuck the entry in, had an experienced driver with Ben Collins behind the wheel, but he's putting in some fast lap times and has increased the gap. Has Bailey, Jonathan Bailey, ever so slightly, but that I'm sure was down to a little bit of traffic for Graham. As they're coming up now, have 9 minutes remaining on the clock.
So 9 minutes ago, we approached 75% distance completed. It is Bailey ahead of Graham. It is Fiskin in 3rd place, but dropping way back. So that was a car that was competing at the front. Now, where you catch the traffic here, Alice, that can play a massive role, because you can see the 44 doesn't know where to go. Big control required behind the steering wheel, and avoiding action as well.
Yeah, and he's taken the brave outside line there, but this is where the Collins and Graham car caught the traffic last time. So Bailey's getting a taste of it there. And the pit window is now closed, so no more pit stop or driver changes can be made. But Gareth Graham on that last lap, that first sector has definitely closed the gap. He was a good 8/10 quicker, and he's managed to make his way through the traffic much better. Again, luck of the draw with the traffic there, and you can see the gap certainly has closed as they're near enough going to be entering the chicane at the same time.
Well, it's looking good at the moment for Jonathan Bailey, and in the first stint it was Francois Fabry behind the wheel of the 44, Type 44 Bugatti. And let's see what the gap is across the line now.
1.4, it's coming down.
It's not huge, it's not the luxury that you would want with 7.5 minutes to go on the clock. Is this one going to have a late twist like we've seen in so many races today?
So he's bleeding past, go through Ford water, but look at the traffic in front that they've got to deal with. That's it's probably stressful enough trying to drive these cars with the controls that they might not be used to. We don't see people driving these cars on the road these days, do we? So there's a lot of things to deal with, and then let alone having to deal with the traffic as well. So Collins and Graham car now, look, is right up the back, but that smoke looks like that's increased to me, Alex.
Yeah, we weren't seeing that at the start. We weren't seeing that at the start at all. It's getting worse and worse and worse as we go on. The drivers will know at this stage of the weekend what they've got underneath them. They'll know every rattle. They'll know the vibrations to pay attention to. They'll know the rattle to not pay attention to, but you can't really ignore that, can you? When he's leaning on... Now, let's see if it disappears on the straight. Yeah, so it's when he's leaning on the car into the back corner. That's when you're getting an enormous amount of smoke for the number 7, which is getting closer, which is drawing alongside, and this could be a late change for the lead. Maybe smoking out of the back corner, but it's quick, you know, and that's a great pass. Through goes Graham to take first place.
Yeah, Graham down the inside even before Woodcock corner leads it out to the edge of the track. I mean, they're both smoking along, but the 44's been smoking from the start, which I think might be some possible bodywork rubbing ever so slightly there. But now it is Bailey. Jonathan Bailey needs to turn up the wick a little bit. He wants to hang on to the back. He needs to tie a tow rope to the back of the Collins and Graham car as they drop half a second separating them as they cross the line, with just over 5.5 minutes left to go. But that is smoking a lot, isn't it?
Just intrigued. I mean, it's any sizable change of direction. We're getting an enormous amount of smoke. And how tenable is that situation for our race leader? They've really pushed to regain this lead. Looked a decent advantage at some time. Does the Bugatti have more in the locker to try and fight it back? And is the Bentley out front, number 7 at the moment? Can it carry on cornering like that?
Well, that is the question. As he's closed the gap there, has Bailey. He was over half a second slower in the first sector. We're in the second sector now, deep into the second sector, but he has closed the gap a little bit there. So maybe he's he could be teasing Graham a little bit, saying, "Go on, make out look like I'm struggling. You can catch me up, but actually I've still got pace left to come." And we have flashing up on the timing screen car number 98. It's which is actually lying in 5th place at the moment, a 24-second penalty for a pit window infringement, and usually we've seen that will be either coming in too early, too late, or not for the allotted pit stop time.
That is a difficult moment for car 98, currently driven by Rob Hubbard. And this is getting very, very close through the smoke, being distributed from the car in the lead to the car in 2nd place. Does Bailey have an important lap in the locker now, because they need one? What a performance these two cars have put on across 4 different drivers, across 2 different stints. They're still barely separated at all. 3.27 the gap. 0.3 of a second, the gap across the line. We are coming down, and both of them, Alice Powell, you point to me in the commentary box, did their personal best last time round.
They did, and they're going to run side by side now. Alex, no. As Bailey pulls back into the slipstream, goes, do you know what, actually maybe I'll give it another go. Having a little look, pulling out through Ford Waters. They head up, they go downhill, then they go uphill into St Mary's. But yes, they're pushing each other along now, and really cranked up the pace, as I said, and as you said, setting personal bests. Oh, but every time I see that Bentley speed smoking, is it going to go down the inside? Is Bailey? He is.
Well, this is what a great shot that is. Gives you a great idea of the speed that these cars from the 1920s are producing for us here at Goodwood. What a fantastic day of the revival it's been. But who's getting their hands on the Rudge Whitworth Cup? They've been debating it between the Bugatti and the Bentley since the first corner of the first lap. And now, on lap 17, we are taking it very, very close to the end here. 2.5 minutes to go, and we have no idea which car it's going to be. Will it be the 7? Will it be the 44?
Yeah, you're brave if you want to call it. Is he having a look down the inside? Is Bailey's late on the brakes? Is he going to get it stopped into Woodcote Corner? Sorry, yes, just about. We can see him fighting on the wheel. Does he run wide? No, just keeps it within the track, which is great stuff. Clearly felt that he needed to be in front heading into, which we'll probably get. This won't be the final lap. We're going to have one more, I would say, after this. But this is great racing.
There isn't going to be much left on the clock when they go over the line, but there should still be about 3 or 4 seconds when they come around next time. And this is the penultimate tour, we expect then, of the Rudge Whitworth Cup. It has been close throughout. It has been exciting throughout. We've got plenty still continuing round at the moment. Hubbard, remember, in the 98 car in 5th place, has that penalty for the pit stop infringement. Side by side we go. Penultimate tour of the circuit. These cars from the 1920s going wheel to wheel once again. Check in the left-hand mirror. Is there anyone there? There is now. The Bentley's back in the lead.
Round 4 water, which is such a fast part of the track.
Traffic ahead could change things. They should both be able to get past the maroon car that's directly in front of you, but where you catch the traffic could change things. It did earlier on in the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. They're both going to get by.
Yeah, it can also slow you down, and I'm convinced that there was going to be, like you said, Alex, 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock. But if they lose 2 or 3 seconds on the clock, this could end up being the last lap as they both, ever so close, they go either side of number 3.
It's a 1920s version of Hakkinen, Schumacher and Zonta for a second there, but the number 7 stays ahead, and that is crucial at this stage. But how much were they impeded by that traffic? Not for the worry of penalties or blue flags, but will they have enough time on the board? If you don't have enough time, these could be the final corners of the last lap. They're watching the clock, they're watching each other, they're watching the mirrors, and it's all in the balance heading to the chicane.
Graham had a little look, pulled over slightly to defend. Is he going to keep it? He ran slightly wide, a bit of a twitch at the tail on the way out. We have 7, 6, 5 seconds left.
4, 3, 2, we got over the line. We got over the line, and we will carry on. Amazing stuff. That really did go down to the final seconds. There's no checkered flag, and we're on to the last lap. A last lap that we only had because of about 1 second, and the smoke is gaining and billowing with every corner that the 7 rotates through. They really are driving the wheels off these things.
They are, and Bailey's right in the toe of the number 7 as they come through Ford Waters. to once again a little bit of traffic, and this was the corner where we saw Graham go down the inside. But he's in the lead, of course, for now as they come into St Mary's. Both of them now smoking away together as they come through the second part. Let's have a look up the road. Is there any traffic? No, there isn't, Alex.
This is where I think the Bugatti, just with its shorter wheelbase, it is just more nimble through St Mary's. It means that you can build up the momentum that you need. It's all about the exit through Levant Corner. You can see how much the Bentley in the lead is leaning on its left-hand tyres as it goes through. We've got one straight. Woodcote Corner and the chicane to go. Has Graham done enough in the Bentley?
This is where we saw Jonathan Bailey dive down the inside into Woodcote Corner. I think he might be a little bit too far away. Is he going to prove me wrong? He was very late on the brakes. He'll be having a little look. He closes on the brakes, but I think he's just a little bit too far away from Graham in front, who's done an excellent job as they head down into the final corner. A little bit of a tighter line from Graham, but he's looking safe for now.
What a superb display from both of these drivers. There's a check over the shoulder, but it's the car in the lead. The Bentley of number 7, and victory for Graham and Collins. Super stuff across the line, and that is a lot to celebrate. Really excellent driving from the pair. It was Bailey who came home in second place with the Bugatti, and what a superb story across the board that we have seen. Oh, hang on to it. And this is third and fourth across the line. Number 8's taking a bow. But what a last lap this would have been for Swift, by name and by nature, because they've taken third on the last lap.
Yeah, a fantastic job, and what a race. There's 4.5 tenths of a second between Collins and Graham and Fabry and Bailey in the 44. What a close race, and what a show. As I said earlier on in the day, and I'll say it once again, this is the only place, Goodwood is the only place you will see exciting racing with these fantastic cars from the 1920s.
Great stuff. All the way to the end. That 36-minute race requiring 4 different drivers across 2 cars. The 2 brilliant performances from the 2 of them, and great to see the celebrations out there as well. Came prepared with the flag, and it's not just about being at the very front of the field. The Chenard and the Walker did eventually make it out there, and the flag flying. That's great to see at the end. But what a super drive. First of all, in the first stint by Collins, then by Graham, Fabry and Bailey. Well, they gave chase, and that was absolutely excellent. Now, we saw across the line there was a change for third position. This is the moment when the place was taken. A swift dive to the inside late on.
Oh, a little slide.
That is fantastic.
Into Woodcote Corner. Great stuff. And I'd say that overtake is definitely worthy of a podium.
It's one of the overtakes of the day. That is the definition of licking the stamp and sending it in a 1920s era car. I don't think we saw much of the Bentley Birkin blower there, but that from Hugh Apthorpe in the first stint was decent. Nick Swift with one of the moves of the day at the end there. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, it was, and what a great performance from all of these drivers. To see some incredible cars, and you can hear the crowd cheering and applauding. A great display from all of these drivers.
It doesn't really get better than that, does it? And glorious sunshine at Goodwood Motor Racing Circuit, and you've gone round the 2.3 miles quicker than anyone else. You've taken the flag, you've done it with a teammate as well, and warm applause, and deservedly so, for the top 2. They were swapping the lead lap after lap after lap after lap, and thrilling it was too. We began not with a sprint finish, but with a sprint start. The old
Topper was sprinting as well, joining in with the fun.
The old traditional run to the car, celebrating the heritage of Le Mans. This wasn't the very start of the race. This was just to take us on to the formation lap. But didn't it look good?
It did. And here Ben brought them across the line, and we saw some very strong starters. In particular, their number 18 making the way up through the field, and they all kept it nice and clean and nice and safe a couple popping in and kicking up some grass there, but great and fabulous shots of the car going through turn 1.
Bugatti Type 44 heading the front of the field, and at that stage the Brooklyn Special Vauxhall was involved as well. That faded in the later stint, and it was just a constant story of Bugatti ahead, Bentley ahead, Bugatti ahead again.
It was a constant change, wasn't it, for the lead? Look at that car control there from the number 9 of Hunt. And then we got the driver changes, didn't we? So here in the number 1, Cowles was out, Fiskin was in, but the battles continued out on track with constant swapping of the lead. I'd love to know the number of how many times this lead changed during this race.
It was a real display of driving ability, but also a real thrill. So super stuff. Then when we got into the second stints, it became slightly more serious. Not allowed to breathe by the Bugatti, but it was the Bentley that took victory by 0.4 of a second. Despite that lunge late on, it was well timed by Graham to get back through, and Graham did get back through and stayed there all the way to the finish to take the top honours in the Rudge Whitworth Cup.
Yep, as they came across the line, getting sideways, and big applause from the pit wall and the crowd as well. A great win for Collins and from Graham.
Well, 0.4 of a second after 36 minutes. Ed is downstairs speaking to the top 3.
Right. Well, what a race that was. I'm going to dive straight in with Gareth and Ben. I'm sorry, I'll have one of those later. Gareth, congratulations. Did you know about the smoke? Could you see it?
Well, a little bit, yeah. Mostly wheel spin, yeah. It was quite a lot of wheel spin, to be fair.
Just too much power.
Yeah. Narrow tyres.
Yeah, so I take it everything's all right?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah. Yeah, it's just hard on these old cars, 36 minutes flat out. But what a privilege, I mean, yeah.
What a last lap.
Oh, yeah? Sorry, still.
Ben, let's come to you. I hear you've been training for months and months for that green flag lap start.
Yes, I was hoping my sprint to the car may have been a bit quicker, but no, it was really exciting to do a Le Mans start, and having never done one before, and it was really, really interesting.
Am I right in thinking you're running on synthetic fuel this weekend?
Yeah, we're on P1 synthetic fuel. We've drove the car down. We're driving it back tomorrow. It's brilliant. I think the engine runs a little bit cooler. And, yeah, it's very exciting to be running on it.
Well, look, congratulations. Great drive.
Thanks very much, Ed.
Right, I'll tell you what, let's squeeze around here. Second place, Francois and Jonathan. Jonathan, so close, so close. I mean, a few laps less, and you would have been all right.
Yeah, possibly. He just kept going. Really had the legs on the straight. It's not really much more to be said. Really good race, though. Really fun. Hot work.
I'd agree with the hot work. Francois, there was a busy opening stint.
You mean the Le Mans start? I tried to get it on 3 wheels. I think I did, more or less. It was fun, yeah.
No, cracking grace. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's head around here, and we'll find Hugh and Swifty. Guys, so I'll tell you what, Swifty, I'll start with you. That was a bit of a last lap dive, wasn't it? Well done.
Well, I didn't really know where I was, to be honest, and then I noticed...
Not for the first time.
No, not at all. That's all the time, Ed, you know that. But I saw the back of Gregor's crash helmet, I thought, that's a Tartan thing, that's going to be him. So, and I didn't know if it was to a place or not, but just managed to slither my way up the inside, coming into Woodcote and hold it through the chicane. So, but all effort to Hugh. My God, it is the first race here. I think this is your second or third race ever. So to do what he did, we had a target that he had to slice off 5 seconds off his qualifying time, and he absolutely did it. So all credit to Hugh. Well done.
Well, let's speak to Hugh now. What an introduction. Did you pay him for that?
Definitely. Race of my life, fantastic. The best day of my life. Absolutely brilliant.
These cars they ran 24-hour races, obviously at Le Mans famously, but 36 minutes in this heat, hard work.
Really hard work, really hard on the car, but it's well prepared, went really well. Fantastic.
Congratulations, good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That sums it all up. When you hear someone in racing overalls say best day of my life, that just sums the whole meeting up. A brilliant contest all the way through, with Collins and Graham beating Fabry and Bailey by 0.4 of a second. Nick Swift with a super move, a dive to the inside and worry about stopping it later. And then there was lots to enjoy. Great run through from Metcalf on his own in the number 6. And then there were 20 out there. Warm applause for Derek Bell taking the start and running to the car as well. That was excellent to see. And plenty to enjoy in the middle there. Some great-looking cars, the Talbot, the Bugatti, and the Vauxhall. Well, thoroughly enjoyed that. The Rudge Whitworth Cup belongs to Collins and Graham, and we can now send it downstairs to David and to Nikki, who are ready in the assembly area.
Well, we have a spectacular view of the assembly area, but we're up here on the balcony looking down on the spectacular machines that are going to go out for the celebration of 75 years of Lotus. Now, Colin Chapman obviously founded Lotus, well, 75 years ago, and this is a massive tribute to him and the machines that he built over the course of his career.
It's just fantastic to see these cars representing 75 years. We saw 2 British drivers down there, Johnny Herbert and Jenson Button, but of course these cars were driven by the great and the good of the racing royalty throughout the years.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the race over the years. Obviously, Colin Chapman behind the wheel of Sir Sterling Moss at the wheel of a Formula One Lotus Climax 18. Jim Clark, of course, Graham Hill. I mean, the list goes on. Some of the most epic drivers got to work with Colin.
Yeah, of course, Lotus is very well known for its road cars, which is very successful, very brilliant sports cars. But here we have most of the race cars there. And as you say, we have the first car that was won, the first Grand Prix by Innes Island. We have Sterling Moss won the first Monaco Grand Prix for Lotus. And then, of course, Jim Clark winning Lotus's first World Championship, and we have all these cars in front of us, and the iconic John Player special livery there, and the green and yellow Lotuses from the Jim Clark here. Just absolutely fantastic, and don't they sound good?
Oh, absolutely amazing. This is what we miss, don't we, from Formula One nowadays. It really is like stepping back in time, and you know, a reminder as well that the Formula One drivers of this era were absolute heroes. I mean, look at the safety precautions taken. There weren't any.
Well, that's a gas turbine car they've just fired up there, and of course you see all this innovation that Colin Chapman applied to these cars, moving the engine from the front to the back, of course, and then trying things out like a twin chassis with different suspension for the car and the driver. That car was banned before it even raced, because that was one of the things with Colin. He was testing the rules and the regulations all the time, and finding new ways to make cars go faster. A great innovator and a great engineer.
Well, there we are, the cars going out on track, which means only one thing left to do, and that is go racing. Over to commentary.
Thanks very much. Well, it's lovely to see this parade, in fact, of wonderful cars coming out. We're just looking at the Lotus 56B. That's being driven by one of Colin Chapman's grandsons, Arthur Chapman. He's the son of Clive. We've got quite a Chapman family out there driving. I'll try and point out some of the drivers who are going out there. We've got Alex Brundle coming out in a Formula Junior car. He's just being started now as well as they come down. This car will be racing over the weekend. Quite a lot of these cars will be in various different races that we have this weekend. The Glover Trophy, the Chichester Cup, the Sussex Trophy, of course, Lotus cars. Fundamental part of British motorsport, and in fact, in many people's opinions, Colin Chapman was the man who effectively created the motorsport industry post-war, and that motorsport in the UK has become such a key aspect because it was always a European thing, but with Colin Chapman's progress and the cars he helped produce, it really did invest in the British motorsport background. I know many people felt that he was fundamental to that. And what we're seeing, Alice, is a real mixture of cars out there, because we're looking at some of the beautiful F1 cars that were winning races all the way through the 60s, 70s, just about into the 80s. That's where Collins sadly passed away in the early 80s. Look at this, for example. But this is a sports car. Now, this is the Mark 11, the Lotus Mark 11, and absolutely, again, we've got Chapman family at the wheel here. So Clive's daughter Sophie in the car with cousin Thomas as well. So part of Colin Chapman's family. They're driving this No, sorry, they're not in this one. They're in the Lotus Elan. This is the Mark 11. So this is being driven by Clive's son, Magnus. That's Magnus who's driving this one, and cousin Ioda. So I saw Clive just before they all got in the cars, and he was trying to tell me who was in which one. So that's Magnus with Ioda. We will see Sophie out in the yellow Elan. This is the other one. Now, behind that, you've got the rebuild of the Mark 1. Now, that's being driven by Colin Chapman's daughter, Jane. So that's Clive's sister, who's driving that PK 3493, a little silver car, and her daughter, Alice, so granddaughter of Colin Chapman. They're out in that Mark 1. And that car has been rebuilt by Clive Chapman's team, Team Lotus. They put it all together because the original car that Colin and Hazel Chapman, they worked together to create their first competition car. It was a trials car, and they worked together on it. It was built in Hazel's father's garage behind her house, and they've recreated it, which is so lovely.
I just love that story, that it was built. They built it together in the garage, in Hazel's garage. I just think that is great. But you touched on, Ben, the engineering, and it's just great to see the cars spanning from 1948 all the way down to 1982, and how engineering evolved, and how sort of you could say Colin changed his approach with the times, and especially with the Formula 1 cars that we get to see on track as well.
Yeah, but such a mixture of machinery here. So you've got sports cars, road cars, the Elan 26R, competition version of the Lotus Elan, which was very much a road car, but they then turned it into a race machine, and it was very successful on a race track as well. In the earlier days, the sports style cars that Colin Chapman created were very much designed for racing. Racing was his thing. He was a brilliant driver himself. He was very, very rapid, would take victories, plenty of victories in some of the cars that we've got out there today. But then he decided to focus on the engineering side, and that's what he went into. So there's the Lotus Elan, such a pretty little car. Many, many people grew up with that, and it was the car that also inspired the Mazda MX-5 later on, as Mazda loved the Lotus Elan, and they created the MX-5 version of it in many ways.
Yeah, so we can see a variety of drivers out on track as well, all smiling and happy to be showing off these Lotus cars to everyone watching on stream, and to everyone here trackside as well, and also the fantastic noises that we're hearing going past our commentary box window.
Yeah, you've got racing versions of the Lotus Europa, and in the background you've got a Formula 1 car with very, very high wings as well. And you've got Formula Junior cars, you've got Formula 2 cars, but we've also got some beautiful F1 cars out there on the circuit, and of course that was such a big one. Here's the little Lotus, yellow Lotus Elan that I was talking about, and I think that is Clive's daughter Sophie who is driving that one, according to what I heard anyway. So they're out there now, which is nice to see, and that's a very pretty open-top Elan, very much a production car that was a big part of Lotus selling more and more cars, not just about the racing, it was about producing fantastic road cars. And of course, it's very important to create their own business. In the background, we've got some more of the racing cars, but the Series 4 Elans, later ones in 1968, like that, getting flared wheel arches, they had wider tyres on them as well, and that was all part and parcel of it. The other cars you can see behind, I think there's a Mark 6 behind, they were sort of early selling cars as well, and also they created the Lotus 7, which went on to become the Caterham 7, which is still being sold. And it was an interesting piece I gathered that Hazel was key in the decision that they made that originally. They were all having a discussion about what to make next as a good road car, and the 7 was one of her ideas. There is the Mark 3 heading out now. The very first official Lotus Mark III, raced by Chapman himself. Clive Chapman, very successful. He did some very clever things with the engine, with the Austin engine that was used in the Mark III, and it worked very, very effectively to make sure that he had greater speed than the others. The D-Siamese, the inlets what they were talking about, and it's interesting there's no bonnet on it. I'm not quite sure why that is. Right, there's Formula One car with the wing on it. Very, very high wing. Those got banned, but this is the Lotus 49B, which was an extremely successful car. It was the title-winning car with Graham Hill in 1968. And as this was where aerodynamics was really beginning to come into play.
Yeah, it certainly was. Obviously, with their wings clearly don't look like that anymore. But that's where I said about the engineering. Is that Johnny Herbert in the back there, as background there as well? Some more stunning Formula One cars driving around. But look at the size of that rear wing, Ben. It's just incredible.
Yeah, they did get banned because those tall aerofoils, as they call them, they were attached to the suspension, but they fell off a bit too easily, and it caused some nasty accidents. Great view from our cameras, thank you so much. You can see how it goes straight onto the top of the uprights at the rear, and that's something that is just not allowed. You can't force your downforce straight onto the wheels. You have to go through the chassis. It's another story we can get into with the double chassis car that's out there, if we get a chance to see it. But you mentioned Johnny Herbert, and there is Johnny. He's out in another of the Formula One Lotuses, the 77, and that was just before ground effect came into play. But just over to the other side there, you can see the ground effect car next to him, because that came along just a little bit afterwards. The Lotus 78 and then the Lotus 79. There it is, the Lotus 79 with the full side pods. And then there is the Lotus 88B, and that is Clive Chapman driving that car, and that was the twin chassis idea. So the suspension was separated, two separate chassis really, so the downforce would work straight into the uprights of the wheels, and the driver would have separate suspension, a bit like like a sprung cab in a lorry. They were separately sprung. So that's how it worked, but it wasn't allowed to race. So they got it, they took it to races, and the other teams hated it, hated the idea. They thought, oh my goodness, Colin's come up with something else we've all got to follow, because he'd come up with ground effect already.
The way it worked.
Yeah, and they managed to get this one banned.
No, but an amazing, that just shows how intelligent and incredible Colin's brain worked to think of these incredible feats of engineering that ended up forcing the competitors to say, hang on a second, this is too clever. We don't like this. We couldn't think of this idea, and as you said, it was eventually quickly banned. But a lovely display of incredible cars and designs and pieces of engineering.
And a family too, and I think that's what's so lovely to see here, as you see Clive's sister, Colin's daughter, Jane, with her daughter Alice. It's so lovely that they've done this, and the fact that as a they really see it as a family, the way that it all was created and produced. They've all worked together, and of course Clive Chapman setting up his classic Team Lotus department, which of course nowadays they're often working on cars that we can see here at Goodwood that have been restored, recreated, been found in different parts of the world with some incredibly famous heritage. That's the rather lovely Mark II, for in very original condition. That was another Colin Chapman car in his very earliest days, based on an Austin 7 chassis with a Ford engine, and he did his first race on a circuit, because originally he built it for trials competition, but he did his first ever circuit race in Silverstone in 1950, and suddenly he got a love for track driving, did Colin Chapman, in this car, in fact, and then he sold it on to a chap called Mike Lawson, and carried on making new versions of different, modifications. He's always coming up with something special.
Of course, and look at the camera on those front wheels as well. Just absolutely incredible.
I wonder if he missed the call to come in, because everyone else has come in.
To be fair, if I was driving that car, I'd miss the call. Oh, sorry, didn't quite see it. Get an extra lap of driving that incredible Mark II. Nigel
Halliday's car it is these days, and yep, so out there on its own. It had a little problem yesterday, actually, when they were running it. It did come in early. Yes, so the front camber is astonishing, the way that it has that positive front camber, puts quite a lot of load on the outside of the front tyre. But it was, as I say, originally created really more as a trials car, but did go into circuit racing. And that's then what led Colin Chapman into creating the Lotus Mark III, which we saw, the car we saw without a bonnet on it. He created the triangular tubular bracing on that one. So his chassis design was fantastic. He came up with brilliant chassis design with space frames, But then, of course, just as everybody else was getting into creating great space frames, they came up with a monocoque chassis, what we call a monocoque chassis, which is, okay, it's changed in terms it's now made of different materials, but it still worked in Formula One. And as we were saying yesterday, Alice, ground effect, which Colin's team, he kind of initiated the thinking about it. They created ground effect, and that's very much part of Formula One now.
Exactly. It's played a huge part, hasn't it, in current Formula One times. As the remainder of the cars are just coming round, I can see now Woodcote Corner to bleed in, which actually rounds off a fantastic display. But we will be able to see these cars back out on track tomorrow. They have another display planned for around about 11:15 a.m.
So there you are, looking at some of the highlights of these cars heading out of this tremendous collection. I love this car. This was a turbine-powered Formula One car. They did it for Indy cars as well, but a Pratt & Whitney turbine engine in that 56B F1 car. An F1 car with a very high wing. Johnny Herbert out there in the Lotus 77, a car that Mario Andretti took victory with in 1976. Family out in some of this recreation of the first ever Lotus that Colin Chapman created, but also so many owners of cars that they love to go racing in, and we're going to be seeing them racing, as I say, over the course of the weekend. The Glover Trophy tomorrow, we'll see the Grand Prix cars from the early 1960s in the Glover Trophy. We'll see the Formula Junior cars out in the Chichester Cup. That's in the morning tomorrow. And in the Sussex Trophy, we'll be seeing a lot of the sports cars, the early sports cars, particularly the Lotus Climax 15s, and that'll be tomorrow afternoon at 4:50. So many of these cars we will see racing once again. The Lotus Cortina, we saw lots of those earlier this year. Yeah, it's so wonderful to see the mix of Colin Chapman's creations.
So here we are, another chapter in the car's illustrious life at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th members meeting, where we're participating in the 75th anniversary celebrations for Porsche and the 60th anniversary of the 911. I must admit, I've driven a lot of RSRs in my time. I've never driven anything quite like this because of its originality. It feels like it's still got its Le Mans gearing in it, and the engine is an absolute delight. In most 911s, you've got time to think. In this car, you look down and it's already turning 8,000 RPM. It's quite amazing.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
Helter-skelter, and this is the fairground here at Goodwood Revival. Let's just have a quick look around because there is so much to be done here. You guys think there's a lot going on the track, but out here there is so much more. And I have bumped into lovely family and friends who, I must say, you've dressed so perfectly for the fairground because Greece was set at the fairground in the end scene.
It was indeed, absolutely, and we love Greece. We've been watching it and getting into the vibe all over the last week,
and we figured this was the perfect thing to do.
You must be quite hot, though.
Very hot. I think I'm going to have to peel myself out of this later on, but yes, we're melting, but it's all for the fun of the Goodwood Revival.
Absolutely. You're all having a great day here. We've got some pink ladies as well. Are you guys enjoying your day?
Yes,
What's the best thing about it so far? Do you think the fairground? Do you think being dressed up?
Everything.
Everything. There we go. It's everything. You're such a great... This is family and friends, all for a day out. I tell you what, you've got the hair going on as well. Are you enjoying your day?
Yeah, I just got on that slide over...
On the Helter Skelter?
Yeah.
Was it amazing?
Yeah, it was fun because my leg is still really hurt.
Oh no, did you get a little bit hurt on it? It's quite fast, isn't it? It's fast and furious. We've got lots going on here. We've even got the swings going here. We've got the dodgems in the background. We'll give these guys a wave over here from these guys. Enjoy the rest of your picnic. This is the place to be. I might just hang out here the rest of the day, actually, because there's so much more fun to be had.
It is time now for the Ford Water Trophy. I'm Alex Shakes, joined in the commentary box by Bruce Jones, and this is some sight on the racetrack. We have Porsche 901s and Porsche 911s, all built before 1966. They must be of a short wheelbase. They are all running on sustainable fuel, and on the evidence of practice, this is going to be a thriller.
Well, they'll all be running out on the ragged edge and some a little bit beyond, and a lot of the drivers taking part in this are very, very excited indeed. Many of them take part in the 2 Litre Cup around Europe, and that's something that's grown and grown since 2018. But for a lot of others, including Mark Webber, first race since 2016, he's been inveigled into this, and I don't think it's the last we'll see of Mark, but it was really exciting through practice.
Yeah, really, really good earlier on, and it will be interesting to see who is able to take that speed forward into the next stage of proceedings. We're forming up on the grid at the moment as we get ready to run our penultimate race of the day. It has been an action-packed day from the first to the last.
But sort of almost more than that, Alex, it's been the fact almost every race has come right down to you're expecting a sort out, not just on the final lap, the final corner in 2 of the races so far today, if not 3. So if we can get more of the same, you could say it's a one-make formula here, but what an exciting formula. These cars so dynamic with that twitchy short wheelbase, but some of the driving absolutely sensational in practice. What they're going to do with the mere 30 other or 29 other arrivals around them, we can only wait and see, but I am smacking my lips at the thought of this.
So we have a few 901s in the field, so called because that was the original designation for this iconic car that has gone on to be the best-selling sports car of all time. But then Peugeot got on the phone and said, the 0 in the middle of your number, well, that's our thing.
Yeah, if there are 3 digits, there's a 0 in the middle, it has to be a Peugeot. But 911 it became, and it's gone down in history and continues to go down. But some of the purest body shapes are the initial body shape, and we're looking at those right now. A grid of 30 of these cars. Look at it, every colour combination you like, all driven supremely well thus far.
Absolutely. Okay, let's rattle through the grid then, and it's Jordan Holm at the front of the field, then it's Quaife and Thorpe, and then we've got Butcher and Paul. You must run both drivers in this race. Perez, very, very effective in that championship that Bruce was talking about. He's in 4th, then it is 5th, and then you've got some recognisable names. You've got Neil in the 8th position, you've got Molam in 7th, you've got Pirro in 10th, and you've got Mark Webber getting back behind the wheel and out of retirement for this one. His first taste of Revival weekend. The all-Tordorf entry will be very, very intriguing to see. You've got Chilton in 18th position, but expect them to make progress. I'm not expecting them to stay in 18th position. Need more names. You've got Dunbrack in 20th. Oh yeah, and that's just the 2009 world champion lining up in another race. He's been busy today. He's going from 19th on the grid in this one.
Well, that, of course, is Jenson Button. Busy is good, but as you can see, we get 30 cars in all. Qualifying was a little bit jumbled up because we had a red flag in the middle of it, so it was a real scramble out of the pits to get a quick lap on board before the session came to an end. But certainly the advantage at the moment to car number 9, Andrew Jordan and Holm at the front of the grid. They were a second clear. And who knows if that's going to be good enough. But a 45-minute race, as Alex pointed out, with the driver change in the middle. And the few cars didn't make it really very far in qualifying. Middle, the car that says 2 LTR, 2 litre, that's a car that could feature very well with Duke of Richmond's son, Charlie March, on board. But that pulled up on the second lap in a pall of smoke yesterday. So there's a lot more to come from that, and he's racing with the person who put the whole 2-litre cup together. And that's James Turner, so look out for that car in the sort of Paul Smith fashion livery, so to speak.
It is very, very stylish indeed. So we're fascinated to see who's going to come through. You've got the dynamic of having to run both drivers. You've got to have a pairing that works. It is roasting conditions out there, and these are maybe not as ancient as the Le Mans races from the 1920s era that we've just had out on track, but still, these are from the 60s, so you could get a few mechanical gremlins in. But look at that for a piece of motor racing art.
It's the ultimate sort of colour chart, if you like. But a lot of these cars, by dint of racing in the 2-litre Cup, these are very, very well prepared. And in the 25 years since Revival started, the sheer quality of historic preparation has gone through the roof. So the big enemy is that heat haze. It's very, very hot this afternoon. We all know racing cars don't like it too much when they're on the move, but when they're at a standstill on the grid, they hate it.
So we've got Max Chilton in this field, we've got Jenson Button in this field, we've got Mark Webber in the field. Watch out for the 777 entry. I think they're going to be a real threat with Perez and Gamble trying to fight their way by. But we are on to the formation lap then for the Ford Water Trophy. It is the 7th race of the day.
Yeah, and talking of Perez and Gamble, they lead the championship. George Gamble didn't do one of the rounds, so Seb Perez leads on his own. That's car number 77. It's a blue one among load of, in fact, every single colour you could possibly like. Car 52 starting at the very, very tail of the field. That's one shared by Richard Tootle, excellent preparer of these cars, and Gordon Shedden. And Gordon, as we've seen over many years now at the Revival, doesn't matter what it is, got a steering wheel and some pedals, he'll get out and he will be quick in that. But the car 77, that's a championship leading car, starting 4th. And in that session that was the practice session that was interrupted by a red flag, that was always right at the front end of the field. So do expect that one to be challenging very soon indeed.
Some great liveries in the middle of the pack. The 116 is Grimes, and then it will be Mark Webber behind the wheel there. So good to see.
And some great liveries as well. Car number 23, that comes from the Porsche Museum. And of course, this was the race livery used by Richard Atwood, who's here competing this weekend. And it's the Porsche Salzburg livery, red with the white straights. And very sad, car 59 has not made it to the start. That's Tarek Mahmoud's car, which he was going to be sharing with Nigel Greensall. So frustration, heat-induced, more than likely.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Bruce. That is so disappointing as they get pushed back, and we don't have far left to go on this formation lap as we're making our way to the final corners on this historic racetrack now, and we are building up then to the Ford Water Trophy. It is set to be a thriller.
20 seconds and counting.
Well, the mixture of gasoline and air can be exploded just the way it is.
Ignition sequence start.
But we get more power out of it 7, 6, 5. If we compress it before we explode it.
2, 1.
We're all set.
All engine running.
Go, go, go! Someone in our production team has been to see an Oppenheimer over the summer. Fantastic, and it's got us in the mood for what is set to be one of the most competitive race meetings we will see for a while. It's been, right, as you say, Bruce, to the last, time and time again. This is going to be ultra competitive.
Yeah, so the car starting on pole position, car number 9. That's Matt Home and Andrew Jordan. Andrew, so much success in British touring cars, but also bear in mind his father, Mike Jordan, raced 911s for eons, it must be said. So he knows about these cars, and very particularly these early ones with the short wheelbase. Not entirely friendly, but really rewarding if you can get it right. And I do remember Ed being asked about what it's like to get close to the pace. Close to the pace is relatively easy, he reckons. Right on the pace is far from easy at all. So let's see, the real experts, will they come to the fore? The grid, as I said, a little bit jumbled, but we're now all set for the Ford Water Trophy.
The revs rise, and so do the emotions. So many of you lining this circuit. Green flag at the back. Eyes now to the driver's right-hand side, and the flag will drop. Wait for it, wait for it. The Union flag flag is flying, and we are racing for the Ford Water Trophy with the magnificent sound of all these 911s leaving the line, and it's a good getaway out front. The 99 of Quaithan Thorpe has hit the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely nailed the start, and the car that Mark Webber's sharing with Bonamy Grimes gained several places. It's the white one with the blue stripe in about 10th place, but up front, brilliant start from the middle of the front row. So car 99 into the lead of this race. Sun getting lower in the sky, but a beautiful day, and Sen Perez has already gained one position. That's the championship leader from 4th up to 3rd.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see who can make the impact, who is going to be quick there. Oliver Webb looking good as well in the 777 entry, all over the back now, and wonderful rotation of the cars as we make our way through St Mary's for the first time. We climb the hill. It only looks a minor incline, but you certainly feel it, and we're battling for the lead immediately here. 99 got a great start, and 99 is holding on to it, but only for now. It looks like there is going to be an opportunity for Oliver Webb in a few moments' time.
Certainly is. I noticed by the time the cars got to St Mary's, there might have been a slight incident at Ford Water, because we got about the first half of the field, then a gap, then the second half nose to tail. But up front, it's as tight as you like. Going down that brilliant start from the middle of the front row, car 99 leads down its first corner, a bit of corner cutting halfway down the run towards Woodcote, but they keep it on the black stuff, but only just.
And that's a move for the lead, and that would have been a sensational one of that. That would be one that Oliver Webb would want to see back. He has managed to fight his way to the front of the field, and the driver that lined up in 5th position on the grid leads us over the line into lap 2 on this 45-minute race where you must use 2 drivers, and that's a tight squeeze for the 77, who is shown the inside of the door handle heading in to turn 1 at Matchwick.
Well, very, very tight indeed. I think it's Matt Home on board number 9, trying his utmost and going very, very wide in the background. Number 3 and 73, that's the Rory Butcher car shed with William Paul there, but he got it back on the black stuff. See what I mean about that gap? And then in the background, someone else has gone for a big one. That was the car that started stone last, car number 52, and a flame from the tail. That's just unburnt fuel in the exhaust pipe there. That's the car shed by Christian Cole England and Johnny Molam. Round it went, and I feel we may be having a safety car coming out with that sitting by the side of the circuit.
Yeah, big hit there, big hit for the 52, continuing to race at the moment, but I wonder for how much longer. 99 continues to hold the lead.
No, in second place he was passed, and look,
yes,
Ollie Webb is now has waved goodbye. He promises he'll send them a postcard, but he's off in the lead of this race. But I do think the safety car now confirmed as being brought out. No surprise. So Ollie Webb, brilliant move to take the lead into Woodcote at the end of the opening lap, but they are going to come up onto your tail when you abate your pace behind the safety car. But I thought it was almost too good to be true to get the whole lot, 30 of these competitive racers in these 901 and 911 quarters.
Have they got the message there? They're going to have to swap them back around because the safety car is out. So the number 9 entry will have to cede back that place because that was overtaking under the safety car. I think the flags are fairly clearly displayed on the main straight, and we are awaiting the safety car.
Yeah, it's now there. The E-Type Jaguar will... So, cars all running, they'll form up in line astern form.
Okay, all behind the safety car. It was the 52 that was off, and the 52 that was being driven by Richard Tuthill, who went round and heavily into the barriers. So this was Ollie Webb sprinting clear, and it feels like the aggression was dialed up. Look further back in your shot, because that is where the crash is going to happen, and that is the end of the race. Big moment into the barrier. Beautiful car in need of repair.
Yeah, but the tyre wall did exactly what the tyre wall needed to do. It sucked up so much of that momentum. The car was spun around several times, and it's always sad to see a beautiful car like this that has been damaged, but the best thing there is seeing a driver hopping out. That's in slow-mo. And, of course, got quite glad to be down on the firm stuff. And that would have certainly got the internal gyroscope spinning around, but good to see driver okay.
Yeah, that's the most important thing when you have an impact like that, and left to ponder things, but most importantly out of the car, and that was Richard Tuthill, who was out and okay. So we had a change of lead, and it was going to have to be a mighty move around the outside, and it appears that it was from miles back, heading in to Woodcote Corner. At this stage, you'd never think it was on. Take the long way round, and take the long way round in style for Ollie Webb, who is going to put one of the moves of the day on and somehow avoid contact. How about it?
Well, that was quite extraordinary. The James Court Phil Quaife car, we can't confirm who's started that car. Maybe being just a little bit cautious, but Ollie Webb had obviously swallowed all the brave pills. And around the outside, a route that has, how should we describe it, diminishing returns on so many occasions.
Definitely true. Definitely true. But great move, worthy of taking the lead. I still think they need to swap around. I still think that number 9 took that position under the safety car, so I think they're going to have to swap them back around. There's no need for a penalty there, but they should swap them around before we get to the restart order. Some beautiful cars in the field, lots of entertainment. Big crash behind the safety car means that we're going to have to fully recover the 52, the 911 from 1965 that went into the barriers on the opening tour.
Yeah, it's a shame because certainly the Tuthill car, Richard Tuthill car, had been making up great ground, having started stone last on the grid, had certainly worked its way up the order very tidily indeed, but alas, with that tumble. We also saw the Nigel Green Saul Tarek Mahmood car failed to start the race, car number 59, and another one that's in the pits is the Nick Manassian car number 60, which he's sharing with Kyle Tilley. That's a shame. So I didn't see what was untoward with that. I'll have a look in the pit lane, can't quite spot it beneath us in the shadow.
Okay, so 38 minutes to go. We are circulating behind the safety car. All the drivers still have to make a mandatory pit stop, and then we will see how it shakes out. We've had a great move for the lead. We've had an illegal move for second place behind the safety car. This was the start, though, Bruce.
Absolutely brilliant. It looked as though the first two cars had got away absolutely perfectly, but then suddenly by the time you got down to Madgwick, it was a real case of the second gear change was the better one, and that put the car from the middle of the front road into the lead. This is going on board with Mark Webber's car, and I spotted it gain several positions. That's great. Going on the pit wall side, past the end of the pit wall, past pit out, and this is the view going down into Madgwick, looking for space. Drifting sideways, working the wheel, but certainly a couple of places going. This is with Max Chilton from further down the order, so a lot of cars to overtake, and that's precisely what he's there to do. But it's about getting through the gears cleanly, tidy. Lost one position, two position. In fact, he's doing the reverse of gaining places, but you could be sure when they get into the first corner, the positions will be picked back. Two-driver race, 45 minutes. We've got this moment now behind the safety car, but those early laps, brilliant onboard footage.
I'm liking the stopwatch on the steering wheel as well. Interesting that that's being attached.
And just to let you know, of course, it was Bonamy Grimes who was starting the car he's sharing with Mark Webber. That was the second of the onboard camera footage. That's car 116. So drivers are pressing on, but the driver leading the race, it's car 777 and it's Ollie Webb. We sort of detected that from the driving style with that brilliant move. And again, looking at the replay of the start from the outside, it was a nip and tuck, and a few people sort of put their noses forward and then pull them back in again just in case, but you know, all very, very clean indeed as they went round the first corner.
Yeah, unfortunately not staying that way for the 52 entry, but thankfully Richard Tuthill is okay and out of the car. So just to give you an update of who's in the cars, because we were waiting for confirmation of who's in what. Matt Neal is in the 27 car. He's one to look out for. And Bonamy Grimes is in the car that Mark Webber will pilot later on, and it's a sad old sight. You never want to see beautiful cars in a damaged state, but unfortunately that's what's happened to the 52 entry, which is being wheeled away by the brilliant team of marshals that we have all around this circuit, making us able to go to the revival, and that car will need quite a lot of attention.
It will be reparable, but not in time for the remainder of this race. Of course, 45 minutes all in, and it's always, just as often, rebuilding the tyre wall that takes the time. We've seen the marshals and the rescue crews very quickly have hooked up Richard Tuttill's car. They pulled it to a place of safety on the infield. Of course, that accident really shook everything up. But the marshals are all trained. They have to know where the point is to put a car that's had a technical problem. Sometimes the drivers know full well, and they've worked out on their track walk or bicycle ride or whatever where they can put a car. Because we all know that cars can break, but you just don't want to have a race having to be stopped because they've been parked somewhere far from a gap. But let's go down to Ed Turner, because he's got Johnny Molam down with him, and his car was right in the thick of the action at the start.
Johnny, I don't know what's worse, being out there when something like this happens or stood watching from the pits.
It's a very good point, actually. I mean, Christian did a really good first ever standing start, so he did well. He dropped a little bit, got back up, but I feel for Richard Tuthill to have that happen. It's we had a situation yesterday in qualifying where the car jumped out of gear going into No Name, I think it is, and the car just literally lost all engine braking and just went straight off. So I don't know what happened with Richard, but I feel my heart goes out to anyone that goes and visits the barriers here, because this is a very unforgiving place.
And I say an early safety car like this is going to give the advantage to teams that basically have their second driver as the faster driver, isn't it?
Yes. Having said that, Christian Cole, my teammate, we were always going to start him regardless, because it's his first revival. He's absolutely, you saw him yesterday, he's buzzing, absolutely loving the experience. And I have to say, this, every time I come here, I mean, my first revival, my first members meeting earlier this year when I saw you on the grid doing the demo with the Celine GT1, just never ceases to amaze me what an amazing event this is and how everyone embraces it. It's fantastic. And I'm just looking forward to getting in and hopefully maybe keeping on the good work that Christian's doing. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Mark Webber said to me already he's going to see me out there, so we'll hopefully not too close contact.
You're saying your teammate's very enthusiastic. I think you are as well, Johnny. What's the plan? Are you getting in early or late in the pit window?
We're going to give Christian, we're not going to sort of duck in the first minute, that it opens. We'll probably give him a lap after that and then bring him in. Play it by ear a little bit. Obviously, the risk is if you come in, if you don't come in early and there's another safety car, then and you've already pitted or you haven't pitted, then you have a huge disadvantage. So you can't pit under a safety car. Those are the rules. But if you were to come in early in the window and then after that there's a safety car and you haven't pitted early in the window and you could have done, that's a big disadvantage. So we won't be waiting too long.
You must have a man cleverer than you working all this out.
Oh, God, yes.
Cheers, Johnny.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, good to hear from Johnny Molam and Ed asking the questions as ever down there. Looks a nice place to watch the race from.
Yes, sometimes a lot of people are envious of our position in the commentary box, but there are certain times with a cooling drink watching a field as competitive as this. We're waiting for any message about any extra time that may be added to this race. In earlier races, if there was a safety car, dollops of 3 minutes were added, and it allowed us to get the race to the conclusion. This is a far longer race. 45 minutes is planned, so hopefully we will be able to run to the 45 minutes without having to add extra time. But we'll let you know as soon as we know. But what we know, the move of the race, confirmation coming through right now, we will be having 3 minutes added. But just going back to the point, the move of the race so far, by a country mile to Ollie Webb, down into Woodcote, around the outside. Both Alex and I breathed a big breath in, but he held on to it and went into the lead around the side of the 99 car. I still can't tell you who was actually driving that, whether it's who started it, James Thorpe or Phil Quaife, but certainly it was a great move to take the lead. And then shortly after that, of course, we had Richard Tuthill going off, and that brought out the safety car. We can't tell you how long it's going to be. We can tell you the race duration has gone out to 48 minutes all in, but we have that driver change to be made part way through the race. And good point made by Johnny Molam, well, made to him by Ed Foster, is do you put your faster driver in for the first part of the race or the second part? It's all about, and you know this from Formula One, not that you change drivers in that, but how you split your tyre tactics and when you think is the moment you're going to get the most out of them. But if you think the second stint of the race is the one where it's less likely to have drivers going off, that's really when you ought to put your drivers in. But the flip side of that is at the start of the race, a pro driver, if you will, a more experienced one, can gain more places for you.
Okay, let's go downstairs. Max Chilton is speaking to Ed once again.
Max, well, I'm looking relaxed. You were just looking at sort of replays on your phone. It amazes me how relaxed you professional drivers are before jumping in.
Well, as long as it looks that way, that's the main thing. I'm probably quite nervous. I've only driven this car for 4 laps, but it's going to be brilliant. I did the 4 laps yesterday, just getting up to speed before we had a bit of an engine problem, and it's an absolute pure joy. I've always watched here for so many years, the cars drifting, and you can just see the hands of the driver from in the grandstands watching the drivers correct the car. So to be in one where you're constantly dancing is a pleasure. So hopefully I'll get a nice run out to finish this race off. But a magical moment to get a call from Porsche on Thursday saying, do you want to drive our car? So I was absolutely, yeah, straight away.
You say you've only done 4 laps, but I think you only did 4 runs up the Festival Speed Hill in the McMurtry before you break the record.
That's true. You expecting me to break a lap record then this afternoon?
Well, I'm not demanding it, but at least try.
Okay, I'll try my best, but at the moment we're quite a long way off, so I'll enjoy the moment. Goodwood was made for days like this. The weather's fantastic, the crowds just get bigger and bigger, and the racing's just so pure. I mean, you just watch these cars drifting side by side. You can see the drivers really working it. It's just so rare. When do you race period cars on a period track? The track hasn't changed. The cars have... Okay, we might have a bit more horsepower, but apart from that, they're the same.
That's fantastic. I'll leave you to your pre-race meditation.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Good to hear from Max Chilton down there in the pits. Slightly nervous after only 4 laps behind the wheel. Loving the honesty down there. He's not wrong, though, about Goodwood being made for days like this. We have a wonderful vantage point up in the commentary box. There's Bonamy Grimes in the 1:16 entry. And still circulating behind the safety car. So we've got this extended safety car due to the barrier repair caused after the 52 unfortunately went in to the barrier. There is a live look at the rapid barrier repair. I've got to say, they've worked really quickly to get that belt back across and the tyres all rearranged.
So many logistical things you have to think about for a race meeting, but the ability to get a tyre stack into place. We've seen many circuits where they fumbled. I take my metaphorical hat off. That was a very, very quick repair. Let's hope that's not required again. But again, those tyres stacks, the replaceable ones, already had to be loaded into a trailer and then got there as quickly as possible. With the early Land Rovers doing a great job as well. So calm before the storm, but storm it most certainly will be when we get going racing again in the Ford Water Trophy. Great cars, so dynamic, the Porsche 901s and 911. But down in the pits is Ed Foster working very hard with the Duke of Richmond's son, Charlie March.
Charlie, tricky day yesterday, a few problems in qualifying.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. It was just a mechanical failure and the engine decided to give up. So we only managed 1 flying lap and started at the back of the grid today, but hopefully have a good race once the safety car comes in.
Brand new engine, so you'll be flying through the field.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. We haven't tried it out at all, so, you get a good one or a bad one, we're not really sure yet.
It's a bit of a voyage of discovery, isn't it? You're driving seconds, literally 1 lap in the car yesterday. Have you tested it?
I managed to do an hour during Glorious Goodwood, so I got an hour before we went horse racing, but that was all I got in the car. But it was great. It was really fun.
To be honest, an hour is actually doing pretty well.
Yeah, it was good. It was an interesting time because it was rain in and out, and these little Dunlop tyres are pretty hairy at the best of times. So,
what's the plan? Are you going to get in early or late?
I think we're just going to roughly do 50-50 and take it pretty easily. So we'll see what happens.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
44, the car on the screen, is the car that Charlie will be taking over later from James Turner, the mover and shaker. In so many Porsche racing circles, fabulous race livery, I must say. It really takes it right back to the mid-60s in terms of fashion.
Yeah, easy to spot. There's a lot of great liveries out there. A little bit of acknowledgement from behind the wheel. And Turner continues on behind the safety car. Extended break that we hope is coming to a close. We have added 3 minutes to the time for the race. This has turned into a 48-minute race. And you must use both drivers. We've got a few 901s in there, but the majority are 911s officially from the 1960s, 65, 64, 66 on my page.
Yes, the effective divide is the 3 901s in this race were built in 1964, and all the remainder, the other 27 cars, are all 911s from 1965 and 1966. Body shape completely door very soon after the Porsche 911, or 901 as we've been explaining, was introduced. But the drivers love racing them because they have a bit of a reputation. That short wheelbase was very, very twitchy, but if you got it right, the reward was fabulous. We've been talking today a lot about steering cars on the throttle, and the 911 was very much a car that required that treatment.
I was very encouraged to see the vehicles moving away from the tyre barrier, where we had the accident that brought out this safety car. Driver's okay, which is the most important thing. Car's going to need some repairs, and it won't be able to take any further part in the weekend. And there is the Land Rover at the rear of the field, and there's the second one, and there's the Mini. So I think we're just a few moments away from getting the signal to go racing once again. And here is our race leader, Ollie Webb.
Ollie Webb, and you can see various points on the circuit where their face is full of sunshine. Not always a good thing when you're trying to pick out that point where you either brake or the point where it's just past the point where you should have done the braking and you're arriving at Ford Water. But so many markers drivers try to find, but experience on this circuit, it's always great. But I always remember Jackie Stewart. We had that lovely tribute for his third World Championship earlier today, where on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, his senses were so heightened by the fear of competing there. He thought, I think there's been an incident, he smelt cut grass and someone had just spun over a brow. And that level of intellect and the reflexes and the reaction. So, not saying everyone has to be able to spell cut grass when it's been cut from 30 pace and you're doing 120 miles an hour, but it helps.
It really does. Also helps to have Sir Jackie Stewart's talent behind the wheel. That's fairly useful as well. Okay, the lights are off, I believe. Let's have another look. Yeah, lights are off. And we are ready to go back racing once again. Thanks for sticking with us. Your reward is going to be action all the way, I fancy. We've still got to have the mandatory stop as well. So some entries, they would have changed things. You can see the 116s missing a headlight after contact in the final stages of the circuit here last time. And I tell you what, Oliver Webb has gone very early and he's timed that brilliantly. He's caught them napping behind and he's on his way.
Well, it's a classic case. Of course, the driver in the lead of the pack can dictate when they floor the throttle. He did it very early. And car in the background already pitting. That was 99 that started from the middle of the front row. Now, to my eye, that should be... Is that just with the pit window open, or is that a problem? I think it might be a technical problem. So, very disappointed. But the first two cars, you talk about West Sussex, East Sussex, that's about the divide between them and the rest. But behind, of course, 3 cars, nose to tail. 5 cars, nose to tail.
Yeah, very aggressive as you're looking... through the order there of the 411, getting very racy.
Car number 100, that's the car being driven by Juan Pablo Orjuela, and that'll be taken over by Emanuele Pirro. We often talk in the two-driver race about it's the balance, the aggregate speed between your drivers, and certainly Juan Pablo doing a very good job, but he's left the door half open. Well, a little look there from Seb Perez, but he pulled his nose back out, but Emanuele Pirro will be enjoying that. We went a little bit of caution.
He was really enjoying it earlier on in the Ferrari 250, and we will see him in this race later on as well. All these cars on sustainable fuel, all over the road there. Looks like we caught the end of something for the 23 of Smalley behind the wheel as he was recovering after dipping at least a couple of wheels off the road.
And it just goes to prove if you lose your momentum, it takes a while to get it back up. These aren't the world's most powerful cars, and just like the Formula Juniors, totally different in terms of appearance, but it's about keeping that momentum. So where did it go wrong for Adam Smalley? Well, the entrance to St Mary's. At that point, he thinks, I didn't need to go to Royal Agricultural College in Cirencester. Farming is not for me. And back onto the black stuff for him. But Adam is an absolute expert in more modern Porsche, so I think that helps in quite a big way.
And he did well to make sure that wasn't a far bigger moment. We come back across the line, and this is now the battle for second position then, as we're getting drivers cycle through. The pit window is now open, so this is now the battle for second. Juan Pablo continuing to lead this furious battle. 25 minutes to go, and still Ollie Webb continues out front.
Well, I must say the pace we're seeing from Juan Pablo Orjuela, very, very quick indeed. First couple of regular pit visitors in. We had 99 coming in. Andrew Jordan in the car that started right on pole position. Lost about 4 positions on the opening lap, but he's in the pit, so very quick changeover.
Well, that is going to be really interesting to see. Andrew Jordan now in the car, and he was just so at ease when we saw him behind the wheel of it in qualifying yesterday.
Okay, so we just commented earlier, Alex, about whether you put your faster driver in your pairing in first or second, and clearly they decided in their case put him in second, and there is Andrew Jordan, car number 9, coming out. He will be given the maximum amount of time that he can to make an attack, and likewise 99 into the pits and out of the pits, so one would think we need double check, but I would think that was James Thorpe handing over to Phil Quaid, probably in that. So they've taken the early tactic. 2 abreast, how'd you like that? Coming up shortly.
Well, it's very, very close. Seb Perez all over the back, trying to find the move through. And these 3 have been putting on a really entertaining battle. All the while, though, the 99 came in and changed. And that was not a mechanical issue, but we didn't see the message that the pit window was immediately open. So we'll have to check whether that stop was within the rules. We continue to go side by side, struggling to stop the speed off as we went into Madrid corner.
Well, the driver making the moves has been David Zevelbichen. He was at the back of this grouping in the dark green car. He just went to the front fleetingly, now back to third, and a shaking of the finger from Seb Perez, perhaps thinking, I didn't quite like that move, or well done, tomorrow rather.
That was excellent stuff to fight his way by there. And they are pointing to launch another attack. Suddenly, Perez is coming alive here, knowing that this is the crucial pit stop sequence, knowing that you've got to try and gain as much as possible.
23.5 minutes remaining on a 45-minute race. It became a 48-minute race. I don't like the look of that hand across. Is that Adam Smalley climbing out? No, it's Chilton climbing out, and that was the hand across. It is Adam Smalley, so that's car 23. We did see it have its off-track moment, didn't we?
Yeah, Max Chilton having a debrief before jumping in the car. Good run now, this, for the 77 of Seb Perez, who is fighting his way past. That's the second car he's passed on this lap. He is having a terrific run this time around, and he's up to second place.
Yeah, the thing about that, though, Seb Perez has been up and down the order, sort of in the top six, from sixth up to third, down to sixth again. He's got the pace. I think he's just had a couple of moments, a couple of maybe slight mistakes, but clearly when he keeps it where he wants it, he's very, very quick indeed. But Ollie Webb still leading this race. Last time around, he was beating the car 100, but now it's going to be 77, as you say, up into second place. So Seb Perez up into second, car 100, Ojoela into third, and David Verkelbergen is right on his tail in fourth place in 4:11.
So in comes the car of Bonamy Grimes. 9-time Grand Prix winner Mark Webber standing by, ready to get behind the wheel of a car in a race. He hasn't had this feeling for a long time. Here is the Australian driver who is getting strapped into the car, and it's going to be great to see him in competition once again.
Of course, alongside his Formula One career towards the end, he was racing in Porsches in the World Endurance Championship, so accustomed to getting into a car that someone else has just vacated, and it is quite a skill. And being a tall driver as well, that makes it all the harder for him to get his limbs in place, not lose the belts behind his back, and all those things that then delay your pit stop.
So a chance to fight for a good finish as well. And into the narrow fast lane of the pit lane, and pull down on the belts.
It's a confidence thing, isn't it? It's the last thing you do before you get out to the track. So the little bit of damage on the front right corner is from yesterday, but it's not really affecting the aerodynamics too much. Or was it on the run to the first corner? Because certainly you saw lots of places being gained by Bonamy Grimes in 116. But now it's Mark racing again. Great to see.
Excellent to see Mark Webber attacking a racetrack in anger once more. 21 minutes to go, and everyone inside the top 15 has got to make their mandatory stop. Everyone inside the top 15 has still got to change driver.
Right, now bear in mind that the two early stoppers were 9 and 99, and the driver of 9 who took over from Matt Home is Andrew Jordan, who's banged in last round the fastest lap of the race. More to follow, I'm absolutely sure about this, but it looks like a clever tactic, and for Seb Perez in 77, he's maximising his time in the car before he hands it over, and he's absolutely flying. He's got clear of that traffic. That's Porsche perfection.
This is going to be really, really intriguing to see whether that early change to Andrew Jordan is able to vault him to the head of the field. Last time around he did a 1:33.7, and the leader, Ollie Webb, who's been going really well, driving brilliantly, did a 1:35.5. And they will all be aware of the threat that Andrew Jordan poses behind the wheel.
But I think what Ollie Webb is going to do, he's going to stay out as long as he can to right up before the pit window closes, and then hand over to Guy Ziza in that car. So the 777 is going to keep pressing on, but certainly he'll be getting information coming from his pit crew, unless they want to keep him cool, calm and collected by not letting him know that the pace that Andrew Jordan is setting in number 9 is absolutely electric. Car 100 in third place, Juan Pablo Oruela. He's got Emanuele Pero. That's not a bad person to get in second. Emanuele would be hoping this is rather cooler than the Ferrari he raced earlier, where he said there was no insulation when he came into lunch. He was very hot.
Yeah, and it's pretty hot in the drivers' club as well, so he can't get any escape from the heat. The British late summer providing us with a great day, and the Goodwood Revival providing us with a great race now, as we've just settled into a rhythm. We're looking further in the pack now. This is the 69 entry attacking.
Well, I tell you, several positions further forward, we talked about Jenson Button starting, was it 18th or 19th? His car is up into 6th place. He hasn't gained all those positions, because quite a few cars have made a pit stop, but certainly it's going in the right direction. Car number 88, again, just the tail end of the top 10. Tell you whether it's Steve Osborne or Chris Ward aboard that, but lots of good little scraps. But our race leader, treble 7, Ollie Webb, pressing on as long as he possibly can. Still says 3 words at the bottom of our screen: pit window open. If it says pit window but then closed, there'll be trouble afoot.
There would be out there. Still, we're seeing Perez has come into the pits. So Perez, great stint. He got up to a strong position, but now he's come in for his mandatory stop. So it's Gamble's time behind the wheel, and that is the first of the major runners to make their way through. By the way, Andrew Jordan, another fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.2. Last time around, Ollie Webb out front in the 777, a 1:34.9. And those were both personal bests. One just happens to be the fastest lap of the race. Watch out for car number 9.
Yeah, and the ominous thing for all rivals is that Andrew Jordan, he just took another half second off between his first flying lap out of the pits and the second. But they've also put the car out into clean air. There's so many considerations. Oh, Ollie Webb nearly, he was grass cutting on the exit of the chicane. Thumb up, no, that's fine, I meant to do that. Yeah, sure you did.
There's the acknowledgement, not long left now of his stint. Shows you how hard he's pushing, shows you that he knows he's under pressure. Here's Mark Webber behind the wheel of a Porsche once again. That sentence was true in the World Endurance Championship. It's true in the Ford Water Trophy.
Yeah, at the moment he's running in 12th place. We've still got probably about 6 cars ahead of him that have to pit, maybe 5. But basically, from where this started with Bonamy Grimes, it has worked its way forward place by place. But now, all that muscle memory surely is coming back, and being a driver who's driven an awful lot of Porsches, a Porsche representative and ambassador, he knows these cars, he knows the layout, but he won't have driven one this early. But you know what? When you've got it, you got it. And Mark's always famous for adapting very quickly to cars.
He's just brushed the indicator, which is flashing along. That side of the car has provided quite a lot to remark upon this weekend.
So again, we were talking about being a taller driver. It's not always easy to get into a car, and he may well have grazed that during the pit stop. Just in fact being confirmed that yes, it's been going since the pit stop. He doesn't actually want to indicate to come in. He's just showing off, frankly, but going increasingly well. Mark Webber.
Yeah, Mark Webber, who has brought Oscar Piastri through into Formula One, who manages him along with his wife Anne, and I imagine Oscar's going to be looking at this going, right, I'm taking notes, I'm giving you feedback at the end of today.
I think Oscar Piastri is going to be taking notes, thinking, when can I get a drive here? When you've retired from your Formula One career will be the mentor's answer, I think. Don't nick my drives.
Yeah. We'll see you in a decade and a bit then, Oscar Piastri, who has established himself. In comes the leader, Ollie Webb then. The thumbs up last time around, indicating that it's time for the pit stop next. And this is a crucial change. Over to you, Mr. Gamble. No, not Mr. Gamble. Who's jumping in for Ollie Webb?
Ollie Webb is Guy Ziza.
Yes, Guy Ziza now ready to take the wheel of the car.
Personalised number plate there, vanity plate, GRZ 141. I really do love that dark green livery aboard, but that was a very impressive opening stint from Ollie Webb. But all along, the lap times are getting quicker and quicker. Another lap in the 133s from Andrew Jordan. He's up to 4th place overall, but with those ahead needing to make their pit stops, one has yet to come in, but 777 is in stationary in the pit stop. David Vierschelbergen has come in 411. We're waiting for 87 as well, which is Michael Blakemolen, fleetingly a Grand Prix driver in the mid-1970s, to come in and complete, make it Quorut. But there is the leader, car number 9, streaking through 99. The 2 cars that pitted really early, Alex. Yeah. It's worked for them. They've put their quicker driver in second, and their first and second as the others come out into 3rd place. But only for a nanosecond goes Guy Ziza. The car that was 4th is now 3rd, because 77 is coming through with George Gamble adapting very quickly indeed. They came in the reversed order on the same lap, but just quickly out of the pits, and 77 is ahead of 77777.
Easy for you to say. And Gamble now goes past. But that's a change of lead then. That is a significant moment. And Andrew Jordan's electrifying pace like just wonderful to watch him, just at one with this car. And this is a real treat now. He's worked his way to the head of the field, and the car that was at the front a long time ago has finally worked their way back there. And the 911 from 1965 is streaking clear.
And a quick pronunciation check. We've been banging on. Thank you very much, Marcus Pye. Guy Ziza is not, it's Guy Zizza, because Marcus said he told me himself, and from the horse's mouth we will take it, but he's up at the sharp end of the field in 4th place overall, and George Gamble just passed him as they came out of the pits. They're 4th and 3rd. The first two, it's 9 and 99. It's Andrew Jordan setting an electric pace, 1 minute 33, 1 minute 33 in car number 9. Just not quite as fast. The driver who went second in 99, we think it's Phil Quaife in second, 1 minute 34 flat. So second quickest driver in the pack at the moment.
No one's got an answer to Andrew Jordan out front at the moment. It's 2.7 seconds. It was 2 seconds last time around. He's in a league of his own. And that must have been another brush at the pit stop, because his indicator's going as well. Either way. So Gamble behind the wheel, Andrew Jordan behind the wheel. Then we believe it's Quaife in second place. Then it's Gamble, and it's Zizza in 4th. And the top 5 completed by the Butcher Paul entry.
And in fact, the fact that an awful lot of our timing screen has got the last lap as being the fastest lap means a lot of the crews did put their faster driver in second. So all the pit stops are complete. No, but that, yes, the Bailey car has not served its pit stop. Pit window's still open there, so they can do what they wish. That's Marshall Bailey and Tim Bailey, but they weren't among the quick runners. All the quick runners have made their stops. But what we need to know is 9 is leading from 99, so it's Andrew Jordan setting electric laps, a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 33.1 last time around for Andrew Jordan. That puts him 2.7 seconds clear of Phil Quaife in 99.
12 minutes ago, we've seen lots of late twists all the way through today. We've seen things be in the balance right until the end, time and time again. This is the Smith and Bryant entry. This is one of our 901s in the field.
And just looking down the times of those at the front end of the field, Guy Zizza, we mentioned, took over from Ollie Webb. He unfortunately is not lapping at the pace as Ollie was. Well, that wasn't to be expected, but anyhow, he's in 4th place at the moment in the treble 7, but I'm afraid that is going to be one that does start to go in the opposite direction to progress.
Yeah, definitely a chance for plenty out there to gain on. I think Butcher and Paul and Mark Webber will be fancying an improvement. Webber currently running in 6th position. Will have their attentions on the 777 entry. Now let's go back now. This is further back, and the 88 is taking a slightly longer route. Not the only one. Bit of late evening grass trimming going on there, but everyone able to recover to it. The 411 in the background.
So many times when someone goes off at St Mary's, the person in behind is so busy admiring their craft as they try and cut grooves through the grass that they just leave their own braking a little too late. And frequently, actually, it's just a patch of something a little bit slippery at the point at which they really required maximum adhesion. But the person who seems to have adhesion wherever he wants, whether his indicators are on or not, it doesn't matter. But leading the race by nearly 4 seconds now. Andrew Jordan, lap after lap. And the difference between one lap and the next with him is normally only about 1/10 of a second. He is on it.
Action further back in the pack here, and this is making through. I think it's Molam, isn't it?
Yeah, J-Mo's taken over from Christian Cole England, who had that little bouncy moment, but in 53, Johnny Molam pressing on very nicely indeed. Into that little compression when he leaves St Mary's, then up the rise, into the shade, welcome shade, fleetingly, and into the breaking point for the first part of Lavender Corner.
Good to check in. Very distinctive livery, and there's a lot out there, but the shell livery on that car making its way round. It's now a 5.8 second gap at the head of the field. Andrew Jordan doesn't want this race to end. He's having so much fun behind the wheel. We're checking in once again with Mark Webber. We said he was going to be all over the back of the 777 very soon, and I believe he is right about now, and it's going to be him moving up into the top 5.
His last lap was his best lap. That lap slightly slower, doing passing 1 minute 35.8 that time around. But car 116 with Mark Webber on board. His racing return, the first one in 7 years, sliding beautifully. That wonderful rear shot of the cars going through Madgwick Corner, now pressing on towards the sunshine. But worse than that, it's towards Fordwater. Such a quick corner. And it's the one that in so many ways makes the drivers really focus here at Goodwood. Get it right, you're a hero. Get it wrong, and then you've got to be sorting out your own moment for some distance.
Smith and Bryant will try and join this fight as well. Webber slightly at a restricted pace. Now he's getting into it. He's absolutely launching it through. So he climbed the hill, the exit of St Mary's.
Well done for picking out Ollie Bryant in car number 64, because that is 7th on the track at the moment, but it's the second fastest driver out there. Ollie Bryant, always so quick in so many things, famously in AG Cody's around here, but so many others besides. So this race far from over, 9.5 minutes remain, but I don't think anyone is going to catch Andrew Jordan leading the race. But certainly Mark Webber, he could gain the 4 seconds to catch George Gamble. Let's wait and see. But in fact, that said, last time around, Gamble was slightly faster in 4th place.
We're understandably focusing on the 9-time Grand Prix winner, man who contended for the title all the way to the final race of the season in 2010, and he is having fun out there. This is really great to see, but unfortunately that isn't. Off the road goes the 15 and the 22.
Yeah, they were running in 14th, well, certainly number 15 with Danglard on board, taking it over from Patrick Long, David Danglard, and it was quite hard to see who did what to whom, and number 15 going for the biggest of spins. That was Danglard, 22 as well, rotating around, and that was probably Saif Assam. Just trying to double check who started that car. Yeah, Carsten LeBlanc started, so Saif Assam going for a rotazione.
And rejoining.
We can see the tyre mark on the right rear flank of that car. Oh, sorry, the left rear flank from the driver's point of view.
Get to work on that as soon as it parks up in 8 minutes and 14 seconds time. It's a great pace being set up. I mean, Andrew Jordan's in a league of his own here. This is a real masterclass. It's 15 seconds now.
Yeah, well, that's quite extraordinary. And I'm trying to debate where exactly the leaders were when those cars went spinning at St Mary's, because certainly if all you have is a cloud of tyre smoke, you're necessarily going to come off, because at that point you're already committed. You're at the outer bounds of physics as you try and get between the first part of St Mary's and the second. The last thing you need to do is adapt your line. However, 15 seconds, that is monstrous.
Great performance as we look at the 777 under threat once again. And who's made their way by? This is the 100 that we saw earlier on.
Well, that's Emanuele Pirro. He's in 11th place, and surprise, surprise, he's catching the car in front, which is car number 27. And that's Steve Edwards, who took it over after Matt Neal. There's 27 in shot, but Emanuele Pirro hunting it down. No, he's not hunting it down. He's already got past 100 now in front of 27, so up to 10th place. I don't think that's the last of the charge from the flying Emanuele Pirro, the fabulous Roman, who's such a fan of Goodwood, and we in turn are a fan of his.
Yeah, earlier on today, he was saying that he felt like Lewis Hamilton thanking the fans, but this place means a lot to him.
OK, message on top of the screen, bottom of the screen. 3 cars given a 10-second penalty for pit window infringement. That could be coming in too soon, or it could be staying in for less than minimum time. And one that's involved with that is 99, the car in 2nd place. Remember, 99 came in first. We thought it might have a mechanical problem. Then the pit window opened. 9 was in as well, but 9 had waited a further lap. Yeah, so the pit infringement penalties also penalised 65 and 77. 77 is the car that Perez took over from Gamble, and my concept there is their pit stop was under the minimum time, because they caught the car in front and came out in a better position. And the 3rd car in that group, in car number 65, also a 10-second penalty for them. That's the one shared by Mark Bates, who started it, and Jenson Button.
Yeah, so quite a lot coming through there. So it's going to be different things. Clearly, car 99 came in a lap too soon before we got the message.
OK, and the other thing, it means that 10-second penalty is why suddenly the gap went from 5 seconds advantage for our race leader to 15.
Yes.
We knew it was a quick lap, but he'd have had to do about 8 quick laps to gain those 10 seconds.
Yeah, so your timing page is going to update with the live order as we go through, as that's going to be the case. So there you go, the Butcher and Paul car now in 3rd place. So that is not applied at the end like you might see in other series. That is applied mid-race and updated on the timing page.
So it goes to prove as commentator, you have to look at the moving images as well as the timing screen and all other methods as well. But the on-track action speaks for itself. But just to see these early 911 short wheelbase format being slid around so beautifully. And at the moment, Phil Quay pressing on. Maybe they don't need to tell him about the penalty. He's not going to catch the race leader, Andy Jordan. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this Ford Water Cup. But just revel in the way these cars move. So light on their toes.
Yeah, excellent to see as the 99 continues on, going past the 44 now. Freddie March behind the wheel. We spoke to him earlier in the pit lane. And making his way by and be loving his time behind the wheel.
Well, considering he's only had an hour driving this car, he's going remarkably well, setting very decent lap times. Car 15's had a bit of an exciting race so far, off at St Mary's not so long ago. And now David Danglard, this case, he wasn't helped off, he went on his own, but has got it back onto the circuit, through the chicane, and will start another lap. But there is our race leader, Andrew Jordan, stretching on. Oh, his pace has fallen away, 1 minute 35.5. No, he's not doing one of those dramatic finishes, is he? Good Lord.
We've seen plenty of them today. This is going to be the 15 frightening itself off the road, and then frightening itself back onto the road there as the 99 went through.
Well, you know what? That was a classic case of a driver actually paying attention to his mirrors, spotted the car running in second place coming through, and maybe just momentarily missed his braking point, but gathered it up. 27 and 88 fighting for position, trying to get in the top 10. It's car 27 was the one that was the started by Steve Edwards, took it over from Matt Neal. At 88, well, that's been up and down the order, and I would think that's probably Chris Ward on board. I can't confirm that, sharing with Steve Osborne.
So they're continuing on.
And yellow and red helmet, that's Chris Ward, and he's had so much success here across an enormous range of historic racing cars.
We're looking, this is the battle at the moment for 11th place, and it's going on all the way through.
Well, it's Sam Dorov coming through. His father John started at number 600, and at the moment that's not too far behind the grouping up front. Is going to move up into 12th place, and the car going backwards, unfortunately, is the number 27 with those red chevrons on its nose, and that's fallen down to 13th overall for Steve Edwards. But still leading the race, Andrew Jordan with the 10-second penalty for Phil Quaife. The gap went out from 5 seconds to 15. It's now down to 14. But as I said, a slightly slower lap from our race leader, but he's nursing it to the finish. He's just being a little bit cautious among the traffic, but it's been a supreme drive.
Well, as soon as he got strapped into it, he was lighting up the timing page. And yesterday, when we were enjoying it in practice and qualifying, he was just a master of being able to take it to the limit, but also drifting the car, but always seemingly in control. And he has done wonderfully there. Now, we've got a change on our timing page, and we've got Gamble back up to third, but only momentarily. So that is a tiny gap, but that is a gap with a penalty applying of 10 seconds. So that's going to ebb and flow all the way to the end.
And the end is coming very soon. In just over 2 minutes, Johnny Molam kicking up the dirt on the outside. He was just trying to work out what those two cars he's trying to lap are doing in front of him, and he's going to try and pick his moment to make an advance. So, in fact, no, that's for position. I beg your pardon. He's on the tail of Guy Zisser, and he overtakes him on the run to the first corner. 87 is running in front of him, and that is further down the order. That's a lap further back, and in fact, that's Michael Bleekemolen, the Dutch racer. Of course, father of Jeroen as well, and Sebastian, but races almost every weekend. The Bleekemolen family cannot stay away from race circuits.
And who can blame them? Johnny Molam, having taken the position, now finds himself getting past the lap car, and he manages to make it through with a tidy pass. Just seeing, so they've got a close battle on the timing page for P3. So they're racing each other in different parts of the circuit after the 10-second time penalty was applied, with Gamble trying to get his car onto the rostrum. We know that Andrew Jordan is just ticking off the minutes, and there's not many of them left now. And 1 to go.
Yeah, Andrew Jordan, his pace was lap after lap in the 1 minute 33 sector. Then it fell back to 1 minute 35.5. Did he have a problem? No, we're quite sure. It's just a little bit of being careful in traffic. Back down to 1 minute 34 flat. So he's back in the ballpark, controlling it. It's that classic case. If you back off, you're more likely to make a mistake than if you keep, right in your natural form. And certainly Andrew Jordan's form will be delighting Matt Home, who started in car number 9. Didn't make the best getaway from pole. The car lost a few positions, but was still very much in the mix. And by dint of coming in for that very early pit stop, as soon as the pit window was open, picking up no penalties, important element there, but has had it under control ever since.
We are scrapping all the way to the checkered flag here, and Emanuele Pirro is having a great time of things out there at the moment, and he is fighting his way all the way, and we're on lap 24 with the clock about to run out. And one last tour then for Andrew Jordan to take a thoroughly deserved checkered flag after a masterful performance, and his nearest rival got a 10-second time penalty in the pits. And here is the man who is bringing it home, and the clock is going to run out. The clock has gone to 0, and so these are the winning moments, the victory moments for the class of the field, and then some. Car number 9 is the one that we're looking for. Headlights flashing, fantastic pace, and Andrew Jordan brings it home. It's victory for Jordan and Holm. Superb stuff. A brilliant, brilliant drive in his Porsche 911 from 1965, and that was one of the most impressive drives of the day.
Certainly was some brilliant overtaking manoeuvres early on, but it's about having a really, really strong driver pairing. So Matt Holm did a really good job in the opening stages, and Andrew Jordan did the rest, waiting for second place. It's 99, Quaife and Thorpe, third place at the end, swapping on the final lap with the driver penalty for 77. Of course, that meant Rory Butcher came up to third place, car number 73. It's never over until the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, so the first car to cross the line was, is that a Tordorf?
It's Sam Tordorf's car that was
smoking.
Been picking its way up. The order got up to 12th last time around, but alas, maybe pressing on just a little bit too hard has cost him.
So the first car over the line was gambled. This is going to be Emanuele Pirro trying to hang on to it. Oh, you're never going to go around the outside. Surely not. The 88 were one of the moves of the day. They're banging panels into the final chicane on the last lap. And Emanuele Pirro says, no, you don't. And he hangs on to it, foot flat to the floor. And he'll win this entertaining battle to the flag.
Oh, Emanuele, how could you ruin the best overtaking manoeuvre today? Just moving a quarter of a car panel width over to the right-hand side. And that was enough to hold on to position. So exciting right through to the end. That was a 10th position, but fighting like that. But Chris Ward just lost out, and so 88 finishes in 11th.
So Jordan and Holm taking the win, then Quaife and Thorpe in second. Butcher and Paul were about 10 seconds further back. It was very, very close in the end. Over the line, they were 9.3 seconds inside the window, and Perez and Gamble just miss out on a podium. How about this, Bruce?
Well, it was absolutely commitment. Chris Ward, who's raced here in many things, so is Emanuele Pirro, but round the outside. And of course, Emanuele had to go somewhere, and he moved across. But there was absolutely no way the Roman was going to cede that position. Maybe into Woodcote, but certainly not into the chicane. But here comes Andrew Jordan. His pace has gone away, but the blue bands on the nose of the winning car, of course, greeting the crowd who in turn, in Goodwood style, Goodwood Revival style, are greeting him. That was an absolutely supreme run from Andrew Jordan. Great to see the applause. And the drivers, we've heard them with Ed Foster saying how much they really, really appreciate it.
Mark Webber came home in 5th place with Bonamy Grimes, the other driver. Then it was Smith and Bryant. Molam as well, bringing the car home in a strong, Johnny Molam bringing the car home in a strong 7th place. But no one had an answer to the pace of Andrew Jordan. That was brilliant stuff to see, and a masterclass at this terrific meeting. And there he is, out of the car to take the acclaim of the crowd, and you can see, understandably, he's delighted with that one. Gotta say, from the moment that he left the pits, he never looked in doubt.
No, that very, very clever tactic. Get Andrew in as soon as you can, but it didn't just work in giving him maximum time. It also worked in giving him clear track ahead of him, which is a driver's delight. We saw some people like Seb Perez early in the race falling back a few positions, then being trapped behind other cars. As soon as he got clear, the pace was there. But Matt Holm did the spade work, and Andrew Jordan did the rest for a famous win here in the Ford Water Trophy.
Our 7th race of the day, and it's jubilation for the teammates down there, who are reunited after heavy work in weather this warm. Great stuff all round, and hugs all round for the top 3. 3 great drives rewarded, and time trial battle between Butcher and Paul and Perez and Gamble there at the end, separated by just 7/10 of a second. Let's hear from our top 3. Ed is ready to speak to them all.
Well, what a cracking race. We don't expect anything less with a one-make race. Matt, if I told you were going to win this by 14 seconds yesterday, you wouldn't have believed me, would you?
Absolutely not. I've been coming here since I was a young kid with my father when they first started in the modern era, and it was always a mega achievement. Well, a big goal to get on the grid, let alone get the pole. Andrew did a great job of that yesterday, and my job was just to make sure I had some kind of an opportunity for him to finish it off today. So, very happy.
He's not a bad up-and-coming racing driver, is he? Andrew, coming over here, serene out front.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was nice. The car was absolutely lovely, and a team 1-2 in the all-Porsche race is brilliant. And Matt did some fantastic moves in the first stint at Woodcote round the outside, so I copied him a bit on Phil on lap 2 out of the pits. So yeah, brilliant team effort. Really, really happy.
Congratulations, guys. Great job. Right, where have we got second place, guys? Here we go. Right here. Follow me. Got Phil and James. Phil, James. Wow. Tough guys to hang on to, those two.
Yes. He was quick. He was quick at the beginning of the start, and I think I just saw Gordon braked and got through at the beginning, and sort of managed to hold on to it. And then when the safety car came in, I just thought, well, I was going to pit early anyway, and let him do all the hard work.
Always a good idea. Did you know about the penalty for the pit stop, the 10-second penalty?
Well, I only found out when JRT put a board up with high risk. So I thought I had some sort of penalty, but what for I didn't know. So I pushed incredibly hard towards the end just to maintain that gap.
Well, it wasn't for the driving. You did very well. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well done. Right, third place. Everyone's disappearing. Oh, here we go. Rory, William. Rory, must have been all those laps at Knock Hill that got you ready for that.
I don't know. This can be further from Knock Hill. It's warm, for one thing. The guys at Tut Hills have done a great job this weekend, and you know, William's been quick in all the practice, and you know, it was we kept it tidy and consistent, and really pleased to be P3. How do you feel, William?
It was a cracking drive. I mean, sun going down at Goodwood, you're on the podium.
It's as good as it gets, really. Thank you very much indeed for the experience. But great drive from everybody out there. I thought it was a good, close, exciting, clean race. So well done to everybody out there today.
We love watching it. Well done.
Well, great to hear from the top three. It was a dramatic getaway, and we saw the 99 shoot into the lead. The number 9 tumbling down the order. You wondered if it was going to be a very open race as a result.
Super impressive. The car's running in very, very close packs. And how about this, an overtaking manoeuvre from about 4 car lengths back? Yeah, 4 car lengths back around the outside. Oliver Webb into the lead of the race, but the door was hardly open. James Thorpe had left just a tiny chink, but through he went. And then in behind, unfortunately, we had car number 52, Richard Tuttle. Possibly got onto some liquid there. Round he went, and damage to the car, not to the driver, thank goodness. And the safety car came out to lead them round while the tyre wall was rebuilt, and they did a stormingly good job to get that going. Unsafe again, and racing we went, but a brilliant restart from Ollie Webb. The first 2 cars streaking clear, and some diving into the pits, and possibly a tad early, some of those.
Yeah, penalty of 10 seconds for the 99 car. Didn't affect where they finished in the end. And this was a return to competitive racing for Mark Webber, who would bring it home in a strong and creditable 5th position. And then it was time to swap your drivers. And this was the moment that Oliver Webb, after that excellent move, managed to swap to the next driver. But Andrew Jordan bolted into the car, and after that point he was setting a pace no one could live with.
Absolutely. The 2 cars that stopped early but legally were the ones that were first and second, as the car that came in from Ollie Webb handed over to Guy Zisser. Return, there it is, car treble 7. But Mark Webber gaining positions. There's no rust on that man, and he went up the order, gained about 7 positions. St Mary's clearly became very, very slippery indeed. We saw quite a lot of cars doing a bit of rally cross out there, but certainly not Andrew Jordan. He just did one thing, and that was go faster and faster. And here he comes at the finish, about to lap a gaggle of cars, just keeping to one side, but a famous win. So Matt Holm delighted in the pit lane, and Andrew Jordan typically just described it as a nice, gentle drive.
Well, when you've got confidence and you back it up like that, that is understandable to be so chilled out about it. Victory for Andrew Jordan and Matt Holm. Super, super stuff for them. Let's take you through the order then. And it was Jordan and Holm at the front of the field. Then it was Quaithen Thorpe, Butcher and Paul, and Perez and Gavel just missing out. When the 10-second time penalty was applied, they missed out by 7/10 of a second. Mark Webber came home with Grimes, his teammate, in 5th. And then it was Smith and Bryant. Johnny Molan got them up to 7th position. And Jenson Button, we didn't see a lot of him, but he was in 9th place. Emmanuel Pirro elbows out to hang on to 10th position. Then it was Ward and Osborne, Dunbreck and DeCrane, and Neil and Edwards. We saw them at one point scrapping, and Blake, Molan and Pappas. And then the 4:11, the 12, the 15, the 44 of March and Turner, and Blake, Molan and Westerman in 22nd place. and then completing the order. The names that you see there, brilliant race for plenty in the field, and it all belonged to Andrew Jordan at the end with a brilliant stint there. He won it with Matt Home. Okay, from looking good on the racetrack to looking good at the side of the track. It is time to check in with Rosie, who's with the best dressed people of the event.
Well, we've just had the best dressed competition today, and I've got my lovely winners alongside me, the best dressed man and the best dressed woman here at Goodwood Revival for this very hot Saturday. Barry, how are you coping?
I'm melting. I feel like I've lost about 5 kilos in weight. I've drank probably 4 litres of water today.
That's good to know.
And I don't think I've taken in enough. It's a scorching day wearing a 3-piece woolen suit.
Well, listen, it was worth it because you are the best dressed man. Tell us about this suit.
The suit is 1945, came from the United States. I've had it for about 6-8 years. Very comfortable, but very heavy. And very, soaks up all the moisture.
It's hot. It's really hot.
Really hot.
Sophie, you're probably a little bit cooler, but not much because it is a warm day. But you are our best dressed woman, and also very exciting news for you as well. Tell us.
I am pregnant. I'm expecting my first child.
Very excited to now be best dressed as well. We were saying the youngest best one too. How does it feel to win?
Amazing. Yeah, I really wasn't expecting it. It's really great.
Tell us about your outfit.
I'm wearing all original 1940s, and this is a 1940s maternity suit.
Fantastic. So you actually got the whole maternity suit. She went straight for it as well. Being in there, though, the atmosphere was so much fun, wasn't it? They really made it like a proper best dressed competition.
Yeah, it was really good fun. And the camaraderie between all the contestants was brilliant. Everyone was wishing everyone else luck, which was nice to see. There was no sort of prima donnas there. It was good. I wanted other people to win, so...
Oh, you got the win, so it's fine. But it's great to come here and see all the different fashion as well. Did you feel like you were stepping in a movie set today?
Yes, with the cars and also some planes and everybody dressed up, making an effort. Definitely. It always feels like that coming to Goodwood.
Well, listen, it's great to have you both here. Congratulations on winning. There you have it, our best dressed man and our best dressed woman.
And now we come to some of the great-looking cars as well as we get ready for the final race of the day here at the Goodwood Revival on a Saturday. Another day to come up, of course, but looking forward to what is called the Whitson Trophy, because these effectively are the fastest cars of the weekend. They are the top sports prototypes that raced up to 1966, which is the last year that Goodwood was racing in regular times, and now they're back with these stunning cars. The Can-Am cars such as the McLaren M1s, the GT40s. You're going to see lots of Ford GT40s out there. We've got one doing the display out front of the grid as well, just giving us some of the history of the remarkable GT40, which first appeared in 1964. It took until 1966 to beat Ferrari at Le Mans, but then of course it went on to win in 67, 68 and in 1969 as well. So the GT40 became one of the most iconic sports car racers, and it's lovely they're going to be led around by one of the key ones from that era. But we've got some top drivers in terms of sort of more amateur top drivers in these cars. Most of them are the entrants of the car. Some are guest drivers, but we do have a lovely lineup. We've got pole position for Stuart Hall in the McLaren M1 and Oliver Bryant, second fastest in qualifying, and it was very tight between the two of them. I think we could be on for quite a good race between them, and Ollie Bryant won here last year and Stuart Hall was second, and they've qualified the other way round for this time with Stuart Hall on pole and Ollie Bryant in second. There you are. You're looking at Oliver Bryant there in the Lola T70, the white car with the red stripe down the front. James Davison is on the outside of the front row. James, the Aussie racer, who it's good to see him back here at Goodwood. He's done one or two in the past. And then on the second row, we've got Nick Padmore lining up in the Hamel, another sort of Can-Am car, slightly less common one. Now, we should have seen Johnny Herbert alongside him, but I didn't see him, Alice.
No, so Johnny should be in a Lotus Ford. So we'll try and get some info and find out where Johnny is, because that'll be a big disappointment. He was obviously very excited to get out, usually is, to get out on track in anything. So hopefully we'll find out for you if there's any issue there with the car. We saw him out in the Lotus Parade, didn't we? So Johnny's definitely about.
Yeah, so maybe there's it's a bit of an odd one. He was out in a different car, but we've got another Lotus, the bright yellow one further back at Katsu Kubota in another Lotus 30. There it is, in fact, a lovely view of it. Number 19, that is Katsu, who's raced here in the past in this lovely Lotus 30. In its period, actually, the Lotus 30 was not the fastest, but this has been good here at Goodwood. It's a car that did get improved in its time. It's very low chassis. It actually was a slightly weak chassis early on. They had a bit too much flex in it to get the sort of pace that the McLarens were delivering, for example. So we're getting the grid cleared, almost ready for this race to get underway. It's a 25-minute single driver race, so it's just going to be a flat-out sprint, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And as you said, we've got some very fast drivers at the head of the field. It was Oliver Bryant that won this race last year. He's starting in P2, and it was Stuart Hall that finished P2 last year, who's starting from pole. So Stuart's looking for revenge, but he's got a very, very fast Oliver Bryant next to him on the grid.
Looks as though everybody is getting away reasonably secure. John Spears down at the back with his McLaren M1B. I'm not sure if I think they had some problems with that car yesterday. Oh, is there a bit of oil?
Yeah, just having a look. So I don't know if it's water. The marshals aren't rushing to put any of the dust on it to soak it up, so maybe it's just some water.
Yeah, it could be just overflow water, couldn't it? That's right. And in which case it won't be too big a problem for anybody out there. So there you are. I've got this wonderful lineup of cars. The Ford GT40s. We've even got an open-top GT40, number 194. You can just see it on the right briefly there. That was one of the Roadster versions that were built. Let's take a look at the lineup on the grid then. So Stuart Hall on pole in the McLaren, Oliver Bryant alongside with the Lola T70, then James Davison on that front row. Nick Padmore, should be Johnny Herbert next, but actually he's missing. He's not there, I'm afraid. Then we've got the next lineup. We've got Julian Draper, another Lola, Andrew Haddon and Ewan Ferguson. And then Tony Sinclair. I know he was a bit disappointed how qualifying went for him. They did get a bit interrupted by red flags. Katsu Kubota alongside in the Lotus 30. We might see some pace from some of these drivers moving forward if they get the run that they're looking for. Then on the next row 5, we've got Sean Lynn, Adam Sykes, Jeremy Cottingham. Sean is actually the fastest GT40 on this grid. Then we go back to Ian Simmons, or the T70. Bill Shepherd, the only Cobra, that's a 7-litre Cobra, that's back on the row 6. And then on row 7, we've got Matthew Wurr, Richard Mines and Tony Seiler. And heading all the way down the field. It's a big grid. Keith Arler's one of the experienced historic racers, got a wonderful collection of cars. He's in the Cooper this weekend. And then down at the back, we've got John Spears in that other McLaren M1B. We'll see whether he's going to be able to make some progress coming forward from the very back of the grid. That's the lineup then, as we get ready for this final race on Saturday. The sun just beginning to dip away a little bit now, and you get this wonderful reflections off the cars. Many of these types of cars have done sports car racing into the evening, into the night, has been a part of their element, and that's what we're going to get this evening.
It can be a challenge for the drivers as well. I was just having a little look. Not too many who've got the tinted or darker visors on. That can be particularly tricky with your vision once that sun does get to a certain point. So hopefully not too many drivers will be affected, but it seems like our pole sitters got the correct visor on, and several in the background there as well.
There is our pole sitter, so that is Stuart Hall, the number 54. This is the McLaren M1B, a car that was actually well developed by Robin Hurd in the time and Martin Turner, and it was very effective as soon as it appeared on the racing scene, so that was impressive. We'll see whether here Stuart's going to be able to fend off Ollie Bryant in particular from that front row, because they've had some great rivalry over the years here at Goodwood. I wonder if they're all going to be able to make it work for them. And we've got the last few cars just moving into place now, so we're getting all set for the start of the Whitsun Trophy. Get the flag from the marshal at the back of the field. We're ready to go racing. The final race here on Saturday at the Revival. All set to go. The Whitsun Trophy is underway. Actually, it's a really good start from James Davison on the outside of the front row. The silver McLaren M1B. Yeah, It's James Davison who launches into the lead, gets in front of Stuart Hall. From pole position goes into second place. Ollie Bryant, I think, has been pushed down to third.
Yeah, so not an ideal start for him. With a little bit of wheel spin, but everyone's fairly nice and clean, Ben, which is always a good sight to see. Through the fast first corner, now they're through the very fast Ford Water and heading down into St Mary's, but not the ideal start for Oliver Bryant, so he'll be looking to try and clear James Davison pretty quickly.
Yeah, not going to be easy. Meanwhile, it's a good start by Ewan Sergeson. He's in that red Lola T70 that's leading the next little group. So running in fourth place, but actually coming under a bit of pressure from Mick Padmore. Padmore goes around the outside. Ewan actually started in 8th, so he made good start there, but he's just dropped to 1 place now as they go on to the Lamont Straight. This is where these big Chevy and Ford multi-powered engines are really lighting up. This is where you're seeing the fastest cars in a straight line here at Goodwood.
Yeah, you can see they close down and bunch up under braking. It's very, very tricky part of the circuit going into Wood because you're turning and braking at the same time, but they've really bunched up now, the top 3, as they're streaming through to finish the opening lap.
Yeah, this is proving to be a good one for James Davison. It really was a good getaway. But as expected, behind, we've got the battle between Stuart Hall and Ollie Bryant. As last year we saw it was all pretty close between them. Now, we've got Tony Sinclair just up behind the number 22 car there of Julian Draper as well. Here comes Ollie Bryant trying to attack for second. Doesn't quite make it work yet. And for the moment, Stuart Hall, who had that pole position, still hanging on to second place. But their fight, I think, is dropping them away a little bit from James Davison.
Yeah, sorry, I made a mistake there earlier on. It was Davison that got through into the lead. So Bryant is chasing Hall. So these two are very, very fast experienced, but like you said, Ben, they are scrapping, and that is allowing Davison. He's set the fastest lap of the race, and he's gone purple in the first sector, a good 6/10 faster than the 2 behind him. So they need to either sort themselves out very quickly, otherwise it might be too late. We've still got 22 minutes remaining, but as we know, that can go very quickly.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So I wonder if Ollie Bryant, he's beginning to move around. Look at these car in the back there trying to get past Stuart Hall. Hasn't found a way past yet. These are big cars, of course, so you've got not as much space as some of the cars we have here at Goodwood, which are so small, like the Formula Junior cars, very thin, light, very quick as well. Looking forward to that race tomorrow. These Can-Am cars are bigger, powerful, but you find it harder to get alongside sometimes.
Yes, you certainly do. So Davison's setting fastest lap of the race once again in the 120. So the only driver in the 120s, the 2 drivers behind him that are scrapping are in the 121s. Gap 0.8 of a second, so it's not massive. But at the same time, you don't want it to get bigger and bigger. You want to make the benefit of the turn. It looks like they may have ever so slightly closed the gap there going into St Mary's.
Yeah, this is all the game, and of course both Stuart Hall and Ollie Bryant have so much experience here at Goodwood, and James has raced here at Goodwood in the past. He's a current racer as well. He's a pro racer, James Davison, who's leading at the moment, the Australian. But let's wait and see how this goes. Good battles in the GT40s as well. Just coming through on the inside there is Pedro Macedo Silva. A bit further down the order this, but going well with the open top GT40. One of the very rare versions. It's lovely to see it racing. That is, we're looking down in about 14th position that I think he's just managed to take. And we've still got other battles going on further down here. The number 30 car as well of Max Werner, one of the Lotus cars, further down the list, but enjoying a great tussle with some of the Ford GT40s.
Yeah, some great tussles wherever you look at the moment, but back to the gap in front, 0.7 of a second now, so it's come down ever so slightly, and Bryant is now in the 119s, and actually so is Hall as well. So they are the only 2 that have dipped into the 119s, so they are now sorting themselves out a little bit, going, okay, come on, we've still got a while left in this race. Let's not battle too early on. We don't want Davison to get away.
Absolutely, they ought to work together in a way, using slipstream and not attack each other too much. Meanwhile, Katsu Kubota running in 7th position at the moment, coming under a little bit more pressure now from Adam Seitz in the McLaren. So it's Lotus versus McLaren, both anniversary, a year for anniversaries for both Lotus and McLaren this year. These are the big sports cars from the 1960s that particularly raced in America. They were allowed to race in this country for a while, but then they sort of limited the big capacity machinery a little bit. But in America, McLaren went on to dominate in what they call the Can-Am series, these sports cars. And it was a big part of the McLaren team having enough money to do Formula One in those days. Can-Am actually, I think, earned them more money than Formula One did, amazingly. Very different stories now, but that's how it was. Sports car racing was at that stage a very, very big part of motorsport. Could get alongside.
Yeah, having a little look. Continuous scraps going on further down the order. They're still scrapping or closing down into each other at the top end of the field. Having a little look at the chicane. No room there. Correct decision. That door was always going to firmly close as they stream across the line. Oh, we've got someone there trying to pick out the number with a hand raised.
That Max again. Let's just have a look. Yeah, it is Max Werner. Max has obviously got a problem. You can see a bit of smoke from the back.
Yeah, and that's very good of Max.
A leak. It's a leak.
Looks like, yeah, that is dropping. I just hope that is water and not oil, because that will make it particularly slippy for anyone coming round. There's no real other line he can take through the chicane, as he's done the right thing, put his hand up and will peel into the pits. But yeah, that's not ideal at all. So let's hope that won't affect the circuit too much.
We've got a few cars in the pits. I saw 61 and Max Lynn coming in. I also saw that Ewan Sergeson was in the pits in the number 58. So we've got a few cars that are not in great shape at the moment.
Yeah, the Sergeson car, number 58, has got the black and orange flag. That is basically a technical issue or something maybe hanging off the car that shouldn't be. So a few drivers have peeled into the pits, but they're just looking now. I'm not sure if the oil has slowed anyone down. To be fair, though, they're not setting personal best in that middle sector.
Here's a little move by Peter Klutz. He's been given a wave to say, yes, you can go through, and he does so. So Peter Klutz managing to get past Tony Seiler. Peter Klutz, that GT40, that's a lovely car, a prototype. This is one of the earliest GT40s. It tested here at Goodwood. It was one of the first GT40s that they got out there to do the testing, and it's still there. It still exists, and it's racing at Goodwood. I mean, it's great history. Oh dear, that's not good for John Spears. He was one who started from the very back, and
made his way up to 13th.
Right, okay, so he had made decent progress, but clearly something's gone wrong now.
Yes, I'm not sure if that's a spin on his own. That looks like the exit of the final corner, the chicane, because there's the pit entry.
Yeah.
Leads out nicely, keeps out the way of everyone, so great job recovering, but a huge shame. He's going to drop quite a way down the order. Let's have a little look at the replay. Was it on his own? A little bit wider. The apex lit up the rears and was unable to catch it, but good job for managing to keep it out of the way of the racetrack and out of the barrier as well.
Yeah, he did the right thing coming off the brake, just letting it run backwards, getting out of the way. That was another big slide. That might have been the oil, actually. You know, we saw, if it was oil, but we saw some fluid being leaked. Maybe that's why we've seen a few slides there.
Yeah, that was Julian Draper sliding around in the number 22, and a very good save there. So that hasn't slowed down this front pack, though. They're still battling on, but Davison stretched his legs again, Ben. He is 1.3 seconds ahead of Hall now, so that fantastic start he got has really paid off well. He's very handy in that first sector compared to the two behind, and then the two behind close ever so slightly in the middle and the final sector. One thing that might come into play at some point possibly is traffic. We've seen that happen a lot in these races so far, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Luck of the draw really can be where you reach the traffic and how you're able to manage that, so we'll have a little look.
Yeah, definitely. As you say, James Davison is doing a great job at the moment in the McLaren Chevrolet M1B with its 5.7 litre engine. We've still got this battle for second, and Ollie Bryant getting a bit more involved. Meanwhile, Peter Klutz coming under a bit of pressure here from Richard Mines in the other GT40. So Richard, this is one of the last Mark 1 road cars sent to the United States and was raced in the United States, so more history to some of these GT40s, but is he going to find a way past Peter Klutz? Meanwhile, there's the race for second.
Just looking out the window, this duo here caught up some traffic in the middle of the chicane, and look what it's done to the time. That has allowed Davison to stretch his legs even further and pull away. 2.7 seconds now, but it's right in the middle of the chicane, so they'll be hoping that get their bad traffic out of the way, and Davison gets a dose of it now.
early days of aerodynamics in sports car racing with these Can-Am cars. You can see the little sort of wing on the back end of the car providing downforce. The front end as well, the spoilers. It was the time that spoilers really became... Oh, no! Oh, my goodness! Off goes Julian Draper, number 22. Oh, how frustrating. What a shame. I think Julian's okay. It was a bit of a big hit, though. Look at the damage it's done.
Yeah, that's a big shame. That's a lot of damage. He was sitting around about 5th place, giving the thumbs up to the marshals, thankfully. So he seems okay. I will expect a safety car at this point, because that is heavy damage there, and damage to the barriers as well.
Yeah, and this might open up the race again on the restart, because right now the gap has opened up even more with traffic. And in fact, as you see, Bryant has got it into 2nd place. So Ollie Bryant has got into 2nd. He's got past Hall. Let's see. This is how it happened. So let's see. Did Hall back off somewhere here? Well, we got a bit slidey, bit sideways, yeah. He did actually go a bit too wide, and Ollie Bryant took advantage.
Yeah, took good advantage there. So here, just get a swap on as Julian loses the rear on the way in. And that can go the one way, you catch it or you don't. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to catch it, and this is the moment you brace yourself. Hits into the tyre barrier, really nasty hit there, but thankfully he is okay. That is the main thing.
Yeah, he's out of the car down at Madwick, and the yellow flags are out. The safety car is on track. No surprise, because it's going to take a few minutes to get that car out of the way, especially as it's damaged the rear suspension. And he'll be feeling a bit low about that. But it's going to make for a close race. Of course, we will still have some lapped cars in the group up front, so that might still make it a much easier situation for the race leader, James Davison. We'll have to see how that works out.
Yeah, just looking there on the screen, it looks like that Bryant and Hall were able to get past those lap cars before the safety car came out. So I think they'll all be together, but that's such a sad sight to see, isn't it, Ben? There's a lot of damage to that car, the number 22, the Lola Chevrolet. Huge shame.
And the Hamill's come to a halt as well. That's an unusual car, and it was running well in the early stages of this race, so that's a bit of a shame. I don't know what's happened to Nick Padmore's car. It looks all immaculate.
Intact, yeah. There's no damage to the tyre barrier. The driver's not to be seen, so looks like he's probably just had a car issue, technical issue there, and parked it up.
Yeah, I'm sure the car's entrant, Roller Lewis, will find out soon enough what has happened to it. And Nick Padmore out of the car, he's fine. It hasn't been an accident, as you say. It looks like a mechanical issue. So there's our race leader. There is one car in between him and Ollie Bryant. So that is going to make life a bit tricky on the restart, isn't it?
There is, and I think there looks like there might be a car in between Bryant and Hall as well. Have a better look. No, well, I think there was. No, there is.
Yeah, the number 9 car, that's right. That is in that mix as well, because the number 9 car a bit further down in the order. So that will make a difference. That's Richard Mines in his GT40. We were watching him play a little bit earlier on. And, yeah, that's going to make it could split out the top 3 a little bit more, actually, when we get the restart going. We'll just have to wait and see. Lights on for Tony Sinclair, who's actually now in 5th position. And Katsu Kubota, who's in that lovely yellow Lotus T30, he's up in 7th position. And, of course, they are all going to be, some of that group are going to be bunched up together without cars in between them. So we could well see some changes when this race restarts.
Yeah, we certainly could. Definitely could. There were some close battles continuing throughout the field prior to the safety car coming out. So wherever you look, there were close battles. Davison will hope that those lap cars will do him a favour. The back markers will do him a bit of a favour and maybe not get out of the way in a hurry. But hopefully for us, they will, and we can have resume some close racing up there at the front.
It is quite fun to see the lap times they're doing. 1:19.5 is the fastest we've got. Remember that the lap record held here at Goodwood, set by Jim Clark and tied with Jackie Stewart, as he was then, Sir Jackie Stewart, as we saw him earlier on. They did a 1:20.4 in the Formula 1 days here at Goodwood when it was a current race track for them. We're under that with a 1:19.5 in these Can-Am sports cars with their mighty, powerful motors.
Yeah, and these cars ended up proving really too fast for the circuit back then. Obviously, safety has come a long way. Jackie was a big part of that, as we touched on in his tribute earlier on, but the safety of this circuit has massively increased, as has most circuits around the world, so that's why we're able. I actually think, just looking at the background there, Ben, it looks like one of the lap cars has just peeled into the pit. So I wondered, actually, is that the safety car driver saying pull over to the side so we can stay away from the recovery? But yeah, it looks like we might have one of the cars peeled into the pit lane there that was in between Bryan and Hall.
The car that is in between the top two at the moment is Keith Harless, who's a very experienced historic racer. He owns a few wonderful classic cars. He's a lover of motorsport there. The number 29, so that's Keith Harless, a real gentleman in the world of motorsport, who I've known for a long, long time. And he's enjoying being out in his Cooper Ford T61. It's a Cooper with a 4.7 litre American engine, so it's one of the sort of less common of the style of sports cars at Cooper. There weren't so many of these Coopers, but it's lovely to see with its Ford V8 motor, but it's not as quick as those McLarens that are around him. It was an earlier car as well. Keith is experienced. He won't want to be in the way, but there's not a lot he can do, because when they all launch, Jamie, of course, will just go for it, and he'll accelerate. Keith will accelerate at the same time, but James may just have that pace to be able to pull away, and Ollie won't be able to overtake him until over the line.
Yeah, exactly that. So we'll have to take a look and see what approach that he chooses to take. But if I was James Davison there leading the front of the field, I would know that, and I'd be like, right, I need to get just a good restart. Nothing too special, nothing too spectacular, knowing that they can't pass that lap car until the line. So he doesn't need to try and outfox anybody, because he's definitely still got the pace, even though he doesn't hold the fastest lap of the race. That is with Ollie Bryant, who is, of course, in P2 with a 119.5.
Going down the Levant Straight, which is lovely to see. And I had a note earlier from the chair of the British Motorsports Marshals Club, Nadine Lewis, who's down there. She's working with her husband Ian on the Levant Straight as the Marshals this weekend, and it's Ian's 65th birthday today. So happy birthday to Ian. And they're marshalling down on that Levant Straight. I don't know whether they were in the area where Paul Karun had that incident, because I don't know if it was that section or if they're further down, but maybe I'll find out later. But yeah, happy birthday to Ian.
Happy birthday, Ian. And a big shout out to all the marshals that are around the circuit, that are in the assembly area, through the paddock as well. As you can see, Julian Draper's car is being removed, and there's some marshals. They're getting a well-earned sit-down, a well-earned break, but we wouldn't be racing here, would we, without them, Ben? It is very, very hot out there.
Yeah.
So thank you to all the marshals for the fantastic job that you always do.
Yeah, and they will have been very warm today, wearing the marshals kit, of course, as you can see. So, yeah, hands up to all the marshals who do such a fabulous job here at Goodwood, all around the world, of course, but particularly in the UK. We have a tremendous group of marshals, the BARC marshals, the British Motorsports Marshals Club, various different groups, but they all do a fabulous job as volunteers to come along and look after motor racing, look after drivers, try and keep them safe as much as possible, solve problems, get cars out of the way, and yeah, it's fabulous to have them doing a great job this weekend. So we have heard that there's going to be a little extension in the time of the race to make up this safety car period.
Yep, an extra 3 minutes, we're being told in our ears, is being added to the race time, so it's great news. Maybe not so much for James Davison. He was probably hoping for the time to stay the same, but great news for those behind that are wanting to progress up the field, as I think we'll probably have another lap, maybe a couple of laps behind the safety car still, with the marshals recovering the car down there. And it's quite hard to recover it there. Unfortunately, they've had to sort of drag it up onto that flatbed there, and you could see the marshals doing a good job with making sure they've got fire extinguishers at hand, strapping the car down so its safety can be dragged away. So great job.
Yeah, it is tricky when a car's damaged like this to get it out of the way without damaging it further. They will do their best, but they've got to get it out of the way as quickly as they can so that we can get the race underway again. So it's always a bit of a challenge, isn't it?
It is, but the marshals have extensive training, of course volunteers as well, and the training and the effort that they put in to learn how to recover cars, use the flags, know many of the rules as well as wearing on hot days all the marshalling kit and safety boots they've got to wear. So it's not an easy job. As they say, it's not just standing there waving a flag. There's a lot for these marshals to learn.
Safety car at beautiful E-Type is going to be staying out there for a little bit longer yet as they try and rescue and get that car out of the way. And we'll see another little gaggle of machinery trying to find extra positions. This will give everybody a new chance. When you've been getting into a race for quite a few minutes, as we were, there was a bit of space in a lot of areas. Now, of course, it's all going to be very closed up, so we could see some feisty battles all the way through. The number 1 car just going through, Joachim Rousseau. He's in the Ford GT40. And this car was a winner of the Barcelona race back in 1968, that car. So that has great history itself. So much history to all this machinery. So they've got it fully loaded on the truck now onto the level state, and they will be able to get it out of the way fairly quickly. There's an area that they can take the car off to into a place of safety. So it may be that next time around, I wonder if the safety car is going to get the note that they can be released.
Yeah, let's hope so. I think the barrier seemed okay. That's all fixed up, ready to go. They are coming out of St Mary's now. We wait to see if the safety car lights will go off, and we'll be underway. So it might be a little bit too late in the lap. I wouldn't say it would be too late in the lap. We've seen in other race series, haven't we, pretty late lights off. So hopefully we can get underway racing very quickly. And there you go, as you mentioned, Ben, there's a little pull off there for the truck to reverse into, and then it will eventually take the car back. But the lights, ladies and gents, are off on the safety car, so we'll be back underway very shortly.
We are getting ready then for the restart of this race. The safety car is heading back towards its position to get out of the way, and then we will be back to racing. Now, what you've got to watch, though, is James Davis in the leader doing lots of weaving around here, making sure his tyres are up to temperature. The car that is behind him is not in the battle for the lead. The number 29 car you're looking at is way down the list, but he will not want to be in the way. Keith Arler's very experienced racer, slower car. What he's got to watch out for is Ollie Bryant right behind him, who wants to try and make the ground. But look at this, exactly as I thought. James has just nailed it really quickly, and he's going to go for it. This is going to give him an opportunity to open up the gap. Now Ollie Bryant will go past Keith Arler, who's waved him through, but actually Ollie's under a bit of pressure now from Stuart Hall.
Yeah, he is, and they're all just getting round the outside. Brave stuff there from Stuart Hall, but the gap is already, Ben, 2.3 seconds between Davison and Bryant, so that was a really good restart. So a lot of work to do by Ollie Bryant and Stuart Hall. Remember, Ollie does have the number 3 car makes a diversion off the road. That car's down in 22nd place. It's Bailey behind the wheel.
Yeah, Marshall Bailey just put a wheel on the grass. I think he's got away with that okay, being chased down by Sean Lynn, number 13 there, as they get together, and hopefully he can get the confidence back that he's not going to run wide through the next section as they go through St Mary's. But yeah, that really was a good start by James Davison. He really attacked the chicane. He really went for it hard into the chicane, and Keith Arler's just lost a bit of pace. Oh, Katsu nearly running into the back of another car there.
Yeah, that was getting very, very close there. But looking at the timing screen then, Ollie Bryant has set a very, very good middle sector, so he is already trying to close that gap down, and actually he's dragging Stuart Hall with him. And there you go on the screen. That gap looks smaller than 2.3 seconds.
Just over 4 minutes to go. So can Ollie Bryant close up this gap? 1.4 as he crossed the line this time. 1.475. Can he close that down? We've got a little bit of time, but he's going to have to nail it. Ollie's very experienced here at Goodwood. He's raced this car plenty of times. He won in it last time in 2022. Can he get it back? That's the question.
I think he can. He's looking pretty handy. He's looking pretty fast, but he's lost actually a few tenths in that first sector. But overall, Davison seems to have the legs on those two behind in that first sector. It's the middle and last sector that's not so much. So we'll keep a close eye on the sectors and keep everyone up to date.
Katsu Kubota still running at the moment in 7th place, a little further down. John Spears, who had that problem earlier on, but is still running with the car. In fact, no, that wasn't. That was Matthew Wurr we were looking at. Meanwhile, Keith Arler's keeping out of the way. Tony Sinclair just getting past him. Tony in 5th position, but it's all pretty tight right in there, and he's still under a bit of pressure from Adam Sykes just behind him as well.
Sector update now. Fastest middle sector of the race. Oliver Bryant with a 33.3 and then Davison at a 33.8. So let's have a little look as they cross the line. 1.2 seconds and Bryant has set another fastest lap of the race.
Oh, Tony Sinclair to defend from Adam Sykes there. You're watching Tony Sinclair, number 5, the red and green car, and it's being chased hard by Adam Sykes right now in the McLaren M1. Let's see if Tony's going to be able to defend, and as you say, also up front, Davison's still in front, but only by 1.2 seconds, so still to play for with 2.25 minutes to go in this race. And Kubota giving the Lotus a bit of a slide around.
He is showing off there through turn 1. Great car control as he heads through Ford Water now and then brings it down the hill and then up the hill once again into St Mary's. So some great display of driving here and some close battles really wherever you look, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. But I tell you what, Davison is doing a good job up front on that first sector, hasn't he?
Yeah, really good. He's stretched the gap, I would say, by the time he comes across the line. All depends on that last sector. They've matched each other in that middle sector, but he really has done Davis has done the best first sector of anybody on this previous lap. So I wonder if he's just managing the gap. There he goes, crossing the line. What's the gap now? 2 seconds. And he has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's the first driver to dip into the 118s.
That's pretty clever stuff, I have to say. He's doing a wonderful job here, James Davison. Right from the start of this race, when he started from 3rd place on the outside of the front row, he charged into the lead, and he has kept the balance perfectly. There's been some good battling behind him between Ollie Bryant and Stuart Hall, but James has had the edge, and as you say, putting in a fastest lap right now. What a perfect time to do it.
And that first sector from Davison is absolutely mighty, but like you said, Ben, a great time to pop in the fastest lap of the race, doing an absolutely stellar job. He's got the visor ever so slightly over, it's a little bit of airflow, but he's working a lot behind that wheel. You can see from there using every inch of the road and constantly working the hands of the wheel. He is absolutely ragging this car. He's ragging the McLaren Chevy there as he comes now and stamps on the brakes into Woodcote Corner, keeps it nice and smooth through there, bleeds it out to the outside, and then you've got the last chicane coming in, and he's just, with 20 seconds left on the clock, we're going to have one more racing lap.
Well, this is a great display. He's in Brad Hoyt's car. Brad Hoyt was originally going to race this car in this race because he didn't think his other car was going to be raced, and then they finally got everything done. So Brad is actually out in one of his other cars in one of the other races, and so James suddenly got this shout, you can drive the McLaren in the Whitson Trophy, and he's certainly doing a great job of it, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. As we're looking now at battles further on down the field, we've got some of the Ford GT40s there that get pretty hot without hot weather. So I can imagine that racing in those today is pretty warm. We'll have a little look down the inside. No, that's the number 13 having a look down the inside. Yeah, Sean Lynn having a look at the chicane, thought better of it.
Trying to get past Ian Simmons, so the car in front of him, they are lapping, the first car 29, but Ian Simmons 117, that's the one that Lynn is trying to get past, and now of course there's a car between them, so that's going to cost a bit of time.
That will, but Sean Lynn will know he needs to clear this traffic quickly as he's going to go down the inside there at Ford Water, and now he can get his head up and set his sights further down the road, but there, coming across through the final chicane bend, will be our race winner.
James Davison is coming through to take victory in the Whitson Trophy in the McLaren after a brilliant race, a good start, and then perfect planning. Even on the restart, he did it extremely well, taking fastest lap on the last lap but one. And he's done a super job here today at Goodwood to take the final race victory of the day. We've still got some battles going on, and Kubota's car is smoking badly. That looks like engine smoke to me. Is he going to make it to the flag? Tony Sinclair in the red and green machine, the number 5, Lola T70. I think he's going to come home in 5th place. 4th place has already gone the way of Andrew Haddon. Yeah, Andrew Haddon's 4th. Tony Sinclair in 5th place. And 6th place. Oh, look at the battles that are going on further behind. This is still all very, very tight.
All very tight. The yellow flag is out, though. I wonder why that is. Have we got a car off somewhere on the exit? So they're all very, very good and kept to the regulations. And Shaolin just holds on. It's Kaboto's car.
Yeah, it's Kaboto. Oh, he didn't make it to the checkered flag. We saw the smoke coming out of the back of it. What a shame when you're on the very last lap and then he has to pull the car out of the way. Oh, I do feel for him, as he was on for a decent result there in the Lotus 30. But, well, more help from the marshals, and he's going to get out. He's going to get out of the way. So, bad luck to him, but well done to James Davison. And I'll tell you what, this man, James Davison, with a motor racing background, he is the grandson of a man called Lex Davison, who was the 4 times winner of the Australian Grand Prix in the days when the Australian Grand Prix was not part of the World Championship, but it was still a big event, you know, and his grandfather won that 4 times, and he has got into racing from a young age. He's become a professional racer, and he's raced here at Goodwood in the past, but this is lovely to see him take a victory here in the Whitson Trophy.
He's leaving some 11s coming out of the chicane as well, but he was always in control. But there were times where the gap closed between Bryant and Hall. They were chasing him down, but it was a great job, always in control, and fastest lap to go with a worthy winner.
Yeah, and Brad Hoyt, the entrant of that car, will be very happy indeed. And yeah, we saw some great style, great fun from James Davison, but it was very smooth when he was out there, out in front, I have to say.
Yeah, it was, and a big wave and round of applause from the crowd. Some empty drinks there. I think they need topping up.
Well, it's been a lovely day for all of us, and I do hope that all of you who are here at Goodwood have enjoyed yourselves. I mean, many of you, I'm sure, are coming back tomorrow for the final day here on Sunday. If you're with us online, it's been great having you with us to go through all these different races with so many wonderful cars and drivers. A collection, really, both of cars and drivers that you just will not see in many other parts of the world, and it's because Goodwood has built up over the years to create this remarkable revival. So James Davison, the winner, by 3 seconds from Ollie Bryant. Stuart Hall was 3rd from Andrew Haddon. Tony Sinclair was 5th from Adam Sykes. Matthew Were, Bill Shepherd, Ian Simmons and Sean Lynn completed the top 10 in that run between McLarens, Lolas and Ford GT40s. Outside the top 10, John Spears did make up ground in the end after difficult qualifying and then a slight problem with his car, but he got 11th place. Jeremy Cottingham and further down the list, Keith Arlers kept out of the way of those front runners and got his Cooper Ford home in 18th place. It was an entertaining race, though, good fun and a brilliant delivery from James Davison. Let's go and hear from the top 3 with Ed Foster.
Right, James Davison, perhaps the start and restart of your life. Congratulations, you're a Goodwood winner.
Oh, thank you very much. What an honor to drive here in these amazing machines. It's very much Beauty and the Beast with these cars. I guess all the racing in America with the restarts helps me there, but just wanted to thank the car owner, Brad Hoyt, and the Lex Ham engineering group for just an amazing machine. I just couldn't be more grateful to those guys.
Cracking drive, well done.
Appreciate it.
Right, Ollie. I mean, so close, but I mean, it wasn't helped with the restart, was it?
No, that made it a bit tricky, but you know, I had to time it just right to overtake Keith at the green flag line. So he got a bit of a jump on me, and I pushed really hard on those last couple of laps and tried to catch him. And then there was some oil down at the end, so there was some waved slippery flags. So just had to bring it home then. But he, deserved the win. Obviously had fantastic pace and got a great start. Caught us all napping.
Well done.
Thank you.
Where's our 3rd place man? Over here. Let's go find Stuart. Stuart, cracking drive. I mean, it was tantalisingly close 2nd, wasn't it?
Ollie's a wily old fox. He did me there. I made a little bit of an error, just trying to push to catch up with James and just outbrake myself slightly into the bottom there. And Ollie's turned it on a sixpence and got through, but, you know, that's the game, isn't it? You know, we're all pushing hard and, yeah, it's annoying, but we'll hopefully come back next year and try and rectify it.
It's a good way to start your Saturday night with a Goodwood podium, though. Yeah,
no, it's always a privilege to be here. You know, it's the best event of the year, I think, and you know, thanks to GPX and Fred, John Danby Racing. You know, it's been an absolute blast of a weekend, and yeah, I'll enjoy Saturday night now. Go home to my girls, I think, because my little girl's a bit poorly. So, hi, Sienna. I'll see you soon, my love.
Well driven.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, it was great fun to watch the Whitson Trophy, and James Davison, who did the best start from the outside of the front row, he made that work extremely well. And I wonder how much experience he's had in the past of getting a Can-Am car off the line. He did it very, very well.
Yeah, probably not too much, but he certainly looked like a pro, didn't he? As the battle raged on for second place. And there was Kubota, unfortunately, ended up not finishing the race, but wherever he looked, Ben, there were battles.
Yeah, we had one or two mechanical problems. Actually, several cars ended up back in the pits, I'm afraid. But that is the style of these cars. They have big, powerful engines. They don't always work perfectly. We saw one or two little incidents and spins, and we did think that there may well have been a bit of oil down, actually, because one of the cars that did come in, that one we saw, was definitely dropping some liquid in that area just before coming into the pits. And then we had this wonderful fight going on between Stuart Hall number 54 and Ollie Bryant, and that was the moment that Ollie Bryant managed to go into second.
Yeah, just ran a little bit wide of me, but this is what brought out the safety car. A nasty hit for Julian Draper down there at turn 1. Driver all okay, car not so much, but that brought out the safety car. We had a little bit of a lengthy period behind that, and the marshals did a fantastic job of cleaning up the car and then fixing the barrier for racing to get underway.
Yeah, sad to see such a lovely car rather damaged, but they will be rebuilt. There are many experts around, especially in the UK, to rebuild cars like this. So at the restart, that was the restart. Just look at the lead that James Davison established straight away. It was a very clever restart. He just nailed it through the chicane, and it was good hearing him tell us racing in America. He has done a lot of that. That's given him that experience on the restarts. James Davison has taken victory in the Whitson Trophy in a very, very deserved win.
So here we are, another chapter in the car's illustrious life at the Goodwood members meeting, the 80th members meeting, where we're participating in the 75th anniversary celebrations for Porsche and the 60th anniversary of the 911. I must admit, I've driven a lot of RSRs in my time. I've never driven anything quite like this because of its originality. It feels like it's still got its Le Mans gearing in it, and the engine is an absolute delight. In most 911s, you've got time to think. In this car, you look down and it's already turning 8,000 RPM. It's quite amazing.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
So that wraps up racing today of day 2 here at Goodwood Revival. It's been truly spectacular. Let's have a quick catch up though about your favourite moment of the day. Rosie, you've been across the other side, revive and thrive. If you were to pick a special moment, what would it be?
It's been brilliant all day today, but I went not only to Revive and Thrive, but I went across the road to the other side to a whole fairground. It's just like a whole another part of Goodwood, to be honest. It's huge. So I went to the fairground. We're just seeing now. We've got lots of the circus going on as well, which is really fun to see. Some great entertainment. I even went down a helter-skelter. I went on the merry-go-round. I really did just join in with the fairground, to be honest. I nearly didn't come back.
And you call this a day of work?
Yeah, we just said, yes, I might just head over there and I'll never come back.
Well, I'm glad to see you still smiling from ear to ear. It's brilliant to see. David, what about yours?
Well, it's just been the racing today. Absolutely fantastic. Such close finishes across so many races. But for me, it was the St. Mary's. Always delivers. Great win for Romain Dumas. But the story for me was that battle between Jenson Button in the gorgeous 59 Alfa Romeo, that pretty little car, and that's obviously Karun having a little spin. He's had not the best luck today, has he, our Karun? But it was all about the Alfa Romeo for me and Jimmy Johnson in that little A40. That NASCAR engine coming over to Goodwood and racing that tiny little A40. It was just such a great race to watch.
It really was indeed. And if I had to pick one, I did have a moment with myself, actually. It was at the start of the Whitsun Trophy, and I was down in the pit lane right by the start line. And honestly, it was a spine-tingling moment, hearing all of those cars heading into turn one, and just monstrously potent. And, you know, seeing the Lola T70s, the AC Cobras, it was a very special moment. And it just reminded me of how lucky we are. Yeah, just fantastic. But it might be the end today. But the good news is we get to do it all again tomorrow. We still have 7 epic races coming up. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. So once again, we kick off at 9 a.m. with the 200 motorcycles. And then our first race of the morning is the Chichester Cup, followed by the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy Part 2. Then, of course, we're celebrating 75 years of Lotus, followed by the Setrington Cup, the Future Stars. Race 11 is the Richmond and Gordon Trophy at 12:35. As we head into the afternoon, race 12 is the RAC TT Celebration, followed by a tribute to our much-loved Sir Jackie Stewart. Then it's the Glover Trophy kicking off at 3:30 p.m, followed by a tribute to Carol Shelby for the third and final time this weekend, followed by the Sussex Trophy, and finishing up, Goodwood Revival 2023 is the St. Mary's Trophy. What a schedule we have to look forward to. I mean, it's been 25 years of Goodwood Revival. Can you believe it? This is the 25th year, and what a year it has been. So rest up, and here we get to go again tomorrow.
Can't wait to see you there.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, we'll see you bright and early. Kicking things off here, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you then.